Oh man, what'd I miss?
Not too much, man. Everybody's just hanging out, I guess. Are you on your way to work? Are you at work already?
I haven't decided what I'm going to do today. I'm going to walk to the store and get some morning drinks. Nice 40 degrees today. That means I
Nice
can
and
work in my
crisp.
shorts. Yeah, 40 degrees is shorts weather. Easy. I got to do some plans for some buildings that I got to do.
Hello. Hello, brother.
Hello.
How are you guys?
Disappointed.
AI
I thought I saw.
overload.
I thought I saw a dude in here that
Bro.
it was my
Tell
best
me
friend,
something about
Neil.
AI future. Can you tell me something about artificial intelligence future?
Oh yeah. So what's going to happen is there's going to be a lot of stupid humans who think that artificial intelligence will actually be a sentient entity, and then they're going to give it legal rights like a bunch of morons. And then they're going to do a bunch of other stupid things, like think that they're going to download their consciousness into a robot, or like their grandmother is going to live on in a virtual world, but it's really just going to be a simulation of their grandma based on information from their grandma, but they're going to think it's a real person because they're dumb.
Yeah.
And then they might electively liquidate their body to transfer their consciousness into the system to go be with grandma.
Yeah. You know what though, bro? There actually is a very good video game about that. It's called Clair Obscur Expedition 33.
I don't know if Yoder has heard your kind of walk through the new paradigm synthesis, bro. Like, I think he was not. Maybe he hasn't heard it, but I was telling him that you actually were giving the pioneer to the hypothesis for.
I've heard bits and
We,
pieces.
yeah, we. I mean, it's religious. It's got ties and esoteric religious ideas, but needless to say, it's the same type of thing that they're talking about in like the big mainstream science, kind of like Hadron Collider, kind of talks of it, tapping into multiple universes and all kinds of gobbledygook.
Oh yeah. Man, I'm disappointed. Neil left as soon as I showed up. I thought me and him were going to have a discussion. Dang it. Letting me down.
Well, maybe we can give them all something to get mad at today. Maybe he's here for a little bit of that. Comes to the well.
Oh man. These bros are lucky I'm not retired. Well, in the saga of arguments, somebody makes an argument, other people critique it. People get butthurt that they were critiqued. They then make personal accusations rather than actually address it on the merits. Then they try to make some rebuttal based on some merits, and then the other person has to, be like, well, am I going to actually address it, or am I going to just go back with personal attacks because the other person started the personal attacks? And it's like, dude, okay, you have an argument. You're trying to teach other people. Everybody that I find that comes around that's taught this argument can't talk about it correctly, can't even make it make sense, and when scrutinized, completely lose their crap. So, I don't know what to tell you.
That's about as specific as you can generally make it.
Yeah, it's like imagine getting a degree, or going anywhere to learn something, right? Taking a course, getting a degree, reading a book about a topic, right? And it's supposed to be the best version of it, and then somebody asks you about it, and then you just butcher it to kingdom come, completely misrepresenting it, completely doing it wrong, completely introducing things that don't matter, and a whole bunch of logical fallacies. And then the person who asked you has no idea what the heck you're talking about.
Yeah, man, sucks.
Oh, man. I'll tell you one thing, though. When it comes to building things, you have plans, and then you have reality. You have things that you made in a model, whether it be software or on a piece of paper with a pencil, or even in your mind, how you imagine it's going to be. And then you have reality, right? Okay. Just in case anybody was wondering, I know it's a hard concept to understand, but ideal geometry doesn't exist in reality, right? That's obvious. So I pick up my salt shaker. Salt shaker has a lid. Took the lid off, and now it's a circle on the top. But is that a perfect circle? No. I have my cutting board, which is actually glass, but it has a non-slip surface, which if you scratch your fingernail across, it's got minor indentations. So it's not perfectly smooth. It actually feels pretty smooth, but it's not perfectly smooth.
What are we talking about?
Talking about geometry, my friend.
Gotcha.
Geometry. And how ideal forms and ideal geometry doesn't exist in reality.
I don't know shit about that.
Well, a perfect circle. A perfect circle doesn't exist in reality. A perfect sphere doesn't exist in reality. Things like that.
But like I can make one in Photoshop.
No, you can't. You can't make a perfect circle with Photoshop. How could you possibly do that? Hold on,
What
maybe I moved
makes
the
the
wrong
circle perfect?
Oh, perfect. That every point on the surface is equidistant to the center. Every point. So if you use Photoshop, or like let's say even a better program than Photoshop, Adobe Illustrator, which is a vector-based program. Okay,
Oh Lord.
the circle that you're going to get is going to be constructed of pixels. Is the only way that you could see it. And if you know anything about pixels on a screen, they're squares. And since a square isn't curved, then any portion of the square that's in a different spot on the image isn't going to have the same distance to the center of the circle. So again, you don't have a perfect circle. So the point I was making with that is we all know that perfect forms and ideal forms and perfect geometric shapes don't exist in reality. So whenever we say something is a circle or something is a triangle or something is a square, when we're talking about it in reality, we all understand that there's tolerances of imperfections there. No one's trying to claim that things are platonic ideals or perfection.
Yeah, but
So we
they
could
are
just dismiss. Go ahead.
they are close enough to that shapes that we agree altogether that they are of that shapes, no?
Well, yeah, we can easily determine that something's a circle, right?
So it doesn't need
Or
to be
at
the
least,
perfect circle just for us to agree
Right.
that it is the circle.
right. Or it doesn't need to be perfectly straight for us to say it's straight. If you have a straight bar of metal, right? It's not going to be perfectly straight, but it's going to be very, 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 very straight.
Okay. I really want to break in, but I only have 20 minutes, sadly.
We're the most lovemaking sessions in the world, so it's plenty of time.
Oh, 20 minutes is not enough time.
Well, 20 minutes is plenty of time. Watch, let me help you out. So, flat Earth, that's what we're talking about here. I'll solve this problem for you in less than 2 minutes. It's very simple. Something's either curved or it's flat. Okay? How I
I've been
determine
here
if my
before,
floor is flat. Yeah, how I determine if my floor is flat is I measure it. If I'm making a flat level floor for a house or a foundation, I level it and I measure it with a laser. And so by that same principle, I can apply a laser measurement methodology to the surface of the Earth, and I can measure the water and find out that water, which is the gold standard of level throughout human antiquity, is not curved and it's actually flat. And since 70% of the surface is water and all elevation profiles are taken from sea level, which is based on the surface of water, then that means that the highest point on the Earth and the lowest point on the Earth and the mean sea level are all between two horizontal parallel planes. That means the entire Earth is between two horizontal parallel planes. That means the Earth is flat. I rest my case.
I must stop you. You're losing me because you're going off now.
Well, yeah, I know I'm losing
You're
you
saying-
because when you measure the Earth and it comes out flat, that's when we lose most globers.
AI
No, I mean you were talking. I didn't actually catch what you were saying. Like, I
Okay,
don't have the time
no
for it.
worries.
Like,
I was just saying
actually-
I was just showing you that I can do it in less than 2 minutes, so you don't need 20 minutes.
Did
Okay.
you
Yeah, basically-
measure
measure how flat the Earth is, right?
Yeah.
I would say a laser. It's a good option, but a laser also falls out very quickly when you use that. I would most likely say you should maybe use something like a wavelength instead to measure
Oh,
distance.
you mean a wavelength of what? Light?
radio? VHF,
Radio?
you know.
Distance?
Yeah,
I'm
direct
not
wave.
trying to measure distance. I'm not trying to measure distance, dude.
No. But hear me out. So you have a mountain 60 nautical miles out. You have a vessel 35 nautical miles out. You can see the top of the mountain in the distance, but you can't see
Yeah.
the vessel because it's
Holy
behind the
crap.
horizon. Now, hear me out. VHF is a direct line of sight form of communication, meaning it only works when you're in direct line of sight because it doesn't go through any objects at all. Nothing. Now, why can I then communicate with the mountain, but I can't communicate with the vessel?
Okay, so
The
you
closer I
can't.
move,
All right, go ahead. Yeah.
wait. Yeah, so basically,
Which is further?
I can
Which is
move my
further? The
vessel.
mountain? Which is further? The mountain or the vessel?
The mountain. But the mountain is visible because you can just see it because it's that tall. You can see it in the distance. And this is not just
Okay.
something I've like figuring out. It's something I've actually like tried when I was out sailing because I'm a sailor. It's my job. So basically, the closer we went, and then all of a sudden we started being able to pick up the vessel because it was in line of sight of our antenna. All of a sudden,
Yeah, fair enough.
and we could
Right.
start
So you're
talking.
saying, yeah. So you're saying that because VHF can't travel through solid objects and it's hitting a
Exactly.
target, that means there's no solid object in the way. Correct? That's what
Exactly.
you're saying. Okay, perfect. So I agree with you.
Exactly.
Let's say we agree. Okay, so lasers don't travel through solid objects. Okay,
No, they're
and
also
so by
straight
your own admission, hold on, brother. By your own admission, if you shoot a laser 25 miles and it hits a target 6 feet off the ground, then that means it didn't go through anything. And so by your same example, that means there's no hump of Earth curve in between the laser and the target.
No.
So thanks. You agreed with me.
No.
Yeah.
No. Listen, saying
Yes.
60. You're the one who's 60 nautical miles out from the mountain. Now, in between there, 30 nautical miles, 35 nautical miles out, you have another vessel between you and that mountain.
What?
So from you,
Don't care.
the vessel's 35 nautical miles out, and then the mountain is 60 nautical miles out.
Don't care, dude. It doesn't matter. None of that
It
matters.
does
The only
matter.
thing that matters. No, check it out. It's very simple.
Okay.
The only
You can
thing you're
actually
telling
measure
me,
the
which
curve
you
of it.
are, it doesn't matter. The only thing you're telling me, okay, is that the reason why it's not being able to hit the boat is because there's a hump of Earth curve in the way. That's your claim. Yes or no?
What's your claim? What
Okay,
would you?
my
No,
claim.
I'm not
You
saying
said the reason. Yes, that is what you're
No,
saying.
I'm
dude.
asking
Okay,
you.
stop.
Why do you think that would be?
Hey, listen,
I'm asking you why
dude,
you
listen.
think that would be.
Listen. I don't care. I'm just trying to get you to lock in your claim at the moment.
Okay, my
Okay,
claim is
listen.
yes,
You already agreed. You already agreed, dude, that the reason that you can't communicate to
I
the
don't have
boat
the time for an argument.
is because it's behind a hump of Earth curve. That's your claim, whether you realize it or not.
Yes, but you can still communicate with the mountain. Why?
So what? Because the mountain's taller.
Why?
Duh. There you go.
Yeah, but why does it work like that, huh? How does it work like that? That's not how radio waves work.
Hey, dude,
Especially not
look,
ones
pay
that only
attention.
go in a straight
Pay
direction.
attention. Pay attention. Okay, you keep going back to this point, but you already said that the reason it can't hit the boat is because there's a hump of Earth curve in the way. What that would mean is if you could communicate with the boat, you would have to concede there's no hump of Earth curve in the way. Yes or no?
What? No, yeah, there is Earth between you and that.
No,
yes.
dude. Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
your claim is that you cannot communicate with the boat because there is Earth curve in the way. You already agreed. So put that on the shelf right on the side. That's an agreement on that.
Yeah.
So holy fuck. So the next part would be if you could communicate with the boat, would that mean there is no Earth curve in the way? Yes or no?
Yes, that would mean that, but you can't.
Okay, so let's say that's the case. So what your claim is that something that operates where you have to be point to point, target to target, direct line of sight, If you can't hit the other thing, you're saying that means Earth curve in the way. And so I'm telling you, at 25 miles, you can set up a laser. Okay, that's fine. I'm talking about just 25 miles. Who cares? 25 nautical miles. Who gives a crap?
Nautical miles. That's
Yeah,
a big
they're
difference.
pretty close to each other. No, it's not that big a difference. It's 60 versus 69, dude.
Yeah, it's still big enough.
Yeah, you're right. So actually, if you use nautical miles, it makes it worse for the globe, right?
Why? Oh,
Well, let me tell you, dude. Your claim is that something that requires a straight line to hit a target, if it can't hit the target, there's a hump of Earth curve in the way. If it does hit the target, there's no hump of Earth curve in the way. What I'm telling you is if you set up a laser 2 meters off the ground, right? And you set up a target 40 kilometers away, which is 25 miles, 2 meters off the ground, right? The laser, if the Earth is curved, should be going over the top of that target by about 100 meters. Yet the laser hits the target. So according to you, the Earth can't be a globe. Good job.
Yeah, but then again, a VHF works very differently from a laser. Like, why the fuck does it keep cutting out? So, okay, so VHF.
Well, let me help you out, friend. Nobody uses VHF. Nobody uses VHF to level anything. Okay, they use lasers.
Too bad. Like my comparison is still valid because it's over such a big distance. Like
I think
you don't
what he
need
said
something
is
that
right.
precise for this question. You do not need something that precise for this question.
Yeah, I think because if
My
Earth
question
is
is
flat,
to you. My question to you is, why would you think a Why can you my question to you is, why can you communicate with the thing 60 nautical miles out, but you cannot with the one that's 30 nautical miles out? Is it the height difference, or what is it? You tell me. And it's the exact same with the laser. If you want the laser, then we
How
can
about the
also use
propagation
exact same.
angles? There you go.
Excuse me? No, you answered my question. Like, it's a very simple question.
Yeah.
Why would you think
it's different. It's different angles of propagation from the target to the transmitter. There you go. Problem solved.
No, it's not. That's not.
Oh, it's not different. Their angles aren't different.
No, I'm saying that's not the reason. But anyways, I have to move. I gotta get back to work.
But boy,
I'll be back later. Don't worry. I'm not leaving this. I'll be back. But right now, I gotta go.
don't forget the last thing that you said. It is not.
All right, I think Tomato had a question next. Tomato, you're up.
why
Tomato,
does time
tomato.
zone exist? Right. If Earth is flat, right? Why is there any horizon at all? Because if we look straight, it will go on until it hit the edge, right? But so will be some kind of small wall at the end of horizon. But what we're seeing is it's small blue sky, a very big blue sky. So I think it's curved down. Does it make any sense?
Maybe repeat your question and talk a little bit closer to your mic.
Yeah. I don't know what the model is. That's
Is someone trying to talk?
Yeah, the guy probably needs just a little bit more English classes because his English is not up to like at least the intermediate. So it's difficult because he's trying to talk at the same time his English is broken. So I would say just probably listen for now, dude, and practice your English some more, and then come back later. That's not bad, is it? Like, just can't understand you, man. Your English is a little bit broken. Not that we don't want to have a conversation. It's just that when you attempt to, it's real hard for us to understand, like with the broken English.
Can I ask your question one more time? Just speak louder into the microphone. I will translate for you
Why
because I think
we-
I understood what you said.
Why we haven't communicated with other side of the flat Earth yet? Let's start from simple.
Communicate.
Yeah, because the sun go around the flat Earth, right? So there must be other land mass under the flat Earth that also receive the light, right? I don't know what is your model.
Yeah,
of the
we
Earth,
don't
so-
claim the flat Earth that you have imagined in your mind, which is a flat disk. That's not what flat earthers claim. That's not flat Earth.
Yeah, something like the other side. So what does flat Earth mean to you then? Can you explain how the world works for you?
Yeah, it's not a disk in space. Okay, so remove that from your mind. Okay, and flat is not a shape. Flat is a descriptive term, right? And in this context, we're talking about a surface area not having any curvature over distance. Okay, so if you have a large area of ocean, for example, and there's no curvature, that's what flat means, right? And that would be the Earth, and that would be a flat portion of the Earth, okay? But if the Earth were a globe, that portion of the Earth must be curving by a certain amount. But it is not curving when we test it. Okay, so flat is not a shape. Flat earthers are not claiming a disk. Water is flat on the surface.
But how could you know it's a flat and not flat in like it's like
Things would become hidden
the circle.
behind the curvature of the Earth if it were curving.
it's hidden. It's like you cannot see a Paris from here, right? I felt so.
Right, but that's
at least
hidden
a
by
big
the
structure.
air not being perfectly transparent.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like the air has a limited visibility range.
Like a fog or something like that. It's like there's so much pollution that is in the light or
Well,
something.
yeah, not just pollution, but you know, dust and fog and mist and all kinds of things that are going to limit the visibility. Usually the visibility is much less than 50 miles.
It's for But if Earth is flat, then why does time zone exist at all? Like because if the sunrise, it will get all over the place, right? Because it's flat. That assumes that.
The sun,
why-
we see the sun
Mhm.
moving across the sky, and it appears to rise and it appears to set due to perspective, just like everything else that enters your field of view and leaves your field of view. in
Oh,
a
the problem
distance.
is like shouldn't that all people on Earth use the same time zone, right? Because the sun is right, and it's not a disk, but it's infinity flat. I don't understand what kind of war is that?
No. Okay, so you're still trying to fit the flat Earth inside the globe model of the universe, the heliocentric model. Okay, so you've been told that the sun is 93 million miles away and it's much, much, much bigger than the Earth. Okay, so that's not the case, right?
No,
That's
if,
not the.
even the sun is just orbit the Earth, right? The sunlight ray must hit all the surface because the Earth is flat. It's like it's from the one
Yeah,
point.
but
and
it
it's
wouldn't
flat.
hit all the surface because, just like we spoke about a moment ago, the air is not perfectly opaque, and different mediums will absorb light. Okay, because as the light moves away from the light source, it will diminish very quickly in intensity as it moves away from the light source, and it will become absorbed by the medium. Think about this. If you go 200 meters into the ocean, deep, it's pitch black. You don't see the sun. Even if the sun's directly above you, you can't see the sun. You can't see any light from the sun. It's completely black. Just 200 meters deep into the ocean. Okay, so the air is also a medium that will absorb light, but it's much less dense than the water, so it will happen over a greater distance.
How much is distant? It's like if you go underground and look at sky, it's still blue. So how how much distance
Well, as you
between
see the sun, as it starts to move away from you at sunset, you see it getting dark very quickly. So I don't know. I don't know
really
the exact
quickly,
distance
though.
because
It's
I'm
like-
not claiming to know the exact distance to the sun or the source of the light or the intensity of the light. So that's not something that we can tell you an exact answer for. We just know how light propagates through a medium and how it becomes absorbed and how the inverse square law explains how light diminishes exponentially as it moves away from the source of the light. Sorry if I used some words that were confusing then.
So it's like the air scatter some. I don't know.
How dare you, DJ?
Yeah, I'm trying.
I'm offended.
Yeah, I'll put a little diagram in the side chat to try to help. If I can find it.
I don't know.
Well, perhaps we need to move on to another caller.
Hey, can y'all hear me okay? Do I sound like shit?
Sounds like shit.
I just wanted to say something, but I don't want to make sure y'all can hear me first.
Yeah.
Yeah, make it brief because it sounds like shit.
I was just gonna say it's kind of amazing to think about. They say the moon or the sun is 93 million miles away, and it's so bright that it can shoot light that far away, but yet as TJ said, we can go down 200 meters into water and it totally disappears. I mean, it just kind of blows your mind thinking about that. That's all.
It's a big, gigantic mystery, that sun.
Absolutely.
So was the Nicobine targeting system a VHF system?
I think it
I
had
was
to be.
searching it. I was searching it in home base. There was somebody in there claiming that Nicobine could only go 200 miles. Right. So where's it being broadcast from if it's going 200 miles? Because supposedly this other guy said your VHF is obstructed by the curve of the Earth. So 200 miles, dude. Like, how tall would your tower have to be?
You know that guy that you spoke to? His name is Lucas, and he's a security guard for an oil rig. That's why he had to leave. So we spoke to him in Link last time when he was well, a couple of times actually.
Yeah.
Yes, I don't know what he's doing, like using VHF.
Yeah. I mean, 200 miles, that horizon requires like, maybe between 25 and 30,000 feet altitude. If I were to throw a dart.
200 miles? Nah.
Yeah, for the horizon.
No.
Well, 7,000 feet is 100 miles.
Well, maybe. Let me think.
Maybe twice that. I don't know.
I mean, did he specify?
Well, I mean, it's not. Yeah, that's a good point too. I think the Nicobine was supposedly 800 miles away, the transmitter.
They had a transmitter on the west coast of Denmark, I think, and then Norway and the Netherlands, if I recall.
Denmark to Coventry, 800 miles.
Wow.
So the person doing this argument was arguing that, well, that was because the VHF refracted. So that doesn't need to be line of sight then. So like the other guy said, it's either one or the other, dude. It's either these things have to be straight lines and there's a hump in the way, or all the supersedery observations have to be explained with it's not straight lines. So which is it?
Yeah, but is he working within a model AI in order for him to come up with the extrapolation? Or is he just saying that because and that's what the target receives? Because how does he differentiate whether the Earth is curving in between? Or would have to be?
Well, there's also a problem of you could be at a certain location and have a low yield antenna, or you could be somewhere else and have a massive antenna that's more sensitive, right? And so the amount of signal that you're getting is easier to understand versus something else that can't. So there's all kinds of factors in there. I mean, he does have a good point, but not if you're having supersedery observations with the same technology, because then it's like, okay, well, how do you explain that? Because then you'd have to give up your straight line. So you can't have it both ways. Well, and to be fair, the Nicobine was not aiming at the ground. So it was intended for airplanes which were high above the ground. So that would change the math that you would need to employ.
Right. So then you'd go from the opposite end and reverse the path back in. So from the airplane that's receiving the Nicobine transmission, there's a straight line of sight to the horizon of a globe.
You know what's interesting too is that if you're like close to a land-based cell tower, you get horrible cell reception. And the further away you get better. And then eventually the further away you get, you don't get any.
Yeah, because it's the transmitting power is too high. It's like oversaturating the signal to your device.
Right.
That's why like if you live in an apartment and you got like your Wi-Fi router transmitting power is too high, you can affect other people's Wi-Fi next door. So like it's good to kind of turn it down. If you live in a 1,500 square foot apartment, you don't really need the transmitting power turned up.
Now that guy did have some pretty precise numbers. Like the mountain has to be this far away and the boat has to be this far away. And then he tried to insinuate that he experienced that, which seems kind of odd. Because it seems like he was trying to set up a relationship between the tip of the mountain and the boat to be able to make a straight line and then say that this straight line intersection points are commensurate with the Earth curve being the reason why these two things are in different locations, right? So he was trying to set up this ideal situation. So I'd put 9 out of 10 that never happened.
Yeah, which meme infographic from flatearth.ws was he referencing at the time?
Yeah, like I mean, maybe because I think he said he was in a boat or something, but I mean, maybe. So maybe he's saying, "Well, I can't communicate with this other boat, but I can communicate with a radio station that's located on the top of such and so tower." Well, maybe the boat didn't have what it needed to communicate with you. Maybe it didn't have an adequate antenna. Maybe it had some propagation issues.
Yeah, more likely it just never happened. Like you guys said, like what did it sent to like a mountain in the distance 60 miles away, and then the mountain contacted the boat that's in the middle and said, "Oh, we got the signal here, guys, just letting you know." Because of the curvature. That's the issue. Yeah, he said he was a sailor for his job.
Like Popeye.
Funny thing is, most of the guys that come in like that, so far from the track record of history, it's like 9 times out of 10, they didn't actually do any of the things they said. They were just adjacent. So, in other words, they are on a boat to get to their job on the oil rig, and everybody else on the boat does all the actual stuff. They just fleetingly understand what's going on. And then they just say, because I'm on a boat where people are supposedly doing things that require the earth to be curved, I'm just going to claim I have firsthand knowledge. Like, that's usually what happens. And then you got the other people who claim firsthand knowledge, but then they tell you it's proprietary or it can't be disclosed. Like Josh Ingersoll or GE Platypus, who's supposedly on a secret submarine that has periscope technology that could only work if the Earth was a globe. But he can't tell you because of national security.
Love it. I love it. Hey guys, we proved the globe. Can't tell you how.
Also, did he have a directional transmitter or an omnidirectional transmitter? So you got to know that.
Yeah, I was wondering that earlier too.
What is an omnidirectional transmitter?
Like a dipole, like just a straight up and down antenna.
Okay.
Well,
It can get really exotic,
when you're transmitting,
right? Parabolic.
when you're transmitting something, you can increase the watts, right? Get more power. And if you're sending it in all directions, right, you're not sending the full strength in the direction you want the primary signal to travel, right? So if you restrict the way it's transmitting, then it's going to send most of it in the direction you want it to travel. There's also directional antennas, by the way, which are designed to be focused towards a certain direction and disregard things coming from other directions. So they focus on a specific area. So, for example, if you had a ground station that's focused on a specific bay, it's going to want to be getting signals from that bay. So it may have a more sensitive antenna array. Yeah, look right here. You can buy a FSA 5828 multi-directional 200-mile directional VHF antenna. Dang, 200 miles.
Seems like something they should probably ban from us buying because, like, prove something.
Oh man, Yoder, I was looking forward to a morning rowdy session. It's like, this will wake me up. Yeah, then homie left. Didn't stick around for the
Yeah,
angst.
too bad. Yeah, nobody's in the FED server either, so who knows? Who knows what happened?
All right. Well, this is what I got about that last argument. Okay, so when a VHF signal travels, it doesn't move in a perfectly straight line. It bends gently according to the vertical density profile of the Atmo. That bending can create ducks, skip zones, and shadow zones. Here's what explains your exact scenario. The mountain 60 miles away receives the signal, but the boat 30 miles away does not, because the signal path has gone into a refractive lift or duct, and near the horizon region has become a skip zone. The VHF ray leaves your boat. Because of an Atmo inversion or humidity layer, the refractive index changes more sharply with height. This pulls the ray upward into a gentle arc. Near your boat, that creates a dead zone, where the wave has already lifted up above the surface before it could reach the second boat. But further away, the ray intersects higher terrain like a mountain, and that mountain happens to be directly in the path of the lifted ray.
Right. Right. So the whole claim that that the VHF has to travel in absolute straight lines is what he needs. Right.
Yep.
And so to any supersedery observation, such as Nicobine or anything like that, he's going to appeal to ducting and all of that type of stuff, but in the opposite direction, right? So, the only thing the guy can do is shoot himself in the foot on one side of his argument or the other.
That Donald C clip yesterday had me rolling, man. I haven't heard that one.
Oh yeah.
No, dude, I'm freaking laughing my ass off, dude.
It's like the Howard Stern show. What was that guy, Dennis?
It's wild, dude. Like, I can't believe somebody. And then they're like, he's been checked for mental health. Like, he actually admitted that shit too.
Yeah, he's like yeah, what do you mean I'm not mentally fit? I have a certificate.
Yeah, he's got a certificate. I'm like, golly.
No, they certified me. I'm mentally fit right now. I can prove it.
What the heck? Was that like one of those, hey, my coworkers were very concerned and there were all kinds of reports to HR. And so I went into HR and said, I'm totally mentally fit. And they said, well, in order to proceed, you have to get cleared by a doctor. And he's like, okay, Fiverr.com. I need a guy to forge a doctor's note for me.
Okay, what's weirder is it bad that I want to see that certificate?
Yeah, it's not weird.
Okay.
I mean, it sounded like he like completed a program. I mean, maybe he was in the funny farm for a little bit.
It did kind of sound that way, though.
Right?
It gave off the funny farm vibes, man.
And now Donald C. Just out the gate. Berging.
Yeah, that was a good movie, too. You know what Funny Farm is about? It's about a guy who finally decides he's going to write his book. So he buys a house in Vermont. Him and his wife go there so he can write his book. Then he can't write his book because all this crazy stuff going on. And his wife gaslighting him all the time.
Is that a Chevy Chase movie?
Yeah.
What am I thinking of? Yeah? Okay. I think I've seen it.
All
He
this
was hungry one time
80s.
and
Go ahead.
No, I'm not talking about anything important.
No, neither am I, dude. I'm going to say something that's just as mundane as you, probably.
Well, they had a picnic basket when they first moved up there. When they were getting into their house and stuff, and they had fruits in there. And Chevy Chase got hungry, and he went back to the basket to find the fruit or the banana or something. And his wife was like eating something. He's like, well, "Where's the banana?" And she's like, "Oh, there was no banana, just this apple." And then later on, he finds the banana peel. He's like, "You little." But you know what? The good part about the movie is at least she didn't help him with his book and then try to steal it for herself.
Oh, shit. Dude, what the fuck?
Well, just so y'all know, and supposedly on the 25th, there's going to be a setting of the record straight. If anybody cares to be preemptively warned about setting aside time from their personal life to, watch the live stream.
Setting the record straight about what? The
book
Quantum
issue
Eraser?
with the
Oh, the book
between
is
Quantum Racer and Nathan and all those guys over there. It'll be interesting. I mean, I'll admit I made some conclusions that weren't necessarily based on hearing both sides of the story. So it'd be interesting to hear the other side from the horse's mouth. I'm just being tongue in cheek, okay? No need to DM any of my mods to tell them to tell me that you're upset about it. Man, you guys ever think we'd get here in 2025? Holy crap.
Yeah, not like this. No way. No way.
Chaos everywhere. Dogs and cats marrying each other. Blood in the streets. Dude, that is such an iconic line in movie history.
Ghostbusters. Yep.
You know what's weird though is that a lot of the people that are in the Western world and in the English speaking and stuff that have had movies, like we get those references. So I'm also sometimes curious about all these other pop culture references that are from other people's cultures that we don't know about. But I think the concept of dogs and cats getting married, I mean, that's kind of like, it's actually iconic in Western art. If you guys remember, like there are all kinds of images of marriages or a couple where the dog represents the male and the cat represents the female, and they're getting married.
Mm-hmm.
There's that famous one where it's the farmer with a pitchfork and his wife. Very iconic Americana painting. I can't remember it, but the painting is basically called, like Farmer something and his wife or something, who knows. But they also redid that one with a dog and a cat. So the dog is the man and the cat is the woman.
Yeah, I mean the temperament's so apt. I mean how they're depicted and represented by each.
Yeah, so apparently last time Neil was on here and I was trying to talk to him about something concerning the pitch data, and he spazzed out and left. He went and talked about it over on the FED show, and apparently that got Brian's logic interested to try to come back and save something. Who knows why he's motivated. So I was hoping Neil would be able to tell me if they actually had a fruitful conversation about that. I can't even remember. It's like the Schlepper document or something like that. So that could probably, happen to be the truth. It still has a hard time with memory facts. But I mean, based on absolutely no understanding of the position to respond to, because the people don't stick around long enough to listen to it. Hey, if I measure a job site and then I round up all the values, okay, and then you come and you ask me for the unrounded values, and then I tell you, no, the rounded values are good enough. I want to do some decisions that exceed the unrounded values. And I say, no, you need them. I mean, would that be fair?
Just robot it hard.
Depends on the application, I guess.
But yeah, I don't want the rounded values. Rounded values might be embedding curvature.
Another one, if I use the 3-4-5 rule to measure from one point on my deck of the floor I'm building to the wall, but I don't actually measure all the points across, and then I tell you that it's plumb level square, could I actually accurately tell you that the floor that I measured across was level, or whether it had a curvature in it? Well, if you understand what I just said, the answer would be no. I could draw it on paper as plumb level square, and I could draw the ideal form of a triangle and put the base of the triangle in a horizontal position on a piece of graph paper. right? Then I could draw the hypotenuse up to the apex of the altitude of the wall, right? Use that as the opposite leg from the acute angle. And then I could do my trigonometry on that and tell you, oh, this is a perfectly plumb level square building. And the floor is perfectly flat. Now, that information wouldn't actually tell you that. And if you don't understand that that information couldn't possibly tell you that, and you try to critique someone who knows that that information couldn't possibly tell you that, they're just going to laugh at you, dumbass. Now, could the floor be flat for all practical purpose? Sure. But is that information in that data? No, it's not. It's simply not in there. So if I make the claim that it is in there, and then someone actually goes out and measures the point on the floor between my acute angle and the intersection between the wall and the floor, and they actually measure it mechanically and find out that it's not straight, but then I say, but on my piece of paper it says it's straight. Who's right? Who would be right in that situation?
The guy is challenging you because you didn't measure
Yeah,
horizontally
exactly.
all across every point. There could be deviations on the horizontal or on the floor that you're measuring from 2 points that you think that it's already level just based on the information you gave.
Right, but what if I put it into a really fancy PowerPoint presentation that I'm right? You know, when I describe what a triangle is, I describe what a level line is. I use the definitions from a book and make sure that you know that I know what these definitions are. Then I say, look, I clearly drew a triangle on a piece of paper. Therefore, the bottom leg of the triangle is straight. Therefore, the floor of the building must be straight. And the other guy says, but I actually measured the actual floor and it's curved. It's not straight. I would be wrong.
Yep.
And then if I claimed what determines that the floor is straight is my graphic and my definitions, not only would I be wrong, I'd be stupid. Now, if that's complicated for anybody in the listening audience to include normies, to builders, to physicists, to self-proclaimed flat earthers, to self-proclaimed anti-flat earth glober superstars like McToon's dumbass, you know, from the least to the greatest. If you don't understand what I just said, maybe take some vitamins and read a book, take a nap and some orange juice, and think about your life choices. If somebody wants the actual raw data, and you're in the other side of that equation, and you don't have it, then you don't have the particulars that you need. So you can't utilize that end result to make a claim as if it is this equivalent to the raw data. Just can't be done. You can't do it. Okay? It's completely disingenuous. Now, if you think it's something that it's not, and you present it based on that thought, you are being genuine. But as soon as you know that's not what it is, now you're being disingenuous. If you then dismiss the inquiry for the raw data, guess what? How's your opponent or your inquirer going to trust you? Does any much more really need to be said beyond that? All right. That being said, don't forget to vote for me. Okay, because last year I lost out liar shill of the year to Jaren. Okay, and I'm going for it this year. So don't forget to vote for me. I could really use the prize money. Yeah, let me tell you, friend. If you come into our forums and you say, if the earth was spinning, I would feel it, right? Or if the earth was moving through the cosmos, I would feel it. But then you don't even know the sensitivity of your own senses because you never actually quantified them. And you don't know any of the quantifications that are known. It's like you're going to get critiqued on that. You'll be like, well, how could you make such a claim? You could say if the earth was moving in the manner in which I could feel it, I would feel it. But just to say I don't feel it because I'm like a superhuman, you know? And then use arguments like, well, when I'm on a roller coaster, I could feel it. It's like, dude. Or claims like it's impossible to do this or that when you don't actually know all the particulars. You know, all these different claims people make that they can't possibly have the knowledge of. It's like, why do it? Why? Why accept a burden of proof that you can't possibly have the knowledge of the particulars? Why do that? Like, why would you do that? It's like, I have to defeat the globe, so I have to accept all these burdens of proof I can't possibly substantiate. And then if somebody critiques me on it, I'm going to call them names and say that they're not even a real flat earther. It's like, why are we even at this stage at like 2025? Here's a question I got for you guys. So the Earth is land, right? Land and water. Pretty much all there is, right? So you imagine the land and the water, and it's obviously got a territory. And you can imagine as any particular boundary that you want, that you're aware of, and it may or may not continue after that boundary. It may continue for a great distance. So if that's true, that it may or may not continue for a great distance, could you make a claim that out there in the distance you could look straight up and there'd be a star above your head? Could you make that claim? Somewhere you've never been, somewhere you have no data for, could you make the claim, well, if I'm out there, there must be a star above my head? Could you make that claim, yes or no? The answer is no. You couldn't. Well, sorry, you could make the claim, but you can't make a substantiated claim. You could say, if I traveled well beyond the Antarctic perimeter, right, of what I think is the extent of the known territory, and I just kept going, there'd still be stars above my head. And I could look up and see stars straight above me and get a ground position to a star where the star is at zenith, 90 degrees. Could you ever make that claim? The answer is no, you couldn't. And then likewise, who's got the validated ground position of Polaris? Anybody got that? I haven't seen that presented yet. Not saying it doesn't exist. I'm just saying I've never seen it presented. Any of you guys seen that presented in the history of this topic over the past 10 years? Has any person talking about flat Earth versus globe Earth ever presented that you're aware of a validated ground position of Polaris? True.
Nope.
Sincere question.
Definitely
That's weird.
not.
You guys taking bets? How many people do you think will hear what I just said and then go and tell somebody else that, quote unquote, AI is denying celestial navigation? How many? How many do you think? Simply because I said you can't possibly know if there will be a star with a ground position and a zenith beyond the territory that you possibly could know about, or that you haven't seen any presented evidence of a ground position of Polaris, both of which are true statements and really aren't necessarily making a particular claim except what's inherent within those 2 points. Yet just saying that will draw the ire of people who view celestial navigation as the primary basis for their claims about the Earth being flat.
Yeah, you'd have Vaxwax kind of contending with you on that one, man. He'd be all up in your grill with that one.
Well, I mean, he actually has the flat Earth map. He just doesn't. I've told him before. Told him just draw out your claim, dude, and you got the flat Earth map, bro. Get it done already. He's holding out on us, dude.
Yeah.
Now, to be fair, ideas, concepts, facts, figures, all these things, like they should primarily be about those and not about the people. But of course, people are intertwined into the pursuits of these things, right? So it's hard to disassociate people, the way they act about it, you know. But to be fair, if it was just about the people, right? So if it was just about the people, then that would mean that even when they agree with you, you wouldn't like them, right? You see what I'm saying?
So it's kind of like, you could say, oh, it's just a personality clash. Well, when one person's accusing somebody and making, stupid claims that they can't back up, and then the other person's pressing them. I mean, yeah, it's two people having a disagreement. And so then it is sort of about the people. But the merits of the argument aren't, oh, you're Joe Schmo, therefore you're wrong. It shouldn't be like that. It should be, you're Joe Schmo, you're saying this nonsense. That nonsense is wrong for these reasons. And one of those reasons can't be because you're Joe Schmo. It's like, you're Joe Schmo, you claim the earth is a globe, you're wrong because you're Joe Schmo. That's how I know that you're wrong. Oh, man. Oh, what the heck? Can we see if Apocryphon is muted for a reason? Did somebody mute him?
No, we can't unmute him. I don't know how he got muted, but it doesn't seem to work when we try to unmute him. Oh, actually, maybe it does.
Well, I mean, like 7 times out of 10, he probably should be muted. So are these the 3 times out of 10 that he shouldn't?
I tried unmuting him, but it just self mutes itself back up. Weird.
Yeah, well, you got to do is use the bot command to unmute him.
Oh,
Crap, dude. I feel like I've inhaled vaporized engine coolant.
what Glober did you speak to, man, that you feel that way?
Nah, I think it's my heater in my vehicle. Hopefully not.
You know, you just repeated yourself 3 times, right? I'm just kidding.
Uh,
Ready for the home server to become discoverable? AI?
yeah.
We'll be at the top of the list once that happens.
Yeah. It should be the number 1 search result, but it will definitely be the top 3. Oh yeah. So coordinator rank has to execute a bot command. There you go. Oh, he left. Patience on these guys these days.
Hello?
Rock, paper, scissors.
How are you? What can
Hello, Adam. How are you doing today?
Where are you from?
From the United States.
United States.
The Midwest, actually. But yeah.
Yeah.
So welcome to the channel. We're discussing the
Yeah.
nature. We're discussing the nature
Yeah.
of the Earth. So
Yeah.
in regards to that, what have you been told that the Earth is? Perhaps something that information that you could tell us.
Which thing?
What have you been told that the Earth is?
Earth.
Yeah.
Earth is like humans are living the earth is a natural.
BJ, you still there? You got your translating skills on, bro?
Yeah. Which types of this channel?
Apologies, Adam. I don't understand what you're saying.
Uh, Hello? Anyone not speak?
Yeah, just being honest with you, man. I can't understand you. So if somebody else wants to talk to you, they can like muddle
Yeah.
through what you're saying. That'd be great. But
Yes, one doubt. Which type of this group my friends are inviting to, like engaging in English language to speak very well. Then only I will join.
if anybody else wants to tag in,
Yeah. This type of topic today discusses like Earth. Oh, anyone is there? Bro, Sir.
I can't understand what you're saying.
Welcome to the room.
Hi guys, hello guys, hello.
Hi everyone. Nobody speaking?
Yo, what the heck? I forgot I was even in this call. Nobody's even been speaking this whole time.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
We just wait till you leave and then we start talking.
Oh.
Just kidding.
I don't know. I've got some inside projects coming up, which I might actually charge more profit on. That way I can take some time off in between. I really got to sit down and do some production for some flat Earth content. A lot of stuff going on in the community. A lot of confusion about arguments. A lot of confusion about positions. A lot of confusion about personalities. All kinds of confusion going on. Man, this past year's been wild, huh?
So far.
Yeah, I just drove somewhere. My vehicle's definitely got some kind of smell in it. Figure out what it is. It could be maybe I need to get the muffler checked. Might have a little bit of a leak or a crack in the seal or something leaking out. Or it might be the heater. So a lot of heaters, they run the coolant over the heater coil or whatever. So if you have a little leak, it could be, hot coolant vaporizing.
Yeah.
So it's either the exhaust or the coolant.
I was just saying it sucks. You can smell the tiniest bit of that mess. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Well, the worst part about it, yes, that's true. But then the worst, well, this isn't the worst part, but it's like another annoying part is that you can actually smell it on your skin for like the rest of the day.
Ah, shit.
Because it like lands on your skin. So it's like
absorbs into the clothes and everything.
Yeah. Which isn't bad. I mean, I could care less about the smell. It's that it actually makes you have like a slightly nauseous headache. Like unpleasant smells, like the actual smell itself, it doesn't bother me. It's the headache feeling.
Distracting, yeah.
Oh man. You know what, guys? I realized. I know things aren't necessarily about personalities, but I just wanted to tell you guys this. And since you're all here, I might as well. It's like it's amazing how much more listenable the Nathan Oakley show is without Adam and Brian around. Holy crap, it's so much more listenable. Oh man.
Those guys aren't around anymore with Nathan?
Oh. It's a big schism over there because of the book thing. People started getting thinking about money and credit, and just like a lot of other people, they fall victim to that sort of stuff. Whether they think they're doing something evil or not, some people they think they're in the right, to demand certain things based on their point of view. So they're not like, oh, I'm intending to do an evil thing. They're no, in their mind, they're doing the right thing. I write a good villain, in stories. Like the really compelling villains, ones who are operating in a self, judged righteousness. They're like, I'm doing the right thing. It's just more proof. It's like, yeah, flat Earth doesn't cure you. Like, if you were a globe earther and now you're a flat earther and you have problems with your character, you still have problems with your character. Like, waking up one day and saying the Earth is flat didn't make you have good character all of a sudden. The human journey still exists.
Being a flat earther does not make you a good person.
Leans more to the fact that it's not going to be like a utopia if everybody knows that the Earth is flat, which is what some of these guys said the end game is. Oh well, what does it mean? Everybody's going to be like kumbaya? No, I don't think so. There'll be a whole new
someone
set of
told me.
problems.
Someone told me if everyone was a flat earther, there'd be no war and no famine. Everyone would live in peace and everybody would live in abundance. And I'm like, dude, you're smoking some straight up bags. They also told me that nobody would fight anymore. And I said, well, how will we do that? What about people that are born that have violent tendencies or this or that? Oh, well, we'll have to deal with them. Well, what do you mean deal with them? Well, yeah, we'll have to get rid of them. Well, what do you mean get rid of them? And of course, at the end, they said, well, we'll have to kill them. So I said, oh, so your utopia requires random killing of people that don't fit your group's identity. Okay, I get it now. Yeah, we just have to kill everyone that doesn't agree with us. I'm like, oh, good job, bro. That's real peaceful.
That's like the Charlie Kirk follower mentality. They took Charlie Kirk out, and then they're like, "Oh well, let's start canceling all those guys. Let's see how they like it." I'm like, dude, isn't that what he was advocating against? And you guys are just gonna fall right back into the same thing. He was basically, if you want to carry his legacy, don't do the same thing they're doing. Do the opposite. Like,
you know how I defeated that guy's logic with his kumbaya utopia? It was so simple because he was like, well, everyone will have money, everyone will have food, everyone will have what they need. No one will be, jealous or envious of anyone. And so they won't have any motive to fight or go to war because it won't be like, oh, I don't have food, you have food. And then I said, well, okay. And I'm like, okay, so everyone will have a wife. Every man will have a wife. Every wife will have a husband. Yeah, they'll all have their own children. Sure. Okay, cool. So every man is going to have a wife, right? So there'll be no covetousness, right? Yeah, of course. Okay, what if your wife's prettier than my wife? And his whole worldview fell apart because we know for a fact that in a situation, when you have all these humans together, that some guy is going to covet another man's wife, and that wife's going to be wooed by him, and we all know this. Like we're not deluded into thinking that it's circumstances that, circumstances can make people do things worse than they otherwise would, but there's always disequitable circumstances. You can never make somebody's life identical to somebody else's life where they have no reason whatsoever to covet anything that they possess. That's impossible to remove. You can't equalize everyone. You can't equalize everyone's desires to even know that you can give everyone what they want. So it doesn't even make sense. Absolute lunacy.
you can't get rid of the problem of sin, man. No matter how hard you try.
Right. Yeah, you'd be like, well, we'll just make all women have D cups by force. And that will make all women's faces look the same by force. That way no man could think another man's wife is more attractive than his wife. And then if one woman's tall and one woman's short, we'll cut her legs off. And then we will put those legs on another girl and graft them in. And then they'll all be the same height. And vice versa for the men. They'll all have facial hair. Like, get real, dude. You can keep trying to manipulate reality into this perfection all you want, but we all know it's not possible.
That was the problem with the Matrix, the first iteration. They tried to make it a utopia, and people didn't.
Because it's like at the end of the day, you're presented with circumstances, and you have to make moral decisions in those circumstances, right? And you're either going to do the right thing or not do the right thing, and everybody's capable of not doing the right thing. And not only are they capable of not doing the right thing, oftentimes they don't. In fact, confidently, we all know for a fact that confidently we can say about everybody we meet that they not only have they done wrong things in their life, that they did wrong things in their life, eyes wide open, knowing what they did was wrong, and they did it anyway. We all know that about every single person in this room, and about every single person we've ever met, and about every single person on the face of the earth. We all know that. And anybody who thinks that's not true is retarded, and we all know that. And anyone who says they never have done any of those things, we all know is a liar. That's just the facts. But if everyone knew the earth was flat, then all of a sudden that would magically disappear overnight. Oh, get real. Isn't that the same stupidity with the Globers' zealotry of thinking that the advancement and evolution of mankind is going to lead to a peaceful utopia in the future one day? And that salvation of mankind is in the cosmos, out there somewhere in the stars? And
Yeah,
isn't that just a reverse thing? The salvation of mankind isn't out in the stars, it's on the earth. The face of the earth is the salvation of mankind. Does that even make any sense?
Yeah, theirs is in reverse. They actually have to colonize a new planet where only the best and the brightest and only the upstanding moral people are going to be to start a new civilization. So that way, when they start that new civilization, it'll be pure. You know, only the cream of the crop.
Hey, speaking of the guy who asked me about AI recently, so you know all this stuff about traveling to other worlds, right? You could actually create a society that believes people have already traveled to other worlds and are communicating back with us, especially with the way AI is going. You can literally pattern human behaviors and interactions and basically have this whole crew of virtual people that allegedly exist on another world communicating with us, and they'll like send us messages about their hopes and dreams and about the things they need and how they witness this and that, and people will believe it, dude. They'll be watching it on a TV screen and they'll literally think that these people are on another world, 2 or 3 light years away or something.
Yep.
I don't know, dude. It might be time for a new vehicle. I'll sell my truck and my van, and then get something new.
Sounds like a
Only
good
problem
idea.
is the problem is though, like new vehicles suck, dude. They're all like got these super weak parts, and then their transmissions are made out of all this. You're not allowed to fix it mentality to where, oh, my transmission went bad. And in the past, you could buy like a $75 ring and then take your transmission out, put the ring in. Now the way they made it, it's like, oh, this whole thing's catastrophic destruction. So you have to buy an entirely new transmission, or you basically have to buy a whole new car every time it breaks.
Or
Getting
take it to a
ridiculous these days.
certified technician.
Yeah. But even the truck that I had there, I snapped one of the 4-wheel drive axles and I took it, and they're like, oh, we'll replace the entire front transfer case or whatever the heck it was as one unit. When then I researched it, and it turned out that the part that needed to be fixed was only $500, and they wanted to replace the entire thing for like $3,500 just for the part. And that's not even including the labor. And those places charge like $150 an hour for labor. So you're talking about approaching getting close to $4 or $5 grand after everything's said and done to replace something that could have been fixed with a $500 part. So I just bought that part myself online and did it myself. So I spent $500 for the part, and then $300 for tools and the oil that I had to refill the thing with, and that was So now I have some cool tools that I get to keep, and I fixed it, and I saved myself thousands.
You're gonna be a dying breed, bro.
Bro, if everybody knew the Earth was flat, cars wouldn't even rust anymore, dude.
Yeah, the laws of this world would be suspended.
Crazy times. All right, I gotta go into this place. I'll be back.
Later, dude. All right, AI is gone. We can start talking again. Just kidding. What are you guys up to? I love that verse that you just quoted. Fences over fences. Have you been studying? That's the battle within. At least that's what I call it. Paul was outlining that the struggle we all have internally.
Your own worst enemy is you.
There's three things in this world that are against you every day you wake up in the morning: the world, your flesh, and the devil.
And you take yourself with you wherever you go. So you can never get away from that. The number one problem in this world is self-control. And that's also directly tied to original sin.
Everybody wants to blame Adam and Eve, but everyone would have done the same.
Yep. The blame games end up being justification for people's mistakes, actions, or future actions, stuff, the mistakes they plan on making. When do we stop the blame game?
What's crazy is that acknowledging that you're held accountable is how redemption happens. The scene where the thief on the cross, both of them, one of them was just like wanting to get down from those crosses, was arguing with the other one, and also to Jesus was, if he said who he says he is, he would get us down off these crosses. The other guy was like, you don't even know who you're talking to. You know, you don't even know whom you speak. This man has done nothing. He's like, we deserve to be on this cross. He doesn't. That's a complete and entirely acceptance of like, being held accountable. That's why, like, at that moment in time, Yeshua turned to him and said, "You will be with me in paradise." Like because he wasn't like, "Oh, I don't deserve this," and just like not wanting to take that blame. He knew why he was there, and yeah, Yeshua recognized that.
He rebuked the other dude too. Tell him, "Shut up! Don't you even know who that is? The heck's wrong
Yep.
with you, dude?"
Yeah, and then he turned to Jesus and just told him, he's like, "I know you are blameless and righteous." He's like, and he knew where he was headed. He was like, "I know that you'll be with God, but just remember me," because taking that accountability on himself and like just like he knows he's not going to be where Jesus was going to be. But in that moment of understanding that and admitting it was where redemption happened. Right there. That's why I look at people that are boastful and they think they have a golden ticket, like modern Christianity, the way it is. It's totally sideways, man. To like what you see, that particular scene of humility and just repentance. It's crazy though, because I think about it too. It's like, dude, I mean, that could happen at any moment, but somebody has to realize within themselves internally, like where they're at.
Change is a choice, and every new day offers the opportunity for a redemption arc if people choose to change.
Yep.
His mercies are renewed daily.
Paul often referred to salvation as like running a race. You're not at the finish line when you encounter, Jesus. It's like that's just the knowledge of who he is and such. It's actually enduring the life that you live.
Yeah.
Until the final moment, until the last breath. Then the race is complete.
It's more than just saved. It's the entire process of being saved.
Mm-hmm. I just scrolled up, but I read what you put in there over fences. Cain killed Abel when they had everything. That's true. So yeah, even if everybody understood the Earth is flat and we have all things that we need, we're scientifically, technologically advanced race, it still would be the same. We'd have religious battles. Probably people would be worried about other dimensions, just different things. It wouldn't be outer space anymore or anything like that.
Be the same exact nonsense. Invasion of the Outer Ponders or some other crap.
Yeah, probably. Welcome to the channel, gentlemen.
And certain groups would still be trying to explain creation without a creator.
Yeah. If you're joining the channel, welcome. You can open up your mic, say hello. It's always good to hear new people speaking. Most of us in here, we've been here a while, Zeus. So we're actually from like the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. So since we know each other, we're just waiting to talk to new people, essentially. Otherwise, we'll just have a discussion amongst ourselves about other things. So then we want to talk to new people about the nature of our Earth. So to see what they've been told, if they can figure out if the Earth has been measured to be a globe, and all kinds of stuff like that. We can't actually do that if you're not on the microphone. So yeah, open up your mic, say hello. Or not. Welcome back. Yeah, that's cool. When you get a chance, hop on in. DJ, you're not running an event, are you?
I guess another event started and it got closed by the server mods.
Okay.
They got an Among Us event going on right now.
That's cool.
Game.
I mean,
Those gamers.
Yeah, it's not a stage event, so there's no rules stopping us just having our own event going. So I'll just start another one.
Awesome.
welcome back. Got Zeus over here that just joined us. Got an avatar where he's all jacked up like Mountain Dew, man. Looking like Dwayne Johnson and whatnot. I'd assume that's you, but it might not be you, huh? Yeah, we're talking about the nature of our Earth. Zeus 108A. Yeah, don't be shy, man. Jump on the microphone. What up, Special K? I like in this fog.
It was 2 hours late because of
All right, what did I miss?
Nothing much. We just started an event.
All right, what's the name of the event?
Debate all day Thursday. I think that's what it is.
Oh.
We'll see if anybody comes in. There was a guy that just came in, but he was in the text and didn't want to join the voice calls.
How about Thirsty Thursday? Flat water will quench.
Doesn't thirsty doesn't have like double meaning in urban language?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, you see like four-dimensionally, dude. I'm not seeing like a AI from the future.
Oh man, I got these scorch and sauce tortilla chips. Holy crap.
Bet you're regretting that now, huh?
I don't know. I like it. I like it. It looks spicy. Sriracha is definitely my favorite spicy sauce.
It's all right.
Hey, Yoder, you want to know something funny? Huey was being called out for the Black Swan argument on Nathan's show earlier. They were critiquing the Black Swan, saying that all the extra stuff isn't needed. All you need is the distance to the oil rigs.
Holy smokes.
But I'm only saying that not to critique that statement, but to critique that, within a couple of weeks ago, there was a list put out of arguments that are bad or badly employed or that need to be critiqued or thought about or talked about. And man, some people got so butthurt about it.
Yeah, we were talking about him in here, man, in the morning time. It was quite fun, man. We had it was a pretty stacked panel. And then it wasn't even I think the list, we stopped at 30 something when we did it. I think Yoder expanded it. It's in the 40s now, probably more than that. I don't know where he's at with it.
I thought of a new one just the other day, and I was like, "Oh, this would be a good one," but now I'm having a hard time remembering it. Let me try to remember what was going on yesterday. Maybe it'll jog my memory.
Yeah, he's listening. He's probably busy at work. Yoder, can you type in what number you're at right now? You're in the high 40s, right? Like 48 or 49 or something. Yeah, 48. And that's not to say that that can be added to. It's just where he's at with it. I mean, I think we were talking about it too. If it's a black swan, it means it's an anomaly, right? That's the anomaly, the black swan. But why does it have to be a black swan though? Because that would assume that we're taking a position that if someone is proposing that the Earth is a globe but not experiencing it, like the common experience. But if the common experience is such that the Earth is flat, then wouldn't the black swan be that the anomaly would be the Earth is a globe? That's what we're talking about. I don't know what do you think about it? Because that's where I could see that. You'd have to actually take on the world perspective that the Earth is a globe, and then say, well, the black swan would be that the Earth is flat, and then you see it. You went to Santa Barbara and you saw that extending distance to the horizon, which far exceeds the predictable curvature amount. That means that now that is the anomaly. But wouldn't that be just a common experience that everyone would have anywhere they go? Like there's no curvature being tested. Or at least amount of curvature that's taken at any distance that would be given the geometry of the Earth, its characteristic. So it's not per se a black swan. I don't know.
It's like everyone thought that all swans were white because they saw freaking white swans everywhere.
Yeah.
Right? In relation to the horizon, no one's ever seen a white swan in regards to that, right? So what's the whole thing's just ridiculous. It's all set up around a scripted, ridiculous argument about there not being any refraction, screaming at people and muting them. It's all set up around that. A cherry-picked, blurry observation that's heavily distorted on purpose. So people will say the word refraction, and then someone can say, "Oh, it's not refraction. You're an idiot." And that's the whole.
Well, you can concede refraction. You could concede that the reason why things look different at different times is because of refraction, but then that gives up the geometry because now you only have a myriad of observations that are basically seen through the lens of optical phenomenon. And so your underlying geometry has to be proven separately, right? So the image itself isn't proof of the geometry.
Well, in all cases, too, the bottom-up obstruction would have to be observed at distances that would be equal to the person observing it, like wherever they did observe it. So if they said, I seen a bottom-up obstruction and I saw the ship, it was at like 15 miles or whatever, then that would be the standard, wouldn't it? Like you couldn't say that specific optical phenomenon of seeing the ship disappear from the bottom up, you'd have to be able to see that, in the case of like testing it. So if you don't see that, like some people I've heard that they don't see the bottom up obstruction, it just, goes to the vanishing point. So then it doesn't make it true then bottom up obstruction, even just saying that is not true to be in all cases. There's so many things wrong with that. And what's even worse, if you give them a way they can see that it's not just a specific type of optical phenomena, but like also the waves that could be, causing that obstruction. That blows our minds. It's not just Earth curve. The undulation of that ship and that GIF that DJ posted one time, it demonstrates that. At a fair distance away, the observer can see that I think it was a Coast Guard ship. I don't know what ship it was. I think it was a Coast Guard ship. As it was like moving through the water, it was undulating. You could see it like where the waves were actually distorting the bottom of that ship. Then it would pop up above the wave, and you could see most of it again. Oh yeah, thanks for that, Yoder. Yoder posted the arguments in the text. Can't try to remember. Was Flat Earth the one that actually was somebody from Flat Earth saying that 69 mile per 1 degree? Welcome to the channel, Nerb Hey. Oh really? Oh wow. I didn't know it was that well accepted. So this place is the only place that would raise an objection to that, what it seems. I don't know why. I just can't find the reasoning behind why people are so hung up on that map. I don't know why. Like that one, like that specific map. Well, yeah, I mean, I could see why they. But doesn't that just go back to what AI was saying earlier? How do you know? Have you been 90 degrees underneath Polaris? Like that would be the next thing. Who's verified that?
Oh, that's why I told you earlier, AV, that that guy that we were talking about has the flat Earth map. He just doesn't know it yet. Because he made a whole bunch of claims about Polaris is in the center, right? All the stars rotate east to west around Polaris, and that there's ground positions of those stars. So all you got to do is just get a ground position above a known territory, and then you have a plot point using your 69 miles per degree, which you claimed were linear distances from the center, which is the ground position of Polaris, right? Which you've never validated, but that's neither here nor there. So you put a dot in the center of a paper, right? That's Polaris. Then you put a dot for the ground position of the star. Then you get the angle to Polaris to get the distance. And then wherever you are, right? Let's say you're in New York City, for example. You now know where New York City is to Polaris. And then you can then see, through a period of time where the star moves to another ground position, you get that ground position. You could plot all these points out, right? So I told that guy, well, if you're making these claims, just draw that out. Plot the points and draw it on a piece of paper and see what you get.
You're
going to get something that looks. Yeah, you're going to get something that looks almost identical to an azimuthal equidistant projection, right?
Yep. You'd have to. I mean, you get spokes on a bicycle wheel, But so now it's just like demanding measurements from the Glober, and then the Glober doesn't have to demand the measurements from us now when we're making this claim. Like, it's just, I don't know. It's too much to actually take on and say that we can't be bothered by figuring out the measurements after, the Glober says, okay, well, you wanted me to give you the measurements of the globe, but you're making a 69 for 1 degree rule. And have you measured that? Like, they could say demand the same. Well, what's going to happen then at that point? We're just going to shout them down into oblivion? Like, yeah, Yoda brings up a lot of good points. He said you get a globe, actually, if you're doing that.
No. You get something, but it won't be a globe. You'd have to make another step to put that into a globe. You may get a confusing bunch of weird. And there's no 360 at Holmes. Only on one axis. So let's say that the star, you're going to have a flat piece of paper. You're going to put a dot in the center, right? And then you're going to draw out your coordinates, right? Based on latitude and longitude, which is just time and distance or angles. And so all you can really draw out is a bunch of dots that are in a spider web-like grid, for lack of a better term. Like a circular, circles expanding out, right? Because these are quote-unquote circles of equal altitude around Polaris, right? So you're going to end up with what looks like the classic spider web azimuthal equidistant coordinate system. And then you can only plot your points on that. So you're going to get something that's flat with a whole bunch of points plotted on it, and those are going to have consequences. If you're making the claim that these are direct, triangles on the surface of the Earth, and the point that you're at is getting the ground position of the star from your point from where you're at, and so you can start plotting these points out. Now, maybe the case after you plot all these points out, you're like, wait a minute, it doesn't make sense about the relationships of the distances between all these cities unless I curve it or something. Because I have to decide, did I make a false claim about the relationship of the geometry of the sky to the ground, or did I do it the other way around? And then you're going to have to decide to abandon your claims about the direct geometrical relationship between the sky and the ground, which is one thing that flat earthers did in the past. They said the sky doesn't have a direct geometrical correlation to the ground. And then, after a while, they started adopting again, but now that I'm a flat earther, I can start doing a direct, mapping of the ground from the sky. Based on my claim of elevation angles to Polaris and everything goes east to west and this, that, and the other, but you never actually plotted those points on any map. You can't even, when asked, you can't even do it. But yet you come in here and try to lecture us that we're just believing our friends who live in Australia when they say, this is what I saw when I looked south. Okay, that's what you saw. But apparently those guys that live in Australia are liars because other people say everything's, measured in elevation angles to Polaris. And it's been driven into their minds and they can't even think for themselves. So yeah, maybe the case that when they get to that junction and they see that what they basically created was a relevant relationship between the ground and the sky, that when they look at it, they're like, well, the easiest way to solve this would be just to assume the Earth is a globe. Or because otherwise I have to abandon all my claims I've been making about the relationship between the sky and the ground. When I thought it was that part of the whole flat Earth, let's just call it a mantra for lack of a better term, that a lot of them have been saying, right, is you can't determine the ground from the sky. So you're told you can't determine the ground from the sky, and then you're bait and switched and saying, oh, but here's a sky determination that tells you what the ground is.
Right,
So
or Eratosthenes
you could
baked in
argue-
assumptions.
Yeah.
Yeah, use an elevation
You could
angle as a
almost-
method.
Yeah, you could almost argue that it's a cyclical, like it's a cycle, right? And they were brought along for the cycle to be convinced that, whether they realize it or not, they're basically being retrained to believe that how you determine what the ground is by appealing to the sky. And then it makes it very easy to just go right back into the way of thinking that you had before.
Hey, AI, let me ask you a question, man. Did you bring this up to anybody about it? Like the other chats that you go to?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it wasn't like taken in and thought of or critiqued or anything? Like they just dismissed it or what?
Well, I mean, there was a long time when they would actually respect what I had to say, but then once it became a personal issue between me and some of their members, who, by the way, were doing direct bad things to me, and I was just defending myself essentially. That's when they started not caring so much, and basically that they allowed those guys to trick them into demonizing me. So rather than listen to the merits of what I had to say, that just be like, well, I could just dismiss what you say because you're a liar, you're a shill, you got bad intentions, yada yada yada. And it's like, dude, I'm just asking you, draw that out for me. You made a bunch of claims about the geometry of the Earth relative to the sky. Can you draw that out for me? That's it. And to be fair, some of the Globers were critiquing some of these guys, saying, "Hey, can you just do this steps for me? Like you're saying that I can do this with a flat Earth. Can you just do the whole process so I can see it happen?" And they're like, "No, I'm not going to do it for you."
That's pretty crazy, man.
Looks like the equator, right? I mean, the equator, according to some people, is where the sun passes over the Earth, where it's like equal time and equal night or something like that. And then one of the other explanations is the equator is, quote unquote, 0 degrees declination of Polaris in your field of view. So basically, whenever you're going away from Polaris and then all of a sudden you can't see it, that's the equator. Well, if that's true and that is the quote unquote equator, and you're claiming a degree relationship of the declination of Polaris as a straight line distance, which would be the base leg of the triangle, right? The angle from you to Polaris would be the hypotenuse, right? Then you're claiming a literal distance. You're claiming a circle that has a specific circumference, right? And the distance to that, if you claim it's linear versus what the Globers would claim, those are two different distances, right? That has consequences. And then if you're claiming that all the other stars are, have ground positions and they could be plotted within or without this circle as essentially either a concentric circle within those circles, or maybe a little bit elliptical, or maybe off a little bit here or there. But either way, they've got real distances because you're claiming the base leg of the triangle is a real distance to the ground position, and you're claiming it's a linear distance. Well, you could plot that out on a chart. I've yet to see one of these charts. And it's not as simple as somebody who doesn't really know the argument about that coming in here and not being educated or not understanding it and being asked for that. No, these are people who supposedly have been under the tutelage for years of people claiming to be experts in celestial navigation and experts in how to measure the Earth with elevation angles and all this and that. But then when they come in here and we ask them for something simple as, oh, well, can you just draw that out for me? Can't be done. Oh, well, can you tell me how you get these things in the South? Can't be done. So it's a head scratcher, isn't it? Now, you could argue till you're blue in the face that elevation angles proves the Earth is flat, but when any of those questions are asked, you can't answer them based on this whole synergized celestial navigation argument. And then the Globers are listening. What do you think the Globers hear? They hear, well, the reason why none of these flat earthers are doing what you're asking them to do, it's not because they're just mad at you and there's a little, tete-a-tete between your personality and their personality. No, it's because if they actually did it, it would result in a globe, and me being a Glober already, accepts the Earth being a globe. So I'm just laughing at these stupid flat earthers because it's the answer so obvious, solves all the problems of why they can't reconcile these distances, right? So the Glober goes away completely unconvinced. The Glober actually never even took a pause in their worldview because everything that was argued about to them was silly. But rest assured, if you just repeat elevation angles has a specific definition, therefore the Earth is flat, you think you've won. Well, I mean, maybe you've won something, but it depends on what you're trying to win. Okay, real distances and straight line baselines and angles, they have real consequences, right? Like if you're building a building and you're trying to lay walls out on a floor, right? That's gonna be either it's going to be plumb level square, or your distances are going to be wrong, and you're going to end up with a different shape. So if somebody then asks you, well, can you draw that out for me, or can you build that out for me, and you can't do either, and your entire argument exists within rhetoric, but you can't actually model it or demonstrate it, then that person may not be convinced. And it's not unfair for them to ask you to do either of those two things, especially if you're claiming to have specific knowledge and expertise. And to go into other people's forums and spout off at the mouth like you know what you're talking about, and then when pressed with a simple question that you should already have the answer for, to be able to then validate that you have any expertise in what you're talking about, and then you can't produce it. I mean, that's pretty embarrassing. Hey, Miggy. You're fired. No, I'm just kidding.
What up, homeboy? Damn, on my day off? Damn. What's up?
Man, yeah, so what, so like, for example, so what's, if I told you to tell me what my position has always been about the stars' relationship to the Earth, would you be able to do that?
I mean, it would be the common answer that we all say in here. You know, they help navigate, but they're not any relation to the surface condition. I mean, I don't know. Did you say something according to like it having a relationship to the surface condition? Which would be something I haven't heard, but I've never heard you speak of it like that.
Well, my position was always that once I realized it, that basically the stars are they're just something we see in our field of view from our observer's location, and their true place relative to the Earth and relative to different observation points is actually unknown and can't possibly be validated because no one's ever been to the star field to validate their actual locations. So you just have all these different observer-based model interpretations, which you can synergize to use for certain practical benefits, but there's no real true knowledge about the physical locations of the stars relative to the Earth.
Yeah, I mean,
No one's ever been out to the stars.
That was Yoder's position. Try to get a 90 degree to any star. Has anybody ever done that?
Not on the surface of a ball.
Oh, what's up, Radwin?
I mean, I would challenge anybody to get 90 degrees on any surface. Yeah, go out in your backyard and make a level piece of land and then get something 90 degrees from it. That's actually truly vertical. I mean, maybe you could say drop a plumb line, but then you wouldn't even have to worry about the ground at all, would you? You could just go out in your backyard and drop a plumb line and then just say there, now I've got 90 degrees. So why even bother leveling the surface? But like if you went out back in your backyard and poured a slab of cement, right? Even that cement isn't going to be perfectly level. Even if you think, well, it's kind of like a liquidy substance, and so it's going to, just self-level. Not necessarily, because cement actually has some viscosity to it, and then you got to screed the top, and so you may be off a little bit. And so then if you put some wood on top of that cement, right, you got to fasten it to it. That wood isn't going to be perfectly straight. Then you're going to put a wall up, and you're going to use your level, right? And maybe you're going to use the 3-4-5 rule from your floor, but you ain't going to get that perfect either. So you may be at 89.5 degrees or 89.75 degrees off of true vertical. If you're going to tell me that you're going to go out there with a handheld bubble level, a plumb bob, and wood, and actually construct something that's perfectly 90 degrees oriented vertically, you're smoking some crack. But that doesn't mean that your house is going to fall down. Right, your walls your building doesn't have to be idealistically perfectly plumb level square for it to function, right? It just has to be within the tolerances for the purpose that you're utilizing it for. And in most houses, bubble levels is all you need. Good enough.
Some people might hear you right now and mistake you for saying that gives the glober the excuse that over a distance you could have the occurrence where there is that little bit of tolerance to have the globe exist. Because if you're saying, well, I measured a level straight horizontal surface and I connected it to another level straight horizontal surface, as in the case of surveying and that, when they transfer the line, that they're actually doing it over a surface of the globe, according to what you're saying. So they might mistake they might mistake what you're saying for that.
Well, you got to think about it like this. So, what's the most accurate leveling device that we possess? Probably water, right? And I'm just going to use numbers that somebody else gave me. This is just for sake of argument, okay? So what they told me is that a water level, and the water level being not a bubble level, but a water level, and the water level is where you actually use water over a long distance. So you might take it in a tube, right? And you have one end of the tube here, and you could have like 200 feet of tube on the other end, and then you fill it with water, and the water will rise up in the tube to the same level. And so you could then take a pencil and mark off level where that water is, and go to the other side and mark off level, and now you got a level between that 200 feet, right? Maybe you had 3 points on it, so you could do the middle too, right? So supposedly in that scenario, the confirmed accuracy can only be within a 50 millionth of an inch. That's what I was told. So even in spans, water level to be able to measure is only accurate within a 50 millionth of an inch. So according to that logic, if the Earth was a globe with a sufficient radius to where the entire known territory of the Earth that we have ever had available to us was a 50 millionth of an inch of curvature over that entire span, and then you extrapolate the Earth out to be this globe of gigantic proportions, right? And by gigantic, I mean, I haven't done the math on it, but you'd be talking about millions and millions of miles of radius, I'd imagine. Then yeah, the accuracy that we can employ would still leave the logical option that it is curved at that rate of curvature, because we don't have anything more accurate. Now, if somebody said, no, you're wrong, that can't possibly be true, guess what? I'm sorry to say, but they'd be wrong. Unless they have a more accurate methodology of measurement than that, which they don't.
Yeah, that's great, but the issue isn't that. It's more of what's on the table right now, and that's the size of what the claimed radius is. So if the tolerance that you just described is still within bounds of being able to measure specific radius, like that they say that the Earth is, then that's different than it exceeding that and not being able to measure it, like if it was a bigger ball. You get what I mean? So I just kind of wanted maybe there to be where you said yeah, if it was outside of that range, there's no way you could detect if you're on a giant ball or not. But that's not what they're saying. They're saying it's within the
right.
You know what I mean?
Yes, exactly. And then what happens on the other part of the flat earth are arguing against that, they will think that if you say something like that you then think that this giant ball that you're postulating for a hypothetical means that you could then walk forward and eventually you'd be standing sideways to how you were standing before, because you'd be on the quote-unquote side of the ball. But why would you assume that? You would only assume that if you're carrying over certain trappings from the previous worldview that you were critiquing. So, for example, plenty of flat earthers will say that up is up and down is down, right? And that a down is not inwards to a giant ball. Well, you could actually live on a giant ball and be up and down be down. Unless you're linking the direction of down to the ball's surface, right, as a radial from the center. So you're mixing your worldviews there, and you're actually not doing an adequate critique of different positions. You're only limiting yourself to two options, and the first option is entirely something you've been told, and you're still living within that view and trying to make it work on this other view where it doesn't necessarily have to exist. There are some people, dude, that couldn't even fathom this. Like, so if you take a piece of paper, right, and you draw a circle on a graph paper, make the origin of coordinates right at the intersection, right? Draw a circle so you have the X and Y axis, right? We all can imagine, we've all seen graph paper before, right? So if you make the Y axis up and down, right? Then if you're going off on the side of the ball, you'd fall off. And you hear people say all the time, well, if the earth was a ball, you'd fall off, right? So they understand the principle, but then when it comes to thinking about it, they don't apply it. So if you tell them, hey, even flat water on the surface doesn't tell you the overall shape of the earth at all, right? It just tells you the surface that's facing up is flat. Right? That's all it can tell you. It doesn't inform you about the extent of the boundary, right? It doesn't tell you where the quote unquote edge is, or if there even is an edge. It doesn't tell you what's underneath the earth. It doesn't tell you that if you go far enough away from where you are now, eventually you'll reach a part where the earth just keeps declining in elevation for an undefined period. It doesn't tell you any of that information. And so if you're saying from, everywhere we know of is flat because it's covered in water, right? And then now I can start making claims about places I've never been. That's where you start putting your foot in your mouth. Some people think that if you just keep walking, you just are going to always have more land to keep walking on, right? That's some people's interpretation of what flat earth means. And you're just going to keep walking and walking and walking, and the land will just never stop. Maybe you could walk 1,000 years and there'd still be more land, and you'd have no way of knowing if it just keeps going for another 10,000 years. Now that's different, because notice how I say you have no way of knowing, but there's people out there that say, oh, I know the boundary conditions of the earth. I know the extent of the earth. Well, how do you know that? Just like God said to Job, did you stretch a line across the earth to tell me the breadth thereof? Well, have you? I'm being serious here. All the flat earthers, listen to me. Have you stretched the line across the earth to tell me the breadth thereof? Have you gone to the ground position of Polaris to tell me where it is thereof? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? There'd be a lot of flat earthers making a lot of claims that they can't possibly substantiate, while at the same time criticizing other people for being critical of arguments. It literally makes no sense.
AI, are you saying that Earth could be a bigger ball?
Well, logically, if everywhere we know is flat within an accuracy of a 50 millionth of an inch, right, and you can't possibly know the full extent of it, then yes, logically, you could be living on a gigantic, enormous, astronomically kabungus, big chungus, fat mungus ball. Yes, that's just logic. And if I said anything otherwise, I'd be being dishonest.
Guys,
And so anybody out there who, has an ire against me, like Neil from FED, who wants to go back and report to FED, oh, AI said you can live on a bigger ball. Well, if you say that's not true, go ahead and disprove anything I said logically. Go ahead. With any argument you could possibly think of. Because logically I'm airtight, and there's no instrumentation that exists. There's no instrumentation that exists that can disprove what I just said. So yes, let's just call it a Schrodinger's possibility.
Hey, AI, if I'm not mistaken, is that not a similar sentiment to what Flat Earth Dave had in his interview with Jesse Lee Peterson? Remember when he was grilling him? He's like, "Oh, are you sure without a shadow of a doubt, the Earth is flat?" And he kept not answering that. So he wanted to reserve that similar type of possibility. It seems. I don't know. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, but it's according to the idea that he's postulating that the Earth is flat. So there's this whole you can't. There's a double speak. If you're okay, I get it. Everybody gets AI's point, right? You understand why he's saying that, though, right? Logically. I don't know if you're. Well, I kind of need to hear how you. Let's put it this way: 20 cups. All right. So you heard AI.
It's just like that. That's kind of what resonated with me. Go ahead.
Yeah, but you heard what he said, right? So what did you understand by what he said? Like, hey, is there any way you could tell the audience? I'd like to know.
Yeah. In a nutshell, what I got is based off of the precision of our available instruments, right? The accuracy of 15 millionth or 5 millionth of an inch or something like that. We could not tell if it was curving within that range because our instrumentation is not sufficient.
Outside of that range. Now, within it, you can. Yeah. Outside of it, you can't. So if something was, greater than that, like it was a lot, the ball was bigger, you would be able to detect whether or not you're on a curved surface beyond those parameters.
Well,
and now check this out, brother.
Waters, but we could be within a crater on a bigger ball, right?
Okay, that's fair. But before we lose the point, I just want to point out that other things that have been claimed to be direct measurements of the surface of the Earth to make the conclusion that it's flat, right? They may be sufficient, but they are not more accurate than a 50 millionth of an inch. Okay, celestial navigation is not more accurate than that. Okay. I hope we all understand that. Celestial navigation doesn't result in pinpoint accuracy. Okay? Let's be clear. Do we all agree?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, as far as I know, I mean, you're talking in the celestial navigation, you get results that are like accurate within a mile or something, or maybe 300 feet, or who knows. Anyway, it's not in the sub inches. Okay, period. Lasers lasers over long distances aren't that accurate either. Now, are they sufficient to the task to be able to get information from? Yes, but not on a subscale. So yes, there is a quote unquote logical Hail Mary dreamland where a glober could say, maybe I live on this gigantic ball, right? But that still destroys their entire paradigm.
Yeah, but Overlord, it will go infinitely. It will go infinitely. There will be no possibility to just tell if someone just keep making that ball bigger and bigger.
Yeah, exactly, brother, exactly. So I got one question for you. I got one question for you. Have you laid a line across the Earth to tell me the breadth thereof, sir?
No. I didn't. But
I want to answer the question. Just answer the question. Just answer the question.
I didn't. I just answered.
All right, perfect. So now you can continue. Go ahead.
the point is, even if we assume that you get that those instruments that can give you the measurement, that won't be sufficient because someone else will come and will make that much bigger. So you have to have accurate billions of an inch.
Necros, you're breaking up, bro.
I'm sorry. I'll disconnect and reconnect.
Yeah, he's basically just saying you're going to get into an infinite regression.
Mic check.
Yeah, we get you. We heard you. I heard you, bro. You're saying if you do something within a millionth accuracy, someone's going to claim a billionth accuracy, and then someone's going to claim a trillionth accuracy. And so that they can always claim that they live on a cosmic entity, that's, so, before we live on this little ball inside this huge universe, well, let's just make the ball the size of the universe.
Yeah.
Well, maybe that's the truth. Hey, bro, maybe that's the truth. Maybe the Earth is the whole universe.
Yeah, I was actually saying that from the very beginning. But no, I think, does anybody have, I'd like to do this as like a teachable moment for anybody listening. Does anybody have any objections to what he's saying? Or you'd like to raise any comments? Or perhaps you'd like to engage with what he's proposed? I don't know if there's anybody that's taking what you're saying right now because nobody's chiming in. And they're just like, is he saying the Earth is a globe? Because I think that's like as the globe that we all know of or been told, not the one that you're talking about.
I literally agree 100% with what he said, and he understood my point. So, but for the moment, because we have that line just separating between the claimed globe that we already know about, so that have specific dimensions, and no curvature, meaning that it's flat. So curved or not curved, so meaning that it's flat. Dependent to the accuracy, that will be when we agree that it's not that claimed globe with those specific dimensions. We can try to find if we can see if it's curving just a little bit with that accuracy, like the example that he gave. Millionth of an inch or billionth of an inch or gazillion of an inch, who knows in the future?
But that's how level is defined, right? So when you're actually trying to get with like the water level, that's how you understand that. Yeah, you're going to get level off of that. So if anything is beyond that, how are you going to define that after that? What would that be?
I don't know.
There's no
definition.
Well, no, I'm saying that if there's something that exists that's outside of that parameter, then it would be named something else, But as far as we know, that's level, that's flat.
Yeah. For me, I work with the fact that level is horizontal. They are equal. Level is horizontal for me. So that's my baseline.
Right.
I don't think anyone's going to have any pushback here. Like, yeah, there could be a scale so big that, level is horizontal at this scale. I don't think anybody in here is claiming anything beyond the known world, like that being, the Antarctic Circle. So I don't think you'll get any pushback. And there already is a very small group of flat earthers called crater earthers, who believe that we're on a crater on a bigger ball. But I think, there's already these ideas going around.
Fair enough.
This being a problem with anyone.
Well, check this out. Yeah, so if you were, let's say you did, just for sake of argument, live in a crater on a giant ball, and up is up and down is down, and level is level and horizontal is horizontal. So in other words, level is not a circle conforming to the equipotential surface of a ball. Level is just horizontal. So if you live in a crater on a giant ball, if you were able to get out of the crater and go towards the edge of the ball, you would be experiencing a descension. You wouldn't be rotating radially as you travel over the arc. You'd be experiencing the arc as a descending hill. And then once you got to the edge of it, you'd fall off, for lack of a better term. Right? And that would fit, that, what I just explained, would fit all of the claims of the flat earthers over the past 10 years about the earth being flat, about level being level, all of those things, right? Except for the one claim that the overall form of the earth, right? But the known territory would still be flat, it'd still be level, it could still be measured with angles, all of those things could all still be true. So all of those things don't logically exclude the scenario I just described. Now, some people, whenever you argue that way, here's what they will rebut you with. If the earth was a giant ball, then you're saying water would stick to the side of the ball. Now, real quick, that is an actual rebuttal that I was given. Not just given, but screamed over to be given. Now, does that make any sense? Is that a fair rebuttal?
I think
Or
it
do you need me
depends
to
how.
No, it's
clarify?
not. It's a straw man.
Yeah, it's a straw man, exactly.
Yeah, of course.
But not only is it a straw man,
at the top, right?
yeah,
There you
right.
go.
So it's not just a straw man, but it's an example of how people are so conditioned into a line of thinking that they can't even think outside the box. So their version of a globe must be the glober's version of a globe. And anybody who mentions a shape that is a globe, it must work that way that the globers claim it worked. It can't work any other way. So it just shows you just how deep the systemic indoctrination is into people's minds, that it left them permanently scarred or permanently inoculated to being able to think for themselves.
Well said, bro.
That's wild. Isn't that wild?
This is a really healthy discussion because at the end of the day, it's all speculation beyond the known land masses, right?
That's correct.
Correct.
Speculation.
And within the tolerance that we can measure level and flat. So anything
Let me give you
outside of
another
that
hypothetical.
fall-
Go
falls
ahead.
into No, I was just gonna say anything outside of that falls into that realm. But logically, it would still stand. So you know what I mean?
Yeah. So the argument that's being used that water, can't stick to a ball, is relevant in the scale that the Earth is being portrayed in the heliocentric model. But when you're talking 100,000, I don't know how many times bigger it would need to be, there would be a place where you could have water on a giant ball.
Yeah, well, see, the part of that whole mental exercise is, if you say water can't stick to a ball, therefore the earth can't be a ball, that doesn't logically follow. Now, if anybody's not following what I just said, ask about it and I'll help you understand it. So I'll say it again. If you say water can't stick to the side of a giant ball, therefore the earth can't be a ball, that doesn't follow. That's not a true statement. Anybody misunderstand it? Or everybody get it?
Hey, can I ask a question? Could water stick to a ball with a radius of 3959?
What? No. That's a positive. I'm doing it in the counter positive. So, for example, when people say water can't stick to a giant ball, they'll oftentimes do an example by pouring water over a basketball, and they'll say, look, the water can't stick to this basketball. So according to their previous reasoning, they would then have to conclude that the basketball is not a ball. Do you see the problem? Anybody not get it?
I think what needs to be highlighted is the physics that are working on the Earth that we're on right now. So if they're saying this thing is like something where physics is being used, then what if the thing that we're on is something that physics is described in a different way? You know what I mean? Like that's because you're on the thing that physics is being
Yes,
utilized.
exactly.
You know what I mean? So you're trying to use a demonstration of a ball that you can see, like a basketball, pouring water on it, and then saying that the Earth is exactly like that, but it doesn't follow because it's not analogous, because it's not like that thing that you're holding in your hand. It'd be an entirely different entity.
Right. So the correct logic form would be water can't stick to the sides of a giant ball. Therefore, the Earth can't be a giant ball with water sticking to the sides of it. Not that it can't be a ball. The can't be a ball wouldn't follow from the previous statement, but it would follow that it can't be a ball with water stuck to it. But there's a little bait and switch in there that a lot of people don't even realize that they're bait and switching themselves. They're not trying to bait and switch the person they're talking to. They're doing it to themselves and they don't even realize it. Why are they doing it to themselves? Because they've been so indoctrinated in a way of thinking from the past and they're still not on the other end of the road yet. For example, if you deny a perfectly logical option that you don't have any explicit counterexamples against as being a possible option, you're doing yourself a disservice logically. You're actually stifling your own thought processes because you're railroading yourself from previous artifacts from the way you used to think when you were a Glober and from the way other flat earthers are encouraging you to think in the present moment. Right? So you're still being railroaded, right? You got to look down and see the railroad track on your left and on your right and realize how many of the left railroad track is from the globe artifacts and how many of the railroad tracks is from flat earthers who are still stuck in a paradigm of thinking that isn't actually being honest with itself.
AI, aren't you opening the door to gravity on a bigger ball? Somebody would be upside down somewhere. Yeah, but somebody would be upside down somewhere in some part of the universe. Well, a ball is spherical, right?
So
somewhere in existence, if it was hypothetically a bigger ball.
No, doesn't follow.
Why? Why not?
You missed a step. Because you missed a step.
Okay.
If I take a ball in my hand right now, and I put something on the bottom of it. Actually, I'll do it. I'm gonna. So I got a. It's not a ball; it's a cylinder, but it'll work for now for this example. So I'm holding a cylinder in my hand. It's a soup can. I turned it perpendicular, so now the curve is facing down. And I'm going to take this nut driver, and I'm putting it on the bottom. So now I have a curved surface. The bottom of the curved surface, I put a nut driver to it, and I let go, and it went down. So something being a curved surface has nothing to do with the direction of down at all.
So I am struggling to understand. So are we talking about? So the argument is a body of water can't stick to a ball, right? But in the scale that you're talking, it's no longer a body of water. It would be something like water tension. And your water tension could stick to all parts of the ball.
Water tension, dude, water tension can't even stick to the side of a soup can. So how in the world could it stick to something bigger? The amount of water on the side of a can, it's only going to have droplets on it. As soon as you add more water to it, it runs off. So how would having a bigger ball mean that water tension would mean water would be sticking to the sides? That doesn't follow either.
You need air pressure for that water to do that anyway.
Yeah, I understand how Roots is thinking about that. So Roots, it's not about the scale. It's not like you're thinking about a droplet of water sticking to a pool ball, for example. No, that the surface tension, I agree with you. But in that scale, because you can, no matter how big is the ball, you can't make those droplets like a quarter of a cup, the third of a cup of water. You can't do that. Even if you make that ball with a rough surface, no, you can't make the droplet bigger. Little bit bigger, but the surface tension will break. So it's not about the scale. So if you scale that ball, you can stick an ocean. You can, if you scale that ball to billion times bigger, and you can stick the ocean to the side of that ball, and you call it a droplet sticking because of the surface tension. No, it's not because of the scale. About the scale, it's about the molecules of water and how they work and how they create that layer on the surface of water that we call surface tension.
All right, I understand that, but how would up and down work on a bigger ball?
There is no up and down on a ball in reality, like Overlord exactly said. The up and down are in reference to horizontal. And in a ball, you can have in, out, or away from the surface of the ball, close to the surface of the ball, on the surface of the ball. But there is no up and down in reality.
Are you confused, Roots?
Right, there's also.
Am I the only one?
Yeah.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting for somebody. I think AI should start dropping some bombs here. I mean, he's going to lay them. And then I can come in here. I was just waiting for him to reach a crescendo that he feels like he wants to move in.
Dude, I'm happy for some people to be confused right now and some people to get it. That's fine. The fact that they're scratching their heads is sufficient. Because that's what they should be doing, rather than making bold claims about the nature of reality beyond the scope of what they're available to access. Right? For example, uniformitarianism, right? The physics locally are the physics everywhere. That's part of the Glober's problem. Right? They're making all these claims about things trillions and trillions and trillions of miles away that they have no direct access to, assuming that everything that works here also works there. So real quick, like let's say in our previous hypothetical with the crater Earth, and then you're imagining water sticking to the right-hand side of it, right, like on a piece of graph paper. Well, that's not necessarily true, nor is it necessarily false. Nor do you have to have gravity in any kind of traditional conception that Globers would believe in. So, for example, you could just, when you go to the side of the Earth, if it exists, the creator of the realm could just have a completely different set of physics there, for all you know. How would you know? The answer is you wouldn't. This is the point I want you guys to get through your heads. The answer is you don't fucking know. Do you get it yet?
Dun, dun, dun. That's it. I was waiting for you. Dude, I was waiting for you to say that, man. But so you understand, Roots, the problem is when you're trying to upscale to a level that you can't possibly understand what it would be, you can't then therefore make a claim as to that's how it would be. You get it? Because it far exceeds the amount of knowledge that we could comprehend within the realm that we are in right now. Does anybody get that, or is it just?
If someone remembers my discussions, when I talk about the surface and the property of the surface, I always explain and explicitly say that it's about the known surface to a human race, the known surface to us. And I'm not talking about what is not explored. If there is something to explore or there is none, I don't know about that shit. So I'm talking about this surface that we know, we human, it is flat. The oceans, the water,
Right, brother.
the surface of water, on the known Earth to us, the known Earth that we can go to we can verify that we already measured and explored and navigated through. That's flat. And I agree with you 100%, Overlord. It can be whatever it is. And be a concave, it can be non-reality, the end of the reality. Reality is this known Earth. Away from that, it's the end of reality.
Yeah, bro. Exactly, brother. So let me posit this for you guys' thought processes. There is a predisposition, especially on the Glober side, and especially on the secular, materialist, atheist, evolutionist side, to put God in a box that he must operate within the laws of the universe, right? So there's certain things that occur within the universe that even God can't undo, like gravity or like this or that or the other. But remember, if God is truly the creator, then he transcends all of that, right? And the same token, on the flat earth side, people are making claims about the nature of reality and the way it functions that also puts God in a box to where his limitations are strictured to the creation. In other words, the creation is imposing limits upon the creator, not the other way around, right? So, for example, in my metaphysic, which means, my overarching understanding of the way the natural, the supernatural, and all reality work together, is that the creator is on a level of omnidimensionality that is beyond our comprehension, right? And so if there's an area of free space that we could actually travel to where down is no longer down, and it's now flipped, I would have no way of knowing that exists, and I would have no way of claiming it can't exist. I simply can't, because I know that the nature of the being that created this place is sufficient to be able to have that if he so wants it. And who am I to tell him what is out there, what is over there, what is down here, and what is up there? Because just like he told Job, hey, bro, who are you to tell me what I created?
Yeah, I get your position now, AI. Thanks for going over it again. People make assumptions, especially when you talk about, say, multi-dimensions or something, like they have an idea of what that is or what that would look like. For all we know, it may be connected physically, to this place, and who knows? So I think I get what you're saying. It's not that you're making any claims or even trying to push any ideas. It's that stop living inside this paradigm like you think you know how things work. Because AI said, physics could be completely different, and it could be a physical place. Just
one second. Hold on, Nicholas. There is that the Creator has given us a sound mind to understand the nature of our Earth, in so much that we can identify it as what we see it and be able to rectify it with some sort of a semblance of knowledge, right? It's not going to be just like leaving us out there like, babes in the woods. Like, he's going to give us a way to understand the nature of our Earth. At the same token, only so much to say that we can identify it as what he's made it as, not what its constituent parts are derived from, and like the length of it and all that. That's far beyond the comprehension of any human. You know what I mean? Like, there's the nature of what he did and how he made the laws of our reality, and that's far beyond anyone's understanding. So we can only know what we know, right? And be able to tell people what we know based on our common experience. Is this making sense? Like, it's been my position to always have, like, tell people about this, because I have the same sentiment,
Ultimately, it's about keeping an open mind, right? That's what you're saying.
Well, yeah, because every time we talk about the flat Earth, you've heard me say it. I've always said that the known territory is a horizontal plane, like as far as we know. I don't say anything beyond that.
Yeah, it's simply about not
Yes,
making a
Dave.
positive claim.
If we do like AI said, like AI overload said, we will not fall at the crisis that the heliocentric model have now. So they have now to create that idea of multiverse because they created those assumptions about the unknown world, so the cosmos and those unknown places and the edge of the universe, and if the Earth is the center or not the center. So they created many assumptions that it led them to change their theories over the time. So from gravity, attraction between masses, so to the bending of the curvature of space-time, to adding materials to the world, unknown materials like dark matter, dark energy, now to create the idea of the multiverse because they can't stand that their background, microwave background reading got that the Earth is in the center of their known universe. So they created the idea of multiverse. So if you followed what AI overload said, we will not fall in that trap. You will be always in what you know. You don't assume anything about the unknown, so no one will debunk your ideas because they are not founded. You don't have anything to defend them. So you will create something, a new explanation, a new excuse to defend that.
Right, that's a fair point, but for the Glovers out there who didn't understand that, because some Glovers come in here and say, oh, the reason why you don't make claims is because you don't want to be debunked. It's the reason why we don't make claims about things we don't know about is because we don't know about them. That's why. Not because we just want to stop ourselves from being debunked because we're afraid of being debunked like you Globers are. It's like, dude, if I don't know about the fundamental nature of certain things, why should I make definitive claims that I do? Like, that's just stupid.
Let me highlight an example. So we all see the effect of what everybody understands, what the word gravity, when somebody says that, right? We see the effect. Everybody sees that. You can drop something in the medium of air, it falls to the ground. We all see that. How does that law function in a perspective of understanding the causal nature of that? That's unknown, right? You would say that like I would. It's unknown. So if that's true, then everything AI said is also true. Because then the creator made something that nobody can know how it operates to then therefore say that it can't operate in a specific way by putting water on a ball. Do you get what I mean now? Yeah, there's this idea of a causal mechanism trying to be defined by our common experience, and then, fumbling around like, 3-year-old kids that are trying to learn about like quantum physics or something. You know what I mean? It's you're not going to get there.
Well, there has been examples of flat earthers who had this philosophy, which is falsification of somebody's idea doesn't mean you have to replace their idea. Falsification is independent of having an alternative idea, right? You can just falsify somebody's claim. It's perfectly fine. And so they went from that sentiment to this sentiment, which is, I feel obligated to give people answers for the answers and stories that the globe side had for certain phenomena. So now I have to come up with something to tell them about how gravity works, how this works, how that works. It's like, why? Why is that your responsibility now? Why is it your responsibility? Here's why. If you feel this urgent sense of responsibility to replace just so stories for someone, the odds are that you're going to replace that with another just so story rather than the truth. And that is why you should always have the humble attitude of, I don't know. So, for example, well, if the Earth's not a globe, then what is it? I don't know. Why make some stupid story up?
Want to hear something funny? I use I don't know at work, even when I do know the answer, so they got to go find somebody else to do it.
Excellent idea, brother. So wait a minute. Are you trying to say that I do know and I'm holding out on you?
No. I'm just saying, I always
All
say,
right.
I go like this. Oh, I don't know. Like that.
Yeah, here's my challenge. Next time someone asks you to speculate on something after you just proved their claim wrong, and they just stick to your guns and say, I don't know. And then if they say, well, then how could you just prove my point if you don't have an alternative? You'd be like, I don't know any alternatives. I just know yours is wrong. Also, when they clip this out, because our friends over in 24/7, who watch and clip out our convos, it'll probably be titled. Feel free to share it with Neil from FED so he can get butthurt about it, and then go out and tell everyone that I'm a Glober now, because they can't even think for themselves to realize that I'm actually just putting out logical arguments that really don't actually have conclusions. Because the conclusion of all of what I just said, who can tell me the conclusion of all of what I just said? Anybody? 3 words. 3 simple, humble words.
I'll wait till somebody else says it.
I don't know. There you go.
Let me see if I can give and you gave a great analogy. You gave a great explanation. But for anybody that's listening that still doesn't understand it, if they're a Glober, like, oh no, you got to have a replacement. No, if I tell you to hand me a red crayon and you hand me a blue one, and I say that one's not red, and then you're like, well, that's the only one I have. What else could it be? I don't know.
Yeah, you don't give them you don't say, oh, that you're right, that one's not red. Here's a purple crayon, but it's red. Right? I mean, why would you do that?
Because you don't want to hurt their feelings and you want to help them understand what you're saying. So you'll admit that the purple crayon is actually red.
Well, there's another sentiment from a famous flat earther that they're happy that all the stories have been taken away about reality, because now it's an age of wonder and new surprises on the horizons, so to speak. There'll be new discoveries. There'll be new things to learn. You won't have to hear about endless drivel about, stupid space stories about something happening a trillion miles away that nobody cares about and it's never going to affect their life in any way, shape, or form. But they can actually focus on the wonder of what's here, what we actually have available to us.
Yeah, it's just they stick on the title. The title says it all. Even what you have to follow, which is flat Earth. We are talking about the surface. We are not claiming any shape. It means that we are agnostic about what is over the known Earth surface to us. So you stick to that. You don't talk about the sky. You don't know what is the sky. What are those stars? Who are those stars? You don't even know what are those things.
Hey, I like how you said that. Who are the stars?
Yeah, who are the stars?
Yeah, you don't even know whether the stars are sentient entities or not.
I know. Can you debunk the claim that Apollo is the sun, is a guy on the chariot and something like that, and have superpowers, and can appear like that to you? Can you? You can't because you never verified what the sun is.
Hey, you know what's interesting, bro? Here's what's interesting. A lot of people in the world, in fact, the majority of people in the world adhere to the great religions of the world in the billions. And in their scriptures, it says things, and in their traditions, it says things about the nature of the cosmos. Some of them, it says that the realm of earth is given to man, but the realm of the heavens is for God. So there's already a separation there. And then it says in other places that the stars were disobedient. Well, how could they be disobedient if they don't have sentient agency? And then in other places it says that the stars will fall to the earth. Well, how could that happen? And et cetera, it goes on and on. But they claim that this is the scripture from the creator of the world they live in. But then when a quote-unquote scientist comes along and says, no, a star is not a sentient agent, it's actually just a burning ball of gas, they just lap it up like it's the gospel truth without even thinking twice because some scientist mook in a lab coat said so.
Yeah, I lived that, and I talked about that with the Muslims because in their scriptures it say the same thing, that the stars are like that. They will fall to the earth and some kind of things like that. But they don't follow the scripture, but they follow what they are told from the so-called scientists, not scientists in reality.
How could they fall to the earth if they're billions of light years away?
And bigger than the earth, and would incinerate the earth as soon as they landed on the ground.
Yeah, Beetlejuice is like, what, a million, gajillion times bigger than our sun? So crazy.
Wait, did you say Beetlejuice?
Yep, Beetlejuice.
Why Canis Majoris is 1.8 quintillion times bigger than the sun.
There you go.
Oh yeah. So a lot of people will never touch Canis Majoris. Of course, they'll never touch Labia Majoris either.
Yeah, and you don't know if it is the thing that you just know the name, its name, what it is, and if it is those dimensions that they are telling us, of or if it is just an inanimated matter, not a sentient, like you said earlier. Yeah, you don't know. No one knows. You can't know.
If you want to see smoke come out of their ears, tell them that they don't know that the light on the moon is actually reflected sunlight. Like they can't know that. What you'll see, they'll be spinning around. What do you mean it's not reflected sunlight?
You don't know that.
Yeah, prove it.
Or like an ambulance light. You know that ambulance light with that cover that spin inside the lamp, and that light will spin over and over. If you make that ambulance lamp like spherical, like the moon, and the same mechanism inside, you will have moon phases.
But they were actually telling me too. They were like, well, so you're saying that it has its own light? I'm like, no, I didn't say that either.
Yeah,
never said that. I'm just saying you need to prove how you know it's sunlight being reflected on the moon.
Crazy times, crazy times.
When someone come when we were in the other server, politics and religion, whenever someone come to us and claim that he is agnostic about the shape of the earth, I just say that we are also agnostic about the shape of the earth, and we are the first agnostics people about the shape. I'm not claiming any shape.
What about Earth shape? Earth shaped.
Sorry,
Gotcha.
DJ?
I said, what about Earth shaped?
That's a good shape, bro. The problem is that a lot of women in the United States, because of the malnutrition and overabundance, are Earth-shaped.
That's hilarious. It's true and hilarious. And sad at the same time.
So you know how tourists, when they come to a country they've never been to before and they've only ever seen on television or in stories, and of course, you got to consider that other countries have their own television networks. They're not necessarily broadcasting American shows. And so they're like, oh, I'm going to go to the United States and check it out. So I had some college, when I was in college, I had some college friends that were from Germany and Austria. And the one chick, she was very into tourism, and she would go around and take pictures of everything. But one of the interesting things that she would always take pictures of was fat chicks. The reason? Because she was just blown away by how obese our nation is, especially the women. She was just like mesmerizing to her. She's like, I have to document this. I have to tell people at home. They were also, and they're not living in poor countries either, but they were flabbergasted about our grocery stores. Like they went to one of our super Walmart grocery stores. You're just like walking down aisles where it's all the same product, and they're just like, "What the heck? This whole aisle is one product?" Like, yeah, that's how we do it here. Somebody's got to feed all these fat people.
Thank goodness for Snap.
But that's a good point. It's like just because you switched from one diet to the next doesn't mean you're healthy now. Okay, let's be clear. So just because you switch from globe to flat doesn't mean you have healthy thinking now. There's still thought processes in your mind that require exercise, that require fine-tuning, that sometimes require to be starved for a little bit so that you're not being polluted by them. So you can look at them from the outside in and be like, you know what? That soda that I was drinking really did make me feel bad. You know what? That bad argument I was holding on to really did hurt my overall progress. So here's another good example. Here's another good example of when people weren't able to think straight about mixing and misunderstanding things. So there used to be a time back in the day where there were all these supersedery observations of globe geometry that were being presented to globers, saying, look, dude, you have a fixed geometry. This is clearly beyond the extent of the geometry you claim. So the Earth can't possibly be a globe the size you claim. So one of their knee-jerk reactions back then was the Earth is bigger. Maybe the Earth is bigger, because they didn't want to give up that it's a globe. They just wanted to believe that the Earth was bigger to solve that problem. But here's the problem. They wanted to claim the Earth was bigger, but then they wanted to maintain the same relationship of the celestials with the Earth. So in other words, the North and South Pole would still have the same phenomenon. The equator would now be on the middle of the bigger Earth, et cetera, et cetera. But see, the problem is that would just stretch the Earth out, and then it would also stretch everything else out, so you'd end up with the same proportions. But what would actually happen if you had a bigger radius Earth, cities wouldn't get farther apart, right? They'd still be the same distance away. So what you'd end up with is a bigger Earth, but where the known territory represents a smaller portion of the Earth. And that means that all the angular relationship to the celestials wouldn't be around a ball, they would be on the top of the ball. See the problem? Now, they still lost their whole paradigm, but they didn't realize that that was the consequences that they were making by appealing to a bigger Earth. I mean, at this stage, some people are better off just claiming that the Earth is a simulation. That way they can have it be a globe and flat simultaneously. That answers all the observations. That all observations are unique and instanced to the observer at the particular moment for the end use that the simulation designer wants it to be. And that could be a multimodal expression of geometries, time scales, energy scales, all those things, right? With non-local, effects like, how all these people claim that there's your particle's here, but another particle 1,000 miles away is being affected. All these different things could all fit together in some wibbly wobbly simulation. That could be a good coping mechanism.
Yeah, that will get them only so far, though. Hopefully somebody does take that bait.
So there is these three great positions. You got materialism, then you got idealism. Materialism is basically only matter exists, and then idealism is only mind exists, and then there's duality, which is both mind and matter exist, right? And so some people lean towards idealism because without the strictures of laws or anything that apply to matter, you can then free yourself from any bounds by any physical laws. But even so, you could still have dualism and still have the mind be greater than the physical laws. So that doesn't necessarily exclude it. Now, interestingly enough, if you depending on your worldview, so for example, a lot of people are influenced by their religious worldview rather than just their whatever they're taught. So, for example, there were these ones called Gnostics, which was a Christian cult, and they were denying that. They were basically saying that the material world is evil, and so if your flesh body, your plate, your chair, they're all evil, and only the spirit world or the ideal world is not evil. And that's one view. Another view is that, well, the physical world is actually amoral, and it's actually only the decisions and actions of sentient agents that are actually evil. So in other words, evil really only exists in the ideal space, not in the physical space. Although, I mean, you could do an act of evil that's in the physical world, like killing someone, but the actual thing that's being deprived is really the ideal space. So the person is being deprived of their life and their body while you're doing an act against them. So it's really you that's doing it, not your body that's doing it. So there's all ways of looking at this. And at the end of the day, it all comes down to metaphysical, supernatural, and moral and existential claims, right? It's more about existence as who we are and why we're here and what we're doing here and what morals we have to uphold than it is really about the shape of the earth, you know. The shape of our hearts is more important than the shape of the earth. So for AV's benefit, leaning towards idealism heavily, I wouldn't fully go that route because in the worldview that we both ascribe to, there's a claim that those who deny that Jesus came in the flesh, right, are the spirit of Antichrist. So to deny that flesh exists or to claim that flesh is evil would go against that scripture, right? And so according to my worldview, if the scripture comes from the boss of reality, and he said, if you deny that Jesus came in the flesh, meaning that there's a spirit world and a flesh world, and you're denying that duality, then you'd be wrong. And so I would defer to the guy who knows, which isn't me. Now, some may say, oh, that's stupid because Christianity is retarded. That's fine. If that's your worldview, go ahead. If you're internally consistent with your truth claims and your worldview, go for it.
Hello,
What's up?
I'm great. How about you?
We're just yakking. I'm about to eat some food, so I'm doing pretty good.
Go eat some lunch, man. We got some other people in there. We got Roots.
Welcome to the channel. Was that Mona?
Thank you. It's my first time trying to speak here.
Ah, so extra warm welcomes to you. Good to have you.
Thank you so much.
Are you aware of the topic of the room?
No, I'm not aware. Just I click on the conversation and I don't know what the topic.
Right. So this topic is flat Earth. Have you heard of this before? Flat Earth?
No. What does it
No?
mean? No. What it does mean?
So in this room, we discuss the nature of Earth. So it may shock you to hear this for the first time, but there is obviously people believe we live on a ball with a certain size and a certain radius, but actually in reality we don't have any evidence that we live on a ball. We have evidence that the only evidence that we see in nature is contrary to the claim that we live on this ball that they tell us that we live on, of a certain size. So we're here to share information, answer any questions, just around that really. All the empirical evidence that exists in nature show us that the Earth isn't spinning, and that the Earth isn't curving at this rate that they say the Earth is curving. It's supposed to be curving at 8 inches per mile squared, but we don't have any evidence for that. So what's your thoughts? Do you have any questions?
No, I don't have any question because I don't really get you.
So what is the Earth from your perspective? What is Earth?
Earth is the place where we live.
Yes.
Well, describe it for me.
How do you see it to be?
Yeah, good.
How do you experience
Mona,
it to be?
Mona, don't let them bully you. I love your answer. It's a beautiful answer. Earth is the place where we live. That's a true
I
answer.
agree. That is a great answer.
Hey, there's no bullying here. I just wanted to describe it.
I know. I'm just teasing because I just wanted to draw a contrast to her answer and how honest and sincere her answer is compared to the answers that we normally get. All right, go ahead.
I don't know
Mona's thinking.
I don't
Go
know if the Earth has another meaning. Tell me.
You're on
Well,
point. That is exactly what it is. It's where we all live.
It is. But academia tells us that we live on a ball of a certain size and that across the Earth we have a curvature rate where the Earth curves. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Well, would it shock you to learn that the curvature rate that they're telling us doesn't exist in nature, in our observations, in anybody's observations? We don't experience the Earth as this ball that curves, and the curvature rate, it's supposed to curve 8 inches per mile squared. We don't see this. We don't experience this. They also tell us the Earth is spinning, and we can't verify that either.
Mm.
What could this possibly mean, Mona? If there's no evidence that the Earth is spinning or curving, what could it mean to? What does that mean to you? If this is true?
So I'm going to leave because I'm not interested in this topic. I'm very sorry.
No, that's fine, Mona. That's fine. Well, have a great day, and if you ever want to think about this, come back.
Man,
Welcome, and with
did you get her number? Did you get her number, bro?
I charm all the ladies. AI. That's just my
I felt the
style.
chemistry. I felt the chemistry.
Yeah, it's part of my skill set, dude.
I don't know. You got a pretty svelte, accentual voice there. I'm sure it charms some of the ladies.
I work in sales, bro. Not gonna lie.
Hey, wasn't there a song that says "Stand in the place where you live"? Oh man, that's a good song, by the way. Oh man, you guys want to get these lyrics? Dude, these lyrics are crazy, bro. Dude, this song is long, bro. Song by REM, Stand in the Place Where You Live. Just read a little bit of the lyrics. Stand in the place where you live, now face north. Think about direction. Wonder why you haven't before. That is weird. Now stand in the place where you work, now face west. Think about the place where you live. Wonder why you haven't before. If you are confused, check with the sun. Carry a compass to help you along. Your feet are going to be on the ground. Your head is there to move you around. Wow. Your feet are going to be on the ground. Listen to reason. Season is calling. Feet are going to be on the ground. Interesting.
Now that song's gonna be stuck in my head all day.
There's something wrong with the world today. I don't know what it is. Something wrong with our eyes. We're seeing things in a different way, and God knows it ain't His. It sure ain't no surprise. Oh. You're gonna put that song on, aren't you? Special K.
I was just looking it up.
Ну, у вас тут, а что все молчат?
Welcome, Logan.
Okay.
Thank you for joining the discussion here. We're talking about the nature of our Earth with all new people that are joining.
I on that English.
Uh-oh.
Просто зашел, а тут тишина такая.
Yeah, but not on Tuesdays, man. We don't on Tuesdays. We only do that on Fridays.
А это криптомани?
Yeah.
То есть ты в курсе, шаришь, да?
Nah, he didn't come in today. But if you want to talk to him, he'll be here later.
I love crypto money.
Yeah, you gotta. That's the wrong channel, man. We don't talk about cryptocurrency. But we do, but it's not all about that.
You do understand the crypto industry, right?
Yes.
Cool, at least that. So, do you trade it or just know everything about it?
Well, we know that Bitcoin just dipped down to 86,000 right now. I just got an alert. Holy smokes. We got a huge dip coming. Bitcoin just crashed to the floor.
The crash!
It's going to be a juicy dip, my friends.
But Fartcoin is up 20%.
Attention.
Jeez.
Attention.
Jeez.
Myself. So I talk to you through a translator, and it just puts everything I say in Russian into English.
It's awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, man. Yeah, it's awesome.
Oh man. You know what this means, fellas? We're gonna have some juicy fights over the week.
Yeah, hold on to your hat, Special K. That's one heck of a falling knife right there.
Oh.
He's old man. Somebody just lost their shorts, the farm, everything. Feels like we're back in 2019, Special K.
Oh. Is there any crypto named Ice9?
I haven't heard of it.
I was just thinking about Ice9. So if you don't know what Ice9 is, I think it was from a story where this guy makes a molecule called Ice9 and it somehow like ruins everything. I don't know if it makes everything freeze or if it just destabilizes matter or something, but it's basically like, for lack of a better term, the way I can remember it was some kind of destructive substance that once it's released, it just consumes everything.
There actually is a crypto called Ice9, but it's AI, but it's dead, apparently.
if it's what he just said.
I know.
Well, that's why I was asking, because I'm always curious about it because I just wonder if there's like some kind of underlying code that there's somebody who could just undo everybody's crypto.
Well, I mean, I know some people that are avid crypto Bitcoin maxis that are crying right now under pillow. But my Bitcoin.
Dude, crypto is such a scam right now. Don't you think?
Look at the freaking knife that's falling, bro. It's just like, whew, they went from like 93 to 86. Like, what the hell, dude?
Well, dude, I got a new crypto. It's guaranteed. If you join now, it's guaranteed to earn you somewhere between $0 and $1 trillion.
Sucker.
Some of the bros have been buying the dip for the last 4 weeks, dude, and like just bankrupting themselves. It's insane.
They got sucker punched, dude, right in the gullet, dude. Just ugh. Bitcoin's like, how you like me now, sucker? I'm telling you, man, they lost everything right now.
You know what will happen though? Once enough people are liquidated, the bull run will begin.
I know. We're waiting for the bottom, baby. I know it was coming. It's coming. What are you thinking, Special K? We're going to like what, 40, 50? Woohoo. Isn't that all to do with like the Epstein stuff that's going on? That's gonna be released. Dude, I heard some stuff about the president. Like, I was like, dang. Coworker was telling me about it.
Some people have already been indicted. A few deans of universities have stepped down.
Yep. Yes, sir. It's going down.
So, yeah, but what I really want to know is Nancy Pelosi's portfolio getting wealthier.
Oh, man.
You know that whole thing where some people, they only trade on Nancy Pelosi's trades?
Yeah, that's how you make a little scratch. She's the lowest of the low, the dirtiest of the dirtiest.
Yeah, rumor has it that if you join Nancy Watch's elite group at the Epsilon tier donation level, that you also get free nudes.
Ew. Who the hell would want that? No, thank you. I'm here for the trades. You can keep the feet pics.
Dude, I'm down for the complete upheaval of all these career politicians and these career bureaucrats. That's one key thing. Is like a lot of the politicians come and go, but the underlying bureaucracy of their offices stay. So they have people in like essentially tenure that have been screwing things over for everybody for decades.
Yeah, isn't the big boss indicted in all this, Sheepdog? That you know, like I think he's somewhere in the crosshairs, man. If I'm not mistaken.
Oh, Trump?
Yeah.
No, all they got on
As of
Trump
right
is that he
now.
was blowing some. All they got on Trump is that he was blowing some dudes in a back
No,
corner
Clinton.
that were all adults. Yeah, dude. Trump was blowing Clinton in the back room. You're right.
I don't know. Is what I'm hearing. Dude at work, he's like, I was like, dude, come on, man, come on. He's like, yeah, it's in the what's it called? One of the files.
Well,
Yeah, one of the Epstein emails.
at least can we all just agree? Can we all just agree that Chelsea Clinton is ugly? Can we just agree? Globers and flat earthers unite on a common cause that Chelsea Clinton is dog ugly.
This dude, you're way too savage for 11:30 in the morning or afternoon, midday. Yeah, people are stepping down.
Dude, I got this. Oh, go ahead.
No, people are stepping down. I heard what Sheepdog was hearing.
Preemptively?
There's a lot of stuff that's going down, man. Like it's no wonder why the markets are as shaky as they are right now. People are yanking their dough and going somewhere else, bro.
Going where, dude?
Yeah, some unknown island where they can, well, you know.
Oh, you mean they're cashing out so they can take a payday before they get screwed? Okay, I get you now.
They're trying to get somewhere, man. They're like, okay. We try to wait till the very, very end.
They can go to Asgardia.
Yeah. If we see an uptick on their numbers, we'll know what happened. This is so dumb, dude. I hate this stuff. These guys have to be like crooked and all this other shit, dude. Like, just the way the game is, I guess.
Well, see, if I was in charge, I would have a division that actually pays mercenaries to train fathers to execute vengeance against their kidnapped children. So we basically have a militia force whose entire mission is to make sure that no kid is lost or unaccounted for. And they have basically license to kill everyone involved. So they could just like go up to an agency and just blast everyone. Be like, where's the kid?
Sounds like a Jason Statham movie, man.
Well, dude, it's like nobody fears fathers anymore. Like everybody has deferred to the government to take care of everything. And to be fair, part of that is like from media and stuff. It's like people are just trained. It's like, oh, you can't take quote unquote justice into your own hands, which in some ways is a respectable way of thinking, but not when it completely divorces any sense of justice at all. You know, there's got to be the people standing up to government saying, listen, you need to take this stuff seriously or you guys are out of here. Man.
I could just see the scene right now, man. There's taxi cabs getting suitcases thrown into, Ubers being called, flights being arranged.
Well, yeah, but little do they know that Trump was delaying the release of the files because he was hiring a whole bunch of people all over the place in public transit and stuff to actually rat out the fleers. So there's actually maybe a safety net that's going to catch a lot of the fleers. I'm just thinking hypothetically, of course.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to. We'd all like to see accountability, but
Well, that's what I would have done. You know, I would have set up this vast net to catch everyone before I pulled the trigger on the sauce, so that when they finally got scared and ran, they would just be running right into my net. And with a government, with a government agency and billions of dollars and all that, I probably could have achieved it, at least to some degree. Like some of these people that are helping people escape, they're helping multimillionaires escape, basically. And they themselves barely make any money compared to that multimillionaire. So basically, I'd be giving them the option, be like, hey, you're helping this rich ass dirtbag escape. How about you turn on them when they escape, and I'll give you 20% of their assets after I seize them, or something like that. You know?
let me go poke my nose over there and see what's going on. Something's going on.
Hello. Hello. I think I gotta go to. I think I got a meeting. Somebody here.
See ya, dude. Welcome all newcomers. We got Razon 447. Welcome. Maybe not.
But yeah, just to kind of harp on what you were saying, AV, there's been a few indictments in a few different states. I think like Michigan has a couple of indictments going on. I don't know if New York has done anything yet. I don't think California is going to do it. California is going to be last, probably, just the way that system's all set up. There's a few states. I think Texas might even be one of them where there's some kind of indictment that went on, and so it'll be interesting to see how those go. I think I saw something saying that Peter Strzok and who was the old CIA director, Brennan, the old FBI director Comey. I think they're being brought in for something, but I think that those are all on federal, so they're probably in DC.
That's too crazy, man.
I mean, it'd be nice to see it all go down. I think the court system is too corrupt. Like, obviously, you can point to somebody and say, "Oh, you've committed a crime," but if the judge won't prosecute and there's no opposing prosecution, then is there ever even really a crime, right? Like the crime only occurs once somebody's been convicted. Like it's only cheating if you get caught, right?
It's crazy, bro.
But personally, I've been working a whole bunch, so I don't even know what's going on in the news right now. I know there's a lot of distractions. Just be careful. And then you got AI making videos now. You really got to be careful. There's a lot of people out there that share AI videos, and they're like, "Oh, look at this person doing this." It's like it's not even real, man. Like, have you seen the video of the moms holding babies, and they're like the babies are like 4 feet tall, and they're like 3 months old. And they look like they weigh like 150 pounds.
Yeah, there's a lot of videos now that are doing it.
Like,
they look real.
There's no woman out there that could hold a baby that big with one arm. I remember one person saying, "Look at all those people in the airport looking at that obese person laying on the ground that can't get up." Like, if you really watch the video, the suitcases of the people walking by are all like start acting real weird in the video and everything. AI video. Like, I'm sure you've probably seen the videos of the babies playing, and then something bad's about to happen, and then the dog saves the baby. It's an AI video. Yeah, I feel bad for the people who aren't awake right now. If you haven't woken up to the truth yet, it's going to be real hard moving forward. And as far as the whole Trump thing, I'm waiting to see what happens, what comes out, what doesn't. I think he's tied up in a bunch of stuff, but it's a matter of like I said, who's going to prosecute him. Well, I'm at work, y'all. Y'all have a good day. Hopefully, I'll talk to y'all again soon.
See you, sheepdog. That's quite the interesting conversation earlier, huh, Roots?
Yeah, the conversation was interesting, mate. I liked it though. I think it's ultimately keeping everybody's mind open, stop people from thinking they know stuff they don't. Right?
Well, we regulate that to like bad arguments that people have. Pouring water on a basketball or saying they can't feel the earth spin.
Sometimes you got to dust away the bad arguments. Sweep some stuff up.
Hold on,
If it
saying they
sweeps
can't
away
feel the earth
the-
spin. Sorry, Ether.
I was just saying, if it sweeps away that easy, then it wasn't a strong argument to begin with. So it's a good thing.
Yeah. So you know the memes that they have, well, they still have them out there, but it shows like spinning at like a merry-go-round. Then the next one's spinning at like a carnival ride. And the third one is like spinning on the earth as a globe, and then everybody's sitting down like at a table, like eating and stuff. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's a really bad argument.
Right, but there's the argument that there's no motion to be detected on the earth. Still
Yeah,
stands,
that's true.
right?
That's true. That you could feel it is not.
Oh, right. Yeah.
In other
yeah.
words,
yeah, I'm with you now.
Your vestibular system is not able to like determine whether or not. It's just these are bad arguments.
Yeah, I've heard similar arguments with Coriolis as well, where the ones who know what they're talking about, they don't even claim. You know, like the helicopter argument, where if I raise a helicopter, I should be able to move location on the ball. That's a bad argument. It's not even what they claim.
Yeah, it doesn't match the claim as the other thing too. So the argument has to line up with the claim. So if you're saying, well, we can't feel motion on the earth, were they saying that? That you could? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Yeah, but I still like the argument that, there's no experiment or way to detect any motion whatsoever. Because that's true, right?
yeah, that is. And that's a standard too, because if there was motion detected, I guess, well, you gotta think about it like this. The real world observations always, like the common human experience would be that we make observations of the physical world. And we can say we observed something happening in the physical world and we want to test it. So what would we test in the case of the earth in motion? What are we observing in the real world? Or actually in the physical world, like outside? You go outside, you make your observation. What are you noticing that there's motion that you want to test? That's the first step. You make your observation of the physical world, which is nature. Is it doing something? That's the question you're asking. Is it moving? Well, if it is, you see it or you think it's moving, then you can make a test. But if you make no observation of the earth in motion somehow, then why would you test for it? There's no observation of the idea that you see something like that.
Yep. Stripping the argument right back.
Yep.
New Perspective likes to make an argument about runways. And I know he champions that as one of his main arguments. But I do sometimes, I don't cringe, but sometimes I'm like, you're saying too much here. Like you're making too many assumptions that isn't even part of the more advanced understandings of the globe's perspective on Coriolis.
Yeah. Who is it? I think somebody they gave an example. They're like, okay, so you got a runway in an airplane, but you're trying to say that it's not possible for the airplane to land on the runway because the Earth would be spinning out of control and it would be just too wild and crazy. You know what I mean? And they have the examples where the Earth would be doing something underneath the airplane. And then you have the other argument where the Kloberg could say, well, it's just like if you imagine an airplane aligning itself to an aircraft carrier. The aircraft carrier is in motion and the plane's trying to land on it, so it's compensating for that, and it's like trajectory, so it will be able to know how to navigate right on that runway while the ship is in motion. I know it's different with the Earth because you got different vectors of motion, but like this is just, it's like a silly argument to have because you're in other words, you're already giving them something, and the something you're giving them is that okay, so on the one hand you're gonna say, okay, you tell me how you can propose that the Earth is in motion and also how the airplane lands on the moving runway. You know what I mean? So you're already giving them the idea that it could be possibly, they just need to prove it. But if you're saying it's never been observed, so you can't even posit the idea that it's in motion, so you'd have to go from a point of observation first. That's the first step. You can't just imagine, oh, I just imagine the Earth's, no, you can't imagine it's in motion. You don't know what to think about. I mean, first of all, you wouldn't even think, it wouldn't even pop in your head unless somebody told you. So you make your real world observations. You look up in the physical world and see what you can see, and then from there you can make your test.
Yep. You need the data, right? You need the data. You need to know, the directions. You need to know, your latitude. You need to be able to actually provide that data. If you're going to make that claim, you need to give a specific example with the data to say, okay, well, this is your claim. This is the amount of deviation we should be experiencing. If not, you're just opening yourself up to them making excuses that you can't really rebut because you don't have the data.
That's correct. And that's a position we should have every time they come up with this information. It's like, you need to support the claim with the data. I've been saying that quite often lately. I think it doesn't matter. You can bring whatever evidence you think is evidence, put it forward. Now, that evidence is going to have data to back it up, because obviously people are saying that the Earth is spinning, the Earth is a certain size, whatever. But if you're saying both ships go over the horizon or whatever you're saying, then you just can't tell me, oh, I made the observation of a ship go over the curve. Okay, that's what you think. Where is the data to support that claim? If you don't have the data, I'm going to toss that evidence out, as in you can't use it, because there's nothing to go by. There's no way that you measured and tested and verified. It is a specific distance away from the observer, all that kind of stuff. You got to come with the data, man, if you actually want to make your point stand.
Yeah, I like it. This is the new standard. This is like the second or third day I've come in and everybody's trying to raise the standards. It seems like it's going to stick. I'm glad. It's good to hear.
Yeah, exactly that. Most of the time it's because of the bad arguments that were being put forward, and it was an easy win for us because there was really no rebuttal against what we were saying. But had we, or if we do get somebody that wants to dive into us giving information out, what are we going to posit to them if we are making the claim ourselves? And then some of the things that we were talking about earlier, nobody's ever challenged the claim. So if somebody did challenge it, what would you say? On the spot. Thank goodness it wasn't in a huge open forum where you weren't prepared and you were making these bad arguments and somebody was like, well, how did you get the data for that? You couldn't shout them down. You just have to address what they said. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That water on a ball is a good example because you're basically using a false equivalence fallacy to rebut.
That's right.
the idea when there's far better arguments or ways you could put it, right?
Yeah. Yep, exactly. You see how you're seeing past like what people's bad arguments are now? Like that's what I'm talking about, Roots. You're getting it now. That's
hello.
Being at this level means that you have a responsibility to understand the level of argument that you're putting forward. To be able to be scrutinized, of course. I mean, obviously, if they're going to scrutinize what you're saying, you're going to have to stand for it. If you're positing something. Someone say something. Welcome to the
I
room.
think someone said hello.
Thanks, man. Thank you a lot. Thanks.
Did you want to contribute to what we're saying, or are you just saying hello?
I'm just saying hello, man. Like.
Okay. So yeah, it's just what we're going to be dealing with more is people trying to get on par with the way to present. It's difficult because a lot of people don't know that what they're doing wrong until you actually point it out to them. It's like, you know, we would feel the earth moving if it was actually moving in the speed that they say it was, you know? That's a bad argument. I mean, and it's always been, it's just that for so far too long, flat earthers have been getting away with not making, like, because there's, in other words, the Glober couldn't respond to, like, how that was derived. So the flat earther could say whatever they wanted to after that, because the Globe earther couldn't posit how it was derived. So because of that, the flat earther felt like, well, I'm just going to insert that if the earth was moving that fast, I would feel it. The vestibular system in our inner ear would have picked it up. You get me?
Yeah. It comforts me though that I've only heard one or two people say it like that. I mean, the main guys, you know, the main crew here don't do that. You know what I mean? Which is why I said to AI, you're not going to get the pushback from here. It's more the floating guys who come in occasionally. I think occasionally I've heard that argument, but it's not a regular argument. I think it's pretty tight over here in general. But I get you know, we should, over here, I like it. It's like, it's now time to lead, right? It's like moving from debating to leading now. So I'm all for that. I think that's amazing.
Yeah, so the angle that we're moving forward towards is like starting to create content and like that. The debate stuff was what we did before to put our mark on this earth, you know, with how we handle arguments. But now that we're able to assess critical thinking a lot sharper and faster, like I think it's going to be better for all those listening.
It was refreshing as well to be able to, with AI kind of talking in a speculative fashion to make his point. You know what I mean? Like, I do think there is room for speculation as long as it's understood that's what it is, or as long as it's used. You know, he kind of reverse uno'd his point here to say, look, you know, flat earthers, you know, we don't know certain things. You can't make these claims, and here's a bit of speculation as to why. So I like that because I don't know. I just think there is room for philosophy, as long as it's understood that's what we're doing. So it was nice to hear that.
You're not, in other words, you're not breaking anything if you just say like what he said. Logically, it could be something outside of our purview because of the fact that we can only do so much as physical beings, like trying to interpret the physical world in a way that we can quantify it. So we can quantify it with the tools that we have. But what if the reality of the situation goes far beyond and exceeds our methodologies to be able to know what we're dealing with, you know? So the limitations, are our value, our standard. That's our standard, is our limitations. So we're using like a ruler, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is the type of way that we measure. This is the type of way we quantify. Outside of that, we wouldn't be able to. So in other words, it's up to the mind to think about, but that in other words, being empiricist, you can't go there. So like maybe the Earth is a really, really, really big ball. We can't go there because we're only allowed as much as we can interpret. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, 100%, bro. And when you're dealing with the sky, there's so much room for interpretation. Because I don't know if you caught what Yoda put in the chat earlier about the lack of evidence of a GP to Polaris or the Southern Celestial Pole. I mean, he's been highlighting these things for a while, but it's been a bit rigid. Nobody's really entertaining it, or maybe people don't understand, what he's saying. But I just think there's so much space there. You know what I mean? To kind of open up potential philosophies of what it could be. At the same time, you don't want to make any claims, but at the same time, you don't want to close your mind off. You know what I mean? Because some of the stuff Yoda brings up about the GP argument, I mean, what could that mean? You know what I mean? It could mean several. I can think of 3 or 4 different options where, it could either be infinite land, or it could be a reflective sky, an illusion in the. You know what I mean? Like, there's so many things.
You know what? Necros actually enlightened me on. I was listening to him. He said we are the first agnostics about the shape of the Earth. The true agnostics for the shape of the Earth. We don't know what it is. You get me? Like,
right.
Overall.
Yeah.
Overall.
Yeah. Challenging the assumption of flat earthers, right? Flat earthers are seen from the outside as non-agnostic, like we know something, right?
Yep. Because within our known world, we could stand on the principles of measurements and such. That is how we navigate this earth. Like I was saying earlier, if the Creator endowed us with such abilities as to understand and be able to quantify things on this earth, then he did so with a limited range. It's not with a full scope of knowledge of like an Enochian perspective. He gave us more of a vantage point of being on the surface, understanding the reality that we have based on our physical limitations. And that can only be understood by what he's given us, not by what we can imagine having. Like, let's say, I think the Earth is a bigger ball. Okay, well, how did I quantify that? Because as far as I know, it's flat and level on its surface and it's horizontal. I need to have something outside of my my capabilities and abilities technologically speaking to be able to quantify that, and we just don't have that. There's not something better than what we already have now to quantify to the minutest level of like what reality is on its surface. So
yeah,
what we do have
that really came across to me when AI said, about multi-dimensions and realms, and I don't know, I can't remember exactly what he said, but it was like, I have assumptions, and those assumptions are based on, without realizing it, it's based on this whole space-time realm idea.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And it's like, it may not be anything like that.
Exactly that. Exactly that. And it's only based on our limited abilities. So we can say with all assurance that what we understand is that the Earth is a horizontal plane. There's nothing wrong with that, because we can investigate this Earth as given the capabilities to us, endowed by the Creator who gave them to us. But there's nothing wrong with that. We can say, yeah, based on what we have, the thing's pretty dang flat, man. I mean, that's what we can test and verify, observe, all of it, on all accounts. Now, outside of that, who knows, brother? You know what? Like that's
yeah, it's refreshing. Yeah, it's brilliant.
So you can always stand on the affirmative when you say the Earth is flat. Always, you can test, verify, and also falsify. You gotta know. You get in a jam whenever you start making like these definitive claims of like seeing something at the small scale, and then saying that it extrapolates out to the largest scale of the Earth.
Yeah, I just like to think, let's not shut down the wonder. Let's not shut down the exploration side of this, because this topic can open your mind up. You don't want to then shut it down with limited empiricism and then start thinking, okay, this must mean this, that must mean that. I think there is space for philosophy, there is space for wonder, but it should be built on a foundation of truth, which is your empiricism. So yeah, it's just kind of blending the two and understanding what goes where.
Because you can only say what you know to somebody. You can't tell them what you don't know. That'd be absurd. Like, so then, like, philosophically speaking, is interpreted through the eyes of like maybe religious ideas or whatever, and that can't be put into a manifestation of the physical realm. Like, you can't say like, oh, those twinkling lights up there are like are living entities. You can't prove that, so you don't know that. You know what I mean? So philosophy. Somebody's hot mic. Yeah, so philosophy has a limitation to like what you can say as far as what you know, but the physical realm, you can actually quantify things in a way that we can't say what we know. Like you're gonna have to parse that out. You know what I mean?
100%. I'm thinking more of I think it was Yoda again or AI said, try taking a 90 degree to a star. Do you know what I mean? And try and locate the actual positions of the star. It's impossible based on the limitations of what we have, right? So there's space there. There is space for philosophy, and that's the only thing relevant, to talk about, apart from, well, we don't know the actual positions of the star. So it's either the end of the conversation or the beginning of a speculation, right?
Yeah, I guess if you so choose, I think I don't know. I guess I choose the route of making sure that the person is firmly footed in a knowledge base that's like they have a solid foundation, versus where they already were just always speculative. They don't really know anything. So you want to at least land them to where they can stand up and they can say, I know this and I know that. I just don't know that other thing. So you have to give them something. You can't just, say, well, it's just we're only limited to this, but overall we have to think about it in the bigger picture. I think we should give people an idea that we're put here to understand the physical world to as much as we can. And it seems like to us, the way we envision, or the common experience is, we're going to see the Earth as the way the Creator designed it, as a horizontal plane. And you know what I mean? We taking it outside of that.
There's levels to it. Yeah, there's levels to it. There's levels of understanding, and I think this is only relevant for more advanced conversations, really. But I just see so many people who are built that way, who just can't jive with the empiricism, because they're just built for that wonder and that, you know what I mean? They just want to ask about what's beyond the ice wall, and what's
at the edge. Yeah,
what's the sky made of? You know what I mean? And it's like they need something. You know what I mean? Sometimes it's worth leaving the door open. But I think over the whole, you're right. It needs categorizing specifically.
Well, they've always said, like, show me the map of the Earth. That's the first thing they come at us with. Just show me the map. Show me the map of the flat Earth. I want to see a map of the flat Earth. Do you guys have a map of the flat Earth? Show me the map of the flat Earth. Like, that's what they don't know how to stop. They just continuously say that over and over again, as if we're going to say, okay, you've asked about the 20th time. Here you go. Like, it's not going to work.
Yeah, but they think there's a working, actual, real map of the globe, right? So, you know what I mean? You're kind of dealing with someone who's probably got a whole bunch of assumptions to begin with. Like, I only recently, and I say recently, this year, really, really dawned on me that we actually have no real map even if it's in a globe projection, there is no way to validate the map. You know what I mean? Validating distances between cities is so subjective. It's impossible, right?
Welcome to the club, man. We have jackets. Let me go get your jacket.
It's honestly, bro, it's only this year it really started to click. Like, yeah, we give a depiction, and the globe gives a depiction, and flight routes work, but longitude and latitude is based on the sky, right? So yeah, it just dawned on me this year.
I can hear Yoder saying amen back there. I hear you, Yoder.
It's listening to Yoda that I've started to realize that, to be honest. Yeah, he's done a good job helping me with that.
No, he caught a lot of flack for it, man. So I think he's still catching flack for it. He did say amen in the text. Crazy guy.
Yeah, we're listening, Yoda. It's going in. It's starting to land.
Earth-centered, Earth-fixed. The dudes are falling out of their chairs, man. Their brains are smoking, everything. I mean, you get the whole nine, dude, when they come in there. It's a conversation overload for their mind. They don't know what it means. It's like, what are you talking about? Like, we navigate with this coordinate system, therefore the Earth is what we're navigating with it as. Duh. It's like, duh. I mean, that's the position, isn't it? We're using the system to navigate in a plane. We're getting from point A to point B. So obviously that system is verifying that the Earth is what we're using the system for it as. It's a globe. Duh. Exactly. This is why, I mean, this fires me up, man. To have conversations with people in the know about, cartography and all that. Like, I think, dude, what a conversation this would be if we. Do you get what I mean? Like, actually sit down with people that actually mean something in that world. In the field of geodesy, like, I don't know, who would we speak to? Like, we'd have to get somebody that's at the top of the field, or at least close to the top, someone that actually knows what they're saying.
Oh, you never get them. They probably just run and hide. They know what's up.
It's so, like I was saying, Kingsley, I know you've been through this conversation, listening to us for quite some time, but we're taking it to the next level, man. Like, far beyond the level of just being a debate on internet chat rooms. This is going to go into discussions and sit downs with people, and like serious conversations about this, seeing what people can actually extrapolate from their knowledge about this, about the whole topic, laying it all bare, for everyone.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Dude, I want to hear that answered. What you just said, I want to actually the little snippet. What you just said, Yoder, I would like to ask that question. That's, if not the most important question for that specific rule. It would have to apply. It would have to apply in all directions. It's mind melting, dude. This whole topic that we're talking about right now. It's exciting, really, if you think about it. It's really exciting. Exciting times, man. I'm just glad I'm here to see it, see it happen. I mean, well, in the field of geodesy, like the people that actually are working it would have to be somebody that deals with technology that like planes use or whatever kind of aircraft that would utilize technology. Like it would have to be somebody that deals directly with that sort of information. It would have to be, because they would be in the know. They would be like the one putting the information in there for operational purposes. And then you get, the aircraft doing what it does based on this information, which is vital for the aircraft. I don't know. It's just, that's why I think, I don't know, certain Globers, they can't handle, like the old tired, like anti-flat earthers. They're not the ones who I'd want to take this to. I'll be honest with you. I would not want to take this to an old tired anti-flat earther. Just to be covered with a bunch of nuh-uhs and, a bunch of ad homs. Like, I'm tired of that. I want some answers, one way or the other. We have to have an answer one way or the other.
How are you planning on getting these guys in positions like that? You guys have any idea?
There's avenues, I'm pretty sure. There's ways to do it. I mean, the right way, channels that you can go through. Maybe somebody knows somebody that can probably bypass some of the red tape. Within the group, there's people that know other people that know other people. You know what I mean? It could happen. It could work. Something could go down. We just need to know. We need to have a plan in which way we want to execute the plan.
Yeah, that sounds cool.
I just signed on, but I heard half that. So are you wanting to try to get answers from the academicians?
Yeah, the people that are held accountable for the technology that operates on the craft that the people use every day. The airliners that are using this information, military craft, like whatever it is. I'm not going so far as to going into let's bust down the doors of the information that we can't get to. I don't care about that. I want to know how that information was derived in a way that's applicable for that airplane to get from point A to point B based on just raw data. Just raw data. Just give me what the information you got as to how you're plotting that course, or at least the system by which it's going to use so it can navigate with. Show me that stuff. I want the rock bottom raw data. I don't want the already supposed globe and the models and all that. I want to know how it was derived. Go from there. or is everybody just working off the back of these models? Like, how far back does that onion peel back to? Like, when you get to the core, what are you going to find?
So I suspect you're probably going to track back to a set of formulas that somebody put together, say, in 1945, where there's probably some calculation somewhere that says, okay, when you measure this far, you use this multiplier, and then you know that this is the curvature of the Earth. So then we can do these other things, and then at the end of it, we'll then divide it by a coefficient or multiply it. I'm sorry, if we we multiplied at the beginning, and then so at the end, then we'll divide it by this coefficient of efficiency, and then that'll divide out the number they put in at the beginning of it. So I would be willing to bet any amount of money that that's what you would find. And so where I would probably start with this is I wouldn't start at, say, the current generation of technology. I would I might try to look back into the avionics designs of the 40s, 50s, and 60s, and probably a lot of that is public. So where I'm going with that is you can probably find the answers right there, and instead of, say, starting from scratch, nobody ever started from scratch, I would strongly hypothesize that they just kept building on and on and on. And so at the beginning of it, somebody just made a formula, then later on they added how to divide that out, and then there you are. The problem will be is the people who design those systems and work with those systems, two things are going to happen. One is they're probably looking for every shortcut, so they don't have to start from scratch. They can just add on and add on and add on. And then number two, I think you'll strongly find is you'll never get those people to talk. But there's got to be a way to get around that.
That's my mindset right now. Right, what you said, Barrington, is what I'm thinking. It doesn't need to be like, let's go bust open those contracts and see what's behind that proprietary tech. I want to talk to somebody that actually is in the know, that can talk more practical about it. I want to hear the practicality of it.
So I wonder if we find, like I say, I bet if we did some digging, we can find a evolution of the various things that they've added on. The one step, then these people added on this, and then somebody else took that and then added on that, and then those other people took this here and then added on to that. So I would bet you if you would go a few steps back, you might find some open doors. Especially what you'd really be looking for is the people who, they're in their 60s, maybe even 70s, who have sinecures at various companies. Maybe they made the company millions of dollars back in the 90s and never going anywhere, and they love to jabber and talk. So if I were going to go out and start looking for people to talk to, that's who I would try to find. Like I say, I'd dig around on LinkedIn and try to find somebody and connect with them. And I bet they'd spill a lot more beans than you might expect.
I think one problem, I agree with that, but I think one problem would be those people from the 60s and 70s are probably also NASA fanatics, and the Apollo missions where they were fully supportive and loved every bit of it and would probably hate what we had to ask of them.
So then we pretend that that's what we are as well. So we pretend, you know, to reach out to them, you know, like you can almost make sure your LinkedIn profile has a bunch of NASA stuff and this and that.
That would be the way to do it for sure.
You know, I would think if we could LARP as anti-flat earthers with YouTube channels, you might even be surprised at how many of those people would just start frothing at the mouth to talk to you because, you know, yeah, we need to shut these flat earthers up once and forever.
Right, like how Dr. Shiva is now buddies with McToon.
Yeah. You know, if you did that sort of thing, right? Hey, look, I just want some kind of deep background information for the show that I'm putting together. And, you know, it'd really help me out if I could just kind of understand a couple things. I'm going to tell you what they're telling me, and I don't agree with any of it, but this is what they're telling me. I just wondered if you might be able to help me out a little bit so I could kind of put them in their place.
An excellent example.
I kind of feel like I want to come at this with a more intellectually honest and keep the integrity of like what we're doing as far as like moving forward, so that there's no misstep. At, you know, I get what you guys are saying, but I don't know. I just don't want to come off as sounding like some kind of person who's had to fool them into telling me, like, if they're not going to be forthcoming with that information, I want to know that up front. You know what I mean? Like somebody who's just withholding that for some reason. Let the world know that they're doing that, like they're withholding it. And, you know, I would ask relevant questions like, you know, for what purpose is it going to be that you guys don't want to let us know the practical information, not the secret reasons why you know, don't want to have to be spying over China or whatever. Like, well, no, I don't care about that. I want to know the reasons why it's an actual sphere, as in you proclaim it to be, with the technology that you put the data that's installed in these systems. Like you know, like questions like that strike to the heart of the matter without having to go to the layers of tech that they're going to talk about. Just the practical way, you know, like why would they install a system that uses this coordinate system?
Yeah, and where I would go with that is I just think that if you come with an honest approach, the reality is they're just going to put I wish I could give you a good answer to that, but that's not in my wheelhouse. You know,
what if we set up a sit down with someone that will be allowing us to have that conversation? That's what I'm saying. So beforehand, before we engage, we'd have already an agreement that we're going to have, you know, some disclosure is going to happen, you know, without it being like stepping on any kind of like, you know, information that we don't need to know. You get me?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the angle that I'm going for there.
You know, I think it's going to be a lot like Mark Sargent's experience, where early on, like maybe on his first or second show, he got invited to have a debate with some sort of academician who then they said, okay, great, we've got it all worked out. Now, he just wants to make sure that this is within his wheelhouse. So he'd like a summary of what all you want to talk about. And then so Mark Sargent put a summary together. You know, mind you, he was invited by some third party for this. And then Mark Sargent wrote down some things, and then the person bowed out and said, well, that's not in my specialty. None of that's in my specialty. So I really think that the more we try to do that, the more they're going to wiggle out of, this is not in my specialty. Because even if you're talking about a mainstream academic topic, they're trained pretty much to do that. Like if they just don't want to talk about something, well, gosh, you know, it's not my area specialty. And they use that as kind of a general catch-all, go back ye from whence thou came kind of statement.
Yeah, I just don't want to compromise our integrity, and to gain some knowledge that we would want to know. Just because we want to know doesn't mean that we have to be dishonest like them. Two wrongs don't make a right, essentially. So I don't want to have to do that. Like that's not what we represent. If we're representing truth, honesty, integrity, and then going around and pretending to be somebody that we're not, that's not us. That's not 24/7. 24/7 doesn't. I don't know, man. Like from what I gather when I talk to everybody in here, I don't think that's what they would want. Somebody that's dishonest or, jump on like somebody walking in a hallway and scare them and like, hey, by the way, can I speak to you real quick? Like that either. Like that stuff is what we see on TV.
Yeah.
Put your hand on the Bible and swear you walked on the moon, and he gets, a right hook. Like that's baloney, dude. Like that shouldn't go down like that.
Now, and I don't like Bart Sabrell. Don't get me wrong. I think that whole thing was asinine, and if that wasn't just 100% staged and scripted, he deserved that right hook. There's no doubt about it. And he deserved that kick in the ass, too, he got from the other one. But having said that, where I guess I'm going with this is that you're going to have to come at this from some angle other than the topic of the Earth being flat or a ball, because they're going to always shy away from that conversation. So you're going to have to tackle this from some other angle. The only question is what angle do you want to try? And so at the end of it, that's what you have to decide is what's that angle? Is what angle would you be comfortable with? Because if you ask them straight up, they're just going to tell you, well, that's not really in my wheelhouse. I know the Earth's a globe. I don't have time for this. But
these type of things would have to be like the questions and all that. And of course, what we'd want to ask the individual, that everything would have to be done in a committee with the oversight as to like what's going to be proposed. So it would be meticulous. It wouldn't be just like, hey, we'll just send Avi over there and he'll fly by the seat of his pants, like asking him questions. Like that's not how it's going to go down. Like if it's going to be done right, it'll be done where these questions are already like formulated and everybody knows what's at stake when you sit down. It ain't going to be like some surprise questions. You know what I'm saying? Just straight across the board, agree to sit down, agree to talk, agree to give disclosure, and nothing to where it's compromising any agency or individual, Just straight up. Because I think we're at that stage already. We don't need to be shying away from that anymore, pretending not to be who we say we are. Like that whole era is over with now.
so regardless, here's going to be the key to it is these people avoid this topic. They avoid it like the plague. So the question is how do you get such people who avoid the topic like the plague to pick it up?
Well, I guess it's all in delivery. I've heard of this saying before. It's not in what you say, it's in how you say it. And that's a true statement. It's not in what you say, it's in how you say it. You could ask anything you want. It just depends on the delivery.
I think you're going to also have to find more people like Robert Bennett that are like, I'm retired. I have nothing to lose now.
Well, I mean, maybe, but we also are looking for someone that's actually going to put some meat on the bone for, how we understand the nature of the earth based on, travel. The systems that are being utilized. Like, there's going to be some relevant questions. Like I said, I'm just saying this right now, as far as what I think in my head. But of course, when it comes to a group's proposal, that's going to be different. The questions are going to look different. So I'm just saying this right now is what I'm telling you. How what it's going to look like if it actually manifests at all, that would be something for later,
So I would add in that what you would have to do is you'd have to aim small. So for instance, it would be hard to bring down modern psychology, but yet there's one lady that did that very well, and she did it by debunking the Stanley Milgram experiment. And that put psychology in a bit of a tailspin, which of course they found their way through.
Guys,
the question that you would probably have to go in and ask.
Pussy juice? Who like pussy juice? Guys, who like?
Okay, so what you would have to do, I think, is you'd have to go in and want to talk about a specific study, like take the distance of the sun to the earth. And you would want to go find people and talk about that specific study as an example. So, if you want to talk about avionics, I wonder what we could find on JSTOR that's not like completely modern, not like completely contemporaneous, but maybe 10 years ago or 15 years ago. We can find somebody wrote on avionics and say, hey, look, I'd like to come talk about this paper. And then you could fill in as much back information with them and say, here's exactly what I'd like to know. And I think that's what you'd have to get, because academic types especially, they prefer small measured questions. They don't typically like big grand questions. They prefer something that's kind of small and narrowed down. So my suggestion would be it's certainly possible, but you've got to attack it from a specific vantage point. Roots, you say you like the Earth research team. So I would try to make it something like the Cosmological Literary Society or something like that. something that's pure word salad, but feels like $50, but yet accurately describes what we're trying to do. But I think you're onto something, AV. I truly do. I think I wouldn't be wasting my time thinking about it if I didn't think you were truly onto something.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure in the end, when it all said and done, we'd probably have something really nice to hand. Once it, if this is ever going to manifest, if it ever does, then yeah, we'd have something that's really nice for the public and everyone involved. Welcome everybody. We got T-Dub in the house. What's up, T-Dub? Must be morning for you over there, huh? Probably making some brekkie. Got Rayleigh Criterion in the house. What's up, guys? The Lucas joining us again. What's up, Lulu?
Is the Earth still flat?
No. Three AI Atlas just came by and a green alien popped out of there and told us that he saw it from light years away. He's like, yeah, it's not flat.
He showed us legit photos.
Yeah,
They
man.
got us a new fuzzy photo of the 3i Atlas.
Really? Did they show The windows where the aliens are looking out of,
Not yet.
and they're pointing at the the camera. So crazy, dude. I swear.
For me, when I found out all that stuff was like, a lie, it was such a weight lifted off my shoulders. I think that always just stands out to me as one of the biggest things that has changed my life in finding flat Earth.
Not worried that ET is going to come over here and take over this joint.
Get butt raped. Just everything in general, like, comets, aliens, space cows, whatever else there is. They could kill the big bad dinosaurs, just think of what it would do to us.
Hey, what's up, Brahim? NTF Wiz, I've seen you in the channel. I don't think I've heard you speak. Do you have a mic, bro? NTF Wiz. Same with Miguel. I don't think I've heard you speak either. I could be mistaken. Stark as well, I can see you're a Flood Earther. I don't think I've spoken to you. What's up, bro?
come a long way in the few years since our country began its broad, long-range program of space exploration. Since 1958, when NASA, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, was established, we've successfully launched scores of spacecraft. Today, it's no longer a question of what can we do in space, but what we want to do. And for many people, the biggest question of all is, why do we want to explore space? What are we getting for the millions we've already spent? And what can we expect from the billions we plan to spend? Much of this questioning of the practical value of space exploration stems from the fact that most of our space activities are primarily concerned with gathering scientific information which often appears meaningless to the layman and seems to have little immediate practical value. The S-15, our gamma-ray astronomy satellite, is a good example of this kind of space experiment. This satellite, while it looks like an old-time street lamp, is actually a miniature observatory equipped with a powerful telescope to detect high-energy gamma rays from cosmic sources. Gamma radiation, which is produced by nuclear activity, has a special interest for scientists because they think it can be the key to valuable new information about the forces and elements that make up the universe. It was the investigation of phenomena such as this in
What was that? Sorry, Space R?
I had to mute that guy, but if the oceans are flat, the Earth is flat. Don't give any prejudiced bias.
You're a cunt.
Okay, yeah, thanks for the input. We'll get back.
past that led to the development of electricity, radio, and more recently nuclear energy. To simplify and reduce the cost of launching experiments such as these, we recently developed the Scout. This four-stage launch vehicle is powered by solid propellants and gives us a small but highly flexible booster that we can use for a variety of space probes and actual missions. Apart from contributing to our general knowledge about the Earth and the universe around it, our scientific space experiments also give us the special knowledge and experience we must have to use space to improve our life on Earth, which is one of the primary objectives of our space program. In this area of practical applications, we've already made several spectacular achievements. One of these was Echo-1, a communications satellite experiment using a huge inflatable sphere to serve as a reflector for radio signals. The experiment called for the payload to be placed in a 1,000-mile Earth orbit. Here it would be separated from the third stage, and the sphere would be ejected and inflated. Radar tracking stations would observe and plot its course. Skirting the coast of South America, the satellite orbit would extend below the tip of Africa. And coming back over the South Pacific, it would cross between Australia and Asia, proceeding in a northeasterly direction above Wake, Midway, and Hawaii, and down from the North Pacific within range of the NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratories tracking station at Goldstone, California. This station was to be one of the communications points. The Bell Telephone Laboratories at Homedale, New Jersey was to be the other. When the sphere reached an area of mutual visibility between these 2 points, they would attempt to communicate with each other by bouncing their signals off the satellite. Our first test in the summer of 1960 failed. But several months later, a second attempt was made.
On. Accelerator on. Start tank on. Burn your fuel vents on. Minus 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. 1. Ignition stage 2. Antigua has acquired.
Azimuth within limits. Guidance corrected 1/2 degree in elevation.
Trinidad has acquired. Some 15 minutes after takeoff, Trinidad observed the inflation of the sphere. "35 minutes after takeoff, data from Cape Canaveral indicated that orbit had probably been achieved. Some 40 minutes later, Woomera in Australia reported visual sighting of the sphere with its photo tracking camera.
Satellite beacon coming up. Still coming up. Begin search pattern A. In on optics. I have the satellite. Here she is.
1 hour and 50 minutes after launching, JPL picked up the echo signals and began tracking the satellite visually.
Hello, Bill. Yeah, we've acquired the satellite and we're tracking it with our radar.
And a few minutes later, BTL was in contact with the satellite.
The angle tracking looks smooth on the television.
The experiment was a resounding success, and for the first time, a communications link had been established between two distant points on Earth using a man-made satellite. The practical implications of this success were enormous, for it meant that we had found a relatively simple and economical method of relieving our overcrowded communications lines and making the dream of global telephone and television communication a reality. Later tests proved that such satellites could also be used for teletype, facsimile, or even mail transmission. Today, in addition to developing larger and more rigid passive satellites similar to Echo 1, we are experimenting with active repeater satellites, which will be able to receive messages, amplify, and retransmit them. One communications company is so impressed with the commercial possibilities of this kind of communication that it has already begun to build its own experimental satellite system. We've also been very successful in using satellites to gather weather information. Since early 1960, we've launched 5 Tyros weather satellites. All of these satellites carried television cameras, picture storage tapes, and readout equipment, and electronic equipment to transmit the pictures to ground stations on command. Tyros 2 and 3 also carried infrared radiation equipment to measure the heat balance around the Earth. Orbiting about 400 miles above the Earth's surface, these satellites have been able to take pictures of the cloud cover over large areas of the Earth. They've sent back thousands of photographs, and with these, we've been able to reconstruct a weather picture of our country and a large part of the world. The success of our Tyros experiments has graphically demonstrated the great value of using satellites to study the mechanics of weather and improve our forecasting. For example, Tyros 3 located and televised pictures of 7 of the 8 hurricanes that struck the Atlantic coast during the 1961 season. It located Hurricane Esther 2 days before our weathercraft spotted the storm. But in addition to saving lives and reducing storm damage by supplying early warnings, this kind of advanced weather information also helps farmers select the best time for their planting and harvesting. And it may one day play an important role in helping us conserve our vital natural resources, such as land, water, and timber. But important as they are, achievements such as Echo and Tyros only show part of the practical side of our space exploration. For behind them are the important developments and discoveries that made them possible. And often, these developments and discoveries have a great practical value of their own, apart from their contribution to our work in space. The solar cells, which cover most of our spacecraft and convert sunlight into energy to supply power for their equipment, are a good example of one of these developments. Already, these cells are being used to furnish auxiliary power for communications lines, and they promise to have many other uses, such as a cheap and practical method of obtaining water to transform some of the desert regions of the world into productive land. Solar cells are products of solid-state physics, a relatively new area of science which has received most of its impetus from our space work. By producing revolutionary new semiconductors such as transistors, this remarkable new science has helped make micro-miniaturization possible, and in just a few years has transformed the electronics industry and created a multi-million-dollar industry of its own. And from these and related industries have come the fantastic data processing and computer equipment that we have today, equipment which has become indispensable in almost every field of scientific research and business. These amazing machines make it possible to handle data and perform calculations in seconds, which only a few years ago would have required months or even years to do. NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center at Greenbelt, Maryland, uses batteries of these machines to monitor and guide our space flights. This center is also the heart of the International Ground Communications Network, which tracks and directs the Earth-orbiting manned flights of Project Mercury. Project Mercury represents our first venture into manned spaceflight, and it gave us an opportunity to work on the many basic problems that had to be solved before we could safely send men into space. Problems such as determining man's capability in the space environment, studying the conditions he would encounter entering and leaving space, and selecting and training men to work under these conditions, designing and building spacecraft that would safely carry men into space and back to Earth again, and developing boosters that would be capable of lifting such craft into space. It took us over 2 years to solve some of these problems, and in May of 1961, we were ready to test our solutions by sending a man into space. Alan Shepard was the astronaut on this critical test flight. This historic flight lasted only 15 minutes, but it proved that we could send a man into space and bring him back safely. And it also provided us with valuable information for our future space flights. Two months later, we sent a second man into space on a similar flight. This time, Virgil Grissom was the astronaut. Both of these suborbital flights prepared the way for the longer and more demanding Earth-orbiting flights, which were the primary objective of the Mercury project. In February of 1962, the stage was set for the first of these flights. John Glenn was the astronaut. And spacecraft and vehicle systems had been carefully checked and rechecked, and everything was working. This was the moment.
Motor systems, range operations, Mercury capsule, go.
and the attention of the entire world was focused on this flight.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Roger, the clock is operating. We're underway. You're loud and clear. Roger, we're programming and roll okay. A little bumpy along about here. Roger. Stand by for 20 seconds. Roger. 2, 1, mark. Roger, backup clock is started.
The huge Atlas performed perfectly.
Seco. Posigrade's fired. Okay.
A few minutes after liftoff, the rocket was separated and the spacecraft entered its programmed orbit.
Fine. Capsule is turning around. Oh, that view is tremendous. Roger, turnaround has started. Roger, capsule turning around, and I could see the booster during turnaround just a couple of 100 yards behind me. It was beautiful. Roger, 7. You have a go. At least 7 orbits. Roger, understand go for at least 7 orbits.
Over Africa, Glenn began to test his reactions to the eerie world of space.
Roger, this is Friendship 7. I can see the dark side coming up in the periscope back behind me at present time.
Soaring over the Indian Ocean, Glenn experienced his first nightfall in space.
The way the horizon looks is a very orange band just as the sun goes down. It extends way off either side, probably 45 degrees each side of the sun. Comes up into a lighter yellow, then a very deep blue, then a very light blue on up to the black of the sky.
Later, as he crossed the Pacific on his second orbit, he discovered his gyroscopes were wandering, and here again he was able to overcome the trouble by manual control. The fact that he was able to correct these dramatically points up one of the big advantages of manned spaceflight.
Coming off automatic in yaw, and yawing a little bit to the left to observe it. The flying with yaw handle pulled, controlling on manual yaw. Once again, I can see lightning flashes under me very clearly.
As the third orbit about the Earth is completed, the retro rockets fire, slowing down the spacecraft, and it begins its fiery descent through the Earth's atmosphere.
Roger, retros are firing. Yeah, baby. Are they ever? It feels like I'm going back toward Hawaii. Main chute is on green. Chute is out in reef condition at 10,800 feet and beautiful chute. Chute looks good. On O2 emergency and the chute looks very good. Roger, what is your estimate on recovery time, over? Estimate pickup now at 20 minutes, over. Roger, understand 20 minutes to pickup. Landing bag is on green.
4 hours and 56 minutes after liftoff, after circling the Earth 3 times, the Mercury spacecraft landed in the Atlantic Recovery Area. This was not the first time a man had orbited the Earth.
3 times? What happened to 7?
It was the first time such a flight had been made openly, and the entire world shared in the triumph of John Glenn and the dedicated team that had made this flight possible. And apart from the enormous prestige and experience that our country had gained from this flight and from the flight of astronaut Carpenter, the entire world would also share in the benefits. For the volumes of technical information we had collected on these flights and the earlier ones would be made available to all scientists. The fact that a good deal of this was medical information measuring the physiological reactions and responses of the astronaut during the flight showed the important role that the life sciences were playing in this project. And it is in this area, which offers a vast new field of research for medicine and the other biological sciences, that our manned spaceflight promises its greatest practical benefits. In searching for ways to protect men from the hostile environment of space, these sciences are developing a broader and better understanding of the origin and basic nature of life. This research will eventually result in longer and healthier lives for everyone. Already, hospitals have shown an interest in the delicate sensors that were developed to record the astronauts' reactions during the tests. These sensors would
Are you
enable
freaking
doctors
serious?
and nurses to keep continuous watch on the condition of their patients without disturbing them or even going near them. There's no doubt that these and many other developments and discoveries constantly being made by the life sciences in their space work will eventually find important practical applications in our daily lives. The X-15 project, which is another side of our manned flight program.
Sorry, I just paused it there because I can't believe that. I don't even know what to call it. What do you call that? Because are you telling me they had the ability, right, to make this extra sensitive equipment to monitor these astronauts' health, right? And that was the only inspiration for it? That sick people prior to this space exploration wasn't enough incentive to develop such things? Now they're interested, now the medical industry's interested? After that? Like, why didn't they... Okay, so these space explorers, right, develop this technology and don't say to the medical industry, oh, here, you guys have it first. That's, you know, like the sick people are more important than outer space. That's disgusting.
Is also providing valuable information for the life sciences. The idea behind this project was to develop a highly advanced aircraft that would combine and put to a test all our knowledge and skills in aerodynamics. The X-15 was designed to explore the flight problems encountered at very high speeds and at extremely high altitudes. It has been phenomenally successful in both of these areas.
3 minutes to drop.
Going to jettison. The design performance goals were for a speed of about 4,000 miles per hour and an altitude of 50 miles.
Launch light on. Launch light on. Master arming. Okay, Scotty, you ready? I'm ready when you are, buddy. Okay, here we go with the countdown.
The value of the X-15 is that it has served as a testing ground for many of our ideas in flight, and the technical information is sure to have a great influence on future design of our commercial aircraft. It has also proved that aircraft with certain modifications can operate well above the area of aerodynamic lift and at speeds many times that of our present aircraft. One of the most intriguing areas in our space exploration program is our plan to explore the moon and the planets in our solar system, and we've already begun to make the necessary preparations. Our first objective is the moon. The Ranger, which is designed to land an instrument package on the moon, is being used for our first explorations. It weighs about 750 pounds and is actually made up of 2 spacecraft. The main spacecraft, in addition to power, telemetry, and guidance and control equipment, will carry a television system to send back photographs of the moon's surface as it moves down on it. The second spacecraft, which will be ejected and actually land on the moon, will carry instruments to record lunar conditions and radio this data back to the Earth. Surveyor is another unmanned spacecraft that we shall use for lunar exploration. This spacecraft is designed for a soft landing on the moon, and it carries more delicate and elaborate instruments than the Ranger. Once the Surveyor lands, television cameras will begin scanning the surrounding terrain and examining the surface near the spacecraft, much the same way a man would if he were there. One of the cameras will even provide microscopic photos of the moon's surface directly under the spacecraft. After the television cameras have completed their survey, other instruments will go into operation. Instruments suspended on telescopic booms will record data away from the spacecraft. Even the lunar atmosphere will be analyzed. Drills will bore into the moon's surface and collect samples down to a depth of about 5 feet. The surveyor carries its own laboratory to analyze these samples and transmit the results back to Earth. And since all these instruments can be separately controlled from Earth, any observation or analysis can be repeated if necessary. The surveyor will function for anywhere from 1 to 3 months, and in that time we should be able to collect more information about the moon than man has gathered during the last 3,000 years. And this is the information we need to prepare for sending men to explore the moon. We have already begun building the huge vehicles that will be used for Project Apollo, our manned lunar exploration program. The primary objectives of this program are to send a crew of 3 astronauts to the vicinity of the moon and later land them on the moon and bring them back. The Saturn booster will be used for the first Apollo flights. Saturn is capable of carrying many tons into orbit around the Earth or to the moon and even beyond. It will soon be ready for use. It is the first heavy rocket we've built designed specifically for space exploration. The booster, or first stage of this vehicle, is made up of a cluster of 8 large rocket engines capable of delivering 1.5 million pounds of thrust, which is equivalent to about 32 million horsepower. Because it's too large to be moved by rail or highway, the Saturn had to be shipped to its Cape Canaveral launching site by barge. The launch complex with this huge vehicle is the largest of its kind and covers some 45 acres. The big gantry or service tower that will hold the rocket as it is being checked out is 310 feet high. The big Saturn booster has been successfully flight tested using dummy second and third stages filled with water to approximate their actual weight.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition. All engines running. Thrust commit. Launch commit.
At this early stage, it's impossible to evaluate the new knowledge and experience that we shall acquire through our lunar explorations. But if we're looking for immediate practical benefits, we can find them all around us. A good part of the country has already felt the impact of this program in the form of contracts, salaries, and the general increase in business activity that they produce. And this is generally true of all our space exploration, for the vast sums we are spending are being spent right here on Earth and right here in our own country. Most of the money that we are spending for space exploration is being channeled through the various NASA installations and research centers throughout the country. Through them into the thousands of factories, plants, workshops, schools, and laboratories, eventually ending up in the pay envelopes of many individuals across the nation. When we add up all this, and when we consider the many practical benefits we have already gained, and the many more we can expect, it would seem the big question today should be not why are we exploring space, but how could we have ever believed that we could ignore this vast, limitless area with all its promises?
a hilltop in New Jersey. The setting, giant antennas like monstrous eyes and ears, straining, watching, waiting. Inside the control station, a team of specialists with ultra-sensitive electronic equipment, ready to probe the vast reaches of the sky. These men are waiting for the climax of a dramatic experiment they've been working on for many months in collaboration with the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, an experiment known by its code name as Project Echo. Men like Luke Lowry here, Dick Klon, Bill Snell, and Bill Jakes, project engineer, all scientists with the Bell Telephone Laboratories. In a few minutes, if things go right, Holmdel will communicate by telephone in a brand new way, by routing the call through outer space to Goldstone, California, 2,300 miles away, where scientists of the Jet Propulsion Lab are waiting. This call will be bounced off a man-made satellite. If it works, it will be the first time voice has traveled from the Earth up to a man-made moon and back to Earth again. This is the satellite, a huge empty balloon, here shown while still in its hangar. The inflated balloon is 10 stories high.
Let's try this. Boom, get muted. There you go.
Plastic.
Hey, man.
Only half thick as the cellophane.
Let's try this. So you guys have been talking about can't do this, can't do that. You can't do it from the Earth because of observations. You can measure the Earth, and we have sufficient measurement methodologies such as lasers, etc. Right? So, Mr. Tatsumi or whoever you are, you keep alluding that this proposition can't be known whether the Earth is flat or not because you can't do it from the Earth's surface. Well, if that's true, then all the claims of the measurements of the curvature of the Earth can't possibly be true because you said it can't be known from the surface. That's a problem for your worldview. However, everybody knows water is flat and level. It's the gold standard of level throughout human antiquity. In fact, every society has water as the standard of level through all history. That being said, water covers 70% of the Earth, right? So the physics of water, that it's flat and level at the surface. You say that flat and level is curved around a giant ball. Okay, very simple. You just measure a body of water. If it's curved, then it's curved. If it's flat, then it's flat. Now, the problem is you can then extrapolate that physics around the Earth because we know water does everything the same everywhere it goes. It's not going to be one set of physics here and a different set of physics there. So you take a laser transit, which is a level laser. You set a target up 25 miles away over a body of water. You shoot the laser. It hits the target. That means you debunk the globe geometry by 2 orders of magnitude. You can now extrapolate that across the surface, and that means that the entire surface of the water, known as sea level, right, is flat and level. So if 70% of the territory of the Earth is flat and level, then the Earth's flat. There you go. It's not that hard to actually figure that out. So I'm going to unmute you to see what you have to say about that. Go ahead.
No, I'm just, what I'm thinking about is the laser experiment. What was the result of it?
Yeah, there's more than one laser test. There's multiple. There's one at 25 miles. There's one at 35 miles. There's one at 21 miles. The result of all of them is that there's no giant hump of Earth curve blocking the laser from hitting the target. So by the same measurement methodology that we use when we level construction sites to see if there's humps, right, we get the difference from the laser to the ground. So if at one end, right, it's not different, and the other end, it's not different, then that means they're the same. That means they're at the same level. That means there's nothing blocking the laser. So if there's this giant hump of Earth curve, which, by the way, at 25 miles, the laser should fly over the target almost 300 feet, okay? Over 90 meters.
Yeah, I think this is really, like, way to prove that.
Yeah, so let me ask this, friend. Let me ask you, brother. Let me ask you. So if you hired me to build a floor in your house, and there was a giant hump in the middle, would you pay me? The answer is no, you wouldn't.
No.
You want your floor flat. So the methods that I'm going to use to make that floor flat is going to be called leveling, right? I'm going to level the floor. I'm going to use a bubble level I might use a water level. I might use a laser level. But and by the same token, I can extrapolate that out 25 miles using a very powerful laser and do essentially the same thing and find out that the water is indeed flat and not curved in the manner in which the globe religion claims. So religion is primarily belief without evidence at its core to some degree, and therefore the majority of people think the earth is a globe because it's their religious belief. But when you go out and measure it with a laser, it's actually flat. So the facts of the matter are is that it's flat, but you are correct that most people religiously believe the earth is a globe.
Yeah, I agree with you. I got to, like, I have to search about the laser experiment. I think it's a very good way to determine if it's really flat or not. Of course, that depends on the length that would be enough to see the curvature. But yeah,
dude, at 25 miles, the displacement is 90 meters or approximately 300 feet. Okay, that's plenty. We have technology that can tell you whether there's 300 feet missing or not. Okay, it's not that hard. It's not a mystery.
So all you see is flat. All you experience is flat. Do you agree?
all you see is flat and you experience is flat. Yes, I agree.
High five, thumbs up. Good job. Good job.
I don't think that's enough. That's not enough to.
Look, listen. I'm not saying it's enough. Okay, I just want your brain, okay, to acknowledge the truth. All right, that's it. Now, where you go from there? So I'm telling you, you're gonna reinterpret everything that you're experiencing to fit your religion and your beliefs. Okay, but listen, you admitted that it looks flat, and you experience flat only. Now you don't see curvature, and you don't experience spinning and any of that stuff. As long as your brain is admitting that is real, that's reality, then your decision is your own fault. Okay, so if you end up jumping over that cliff, well, have a nice day. You know, then take a parachute. You know what I'm saying? Might be. Don't be lazy. Go do your research, bro. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Do you have the link to our Discord? Is our link available? Here, can we post it? We have a server. Yeah, we have a Discord server. Yeah, and we've got all the information like organized for you. Do you know 24/7? Let me try and get you a link. Yeah,
you send it.
Yeah, let me just grab you a link.
Thanks.
Yeah. I wonder if it's even in here in this. Yeah, I'll post it to you.
Okay.
Okay, can you see it? Failed to send. Can you accept my friend request? Let me see. Let me post it in the room as well. I'll post it in the room for everyone.
Yeah, that would be good.
All right. Oh, what the hell? I don't have. Oh, it's blocked. I can't. I'm not a moderator. Sorry. Hey, man, can someone? Hey, can you accept my friend request so I can DM it? So I've DM'd it to you, but can you accept my friend request? Okay. Let me send it to you in the message.
Okay, thank you. I got to go to sleep now. Thank you, guys.
All right, man. Yeah, it's been nice talking to you, man. I'll see you again later. Okay, come over to the other server.
Yes,
have a good one. Take care. And you know what? And I forgot to mention that it all comes from the Kabbalah. Damn. The only thing I wanted to tell you, and I forgot.
riding when sudden and creeps though with the fear of Alaska they be and the
It's the many organizations across the earth that have no connection to each other that are corroborating
How
the
do you
data
know that?
corroborate
How do you know that?
because
ESA and
politically
JAXA
speaking-
and NASA and SpaceX and all those companies collaborate all the time. They claim
because the
Russian
other
Space
countries-
Agency. Damn, the International Space Station is called the what? International Space Station.
Yeah, that's fine. But what I'm saying is all these organizations aren't like they get these pictures are coming from different organizations and stuff like that. And moreover, the data is corroborating. The data is corroborating like how the
What
model
data?
was
You said
seen.
you didn't provide any. You didn't give me any data that accompanies the imagery. That's just imagery. Where did it come from? Who published it? Who took the photo? What sort of camera lens was taken? At what altitude do they claim to be? Etc.
Different
Etc.
altitudes taken.
Yeah, give us an example then.
Sure, I'll give
Let's
you
have
an
a look at
example.
it. Let's analyze it.
I mean, would you really ever be convinced by any image I give you? So what would be the point of me giving an image?
We're going to evaluate how it can be authenticated and if it can be authenticated and what data accompanies it.
So what kind of data?
Well, here's an image that was taken by, you know, who, whatever. It's taken by NASA. Okay, yeah. Who specifically from NASA? What was the camera attached to? What sort of lens was it? What
Can I
date?
ask what motivation do they have to make everyone believe the Earth is a different shape than it is?
Right, so is this a concession that it is just a belief? Like you just see an image, it's claimed to, it has a NASA sticker on it, and you're like, yep, good enough for me.
No, that's not a concession. I'm just asking you a question. I'm giving an internal critique.
Well, I don't know. What are you asking me exactly?
I'm saying what potential motivation do they have to give a wrong shape of the Earth to the public?
We haven't figured that out yet. You haven't given any example.
Wouldn't that be like a data point that's...
So you have to go into that before you've analysed the information, before you've evaluated. Right. Okay. All right. Cool.
What I said.
So let's do that first. Then let's figure it out.
What I'm saying is that if there's no reasonable explanation as to why they would be doing this, then the hypothesis that they are faking it.
Right, so I shouldn't look at this with a critical mind and evaluate anything or use any kind of analysis method for imagery presented to me, claimed to be of the Earth from a long distance away, right? Because there's no reason why somebody would do that and lie about it.
No, that's not what I said.
Okay, then.
You didn't let
All
me
right, so
finish.
let's analyze it. Let's look at the information.
Keep interrupting me every time I speak, like pretty much like 80% of the time. What I'm saying is, if there's no potential reasonable explanation, and there's a lot of creative people in the flat Earth community, and so far I haven't seen any, like, as far as I've seen, any single reasonable explanation as to why they would be going through the effort of doing all this.
Or maybe
right?
they're
And
not
if that's
lying,
the
because
case-
maybe the imagery is accompanied by data which specifies, hey, this was from this altitude using this type of camera lens, and
I think I'm just going to stop because I just told you to not interrupt me, and then you interrupted me
we can
again.
then gain from that it wouldn't show curvature, and any visual type of curvature is a result of the lens of the camera, for instance.
I just told you to try and let me finish, and then you just interrupted me once again when I got to the exact same point.
Yeah, because
as the last time you
I know where you're going with it.
Yeah, but why don't you give me the respect
You have to,
why don't you give me
give
the
an
respect?
example, a specific example,
Why don't you
and then we can
interrupting me
say
again? You can stop
whether
interrupting
or
me.
not there has been any effort to deceive anyone. Because maybe they're not trying to deceive anyone. Maybe they're presenting the data and the information correctly, and other people are not analysing that data and information and just looking at the image and letting their imaginations run wild, and then coming in here and asking us, why would they lie when they haven't actually lied?
Yeah,
I don't know yet. You haven't given me an example.
Again, like, all I asked for was to speak uninterrupted, and even if you've had this conversation many times before, that doesn't give you the right to not give me the respect of finishing what I was going to say.
2 solid minutes. I'd love to hear it. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, what I was just trying to say is that, given the fact that there is no potential reasonable explanation given, it would give it's a strong critique, right? And it lowers the percentage or probability of the fact that there's some kind of mass collusion going on, or there's some kind of mass false data, or like being provided, right? If there's no potential reasonable explanation as to the purpose of this being done. And to address like things like what's being said in the chat, like, oh, globe, because why would they lie? No, my argument wasn't why would they lie, therefore it's a globe. That wasn't my argument. My argument was that, given the fact that there's no potential reasonable explanation provided, it lowers the probability of it being the case, right? And given how like easy it is to come up with something, and yet still nothing has been came up with, like, makes it extremely low.
I don't mean to interrupt your 2 minutes. Can I be a little bit more clear?
No, it's okay. I'm done. You can go ahead, please. Go ahead. I'm done. Thank
Can
you
you be
for
more
listening.
specific in what your claim is all? I kind of missed exactly what you were claiming.
Basically, I'm saying is like, because the claim is that, oh, like these organizations, because we were talking about satellites, right? It's like you have a lot of satellite data and images of the shape of the Earth, and I was just saying, like, because you're saying, oh, why do you trust them, etc. I'm saying there's different organizations across the Earth, and they're all independent organizations coming up with the same data, which corroborates the same kind of measurements and calculations and claims from history, right? And there's no potential reasonable explanation as to why they would fake all this. Like, why would NASA and SpaceX, or whoever it is from Russian space, whatever, why would they make everyone believe the Earth is a globe? What do they have to gain?
So
And
let's
if there's
see
no
an
explanation
example.
given, and if there's no explanation given, then the probability
This
that
is a
they are doing
hypothetical.
so, if there's no explanation
This
given,
is a
there's no
hypothetical at this moment. It is. Then give an example of an image where there's an accompanying claim being made alongside it.
Yeah, so Toby Dog, as I was saying, right, so the fact that there's no explanation given, right, it would extremely lower the probability of it being the case, because that's how we work when it comes to hypotheses, right, in probability, and when it comes to like in logic, right, we provide hypotheses, and the hypothesis has to have like a set of data points to accompany it, right, and if certain questions like seem to have no reasonable explanation, then it would like lower the probability of the hypothesis being correct, right?
I'm gonna be real with you. That was extremely hard for me to grasp as far as like a claim goes. I didn't even grasp one claim out of that, actually, to be honest.
To make it more simple, right? If there's no explanation as to why they are trying to fake it, again, this is a less nuanced explanation. If there's no explanation as to why they're trying to fake it, right? It lowers the chance that they are trying to fake it. According to fake what, according to what the shape of the Earth is.
Show then.
According to like laws of probability and like logic. Huh?
What do they fake? Show a demonstration of what they faked.
Yeah, what are they faking?
Well, I mean, that's what they're claiming is faking. I mean, I didn't claim anything was faking.
You claimed it.
No, I didn't say they were faking it. I said if they were faking what the shape of the Earth is, there'd have to be an explanation.
Show an example. I said this already. Show an example of an image depicting Earth as a sphere with an accompanying claim alongside it, definitively stipulating that the author of that photograph is claiming that is Earth in its unedited and raw state, photographed.
I don't understand why what I said is being mischaracterized so much in the chat. Like, for example, in the example of I can't think of a good reason. Okay, so it's a hypothetical then.
If they did do this...
Why do you keep interrupting me, dude? Why do you keep interrupting me at every step? If you don't want to speak to me, like, and have a conversation, that's fine, right? Like, just let me know and I'll just stop speaking, right?
I mean, but what I
like, don't trick me into having a conversation about like allowing me to speak, then interrupting me, then allowing me to speak, then interrupting me. If you don't want to speak to me, I don't mind. I'll just mute up. Like, I don't mind. Like, I don't care that much. Like, don't interrupt because like it's really annoying, right? But yeah, like you were saying, I can't think of a good reason why my girl would cheat on me, so she hasn't, right? Again, in that scenario, if I'll tell you why it's not analogous, right? One, pretty much in any relationship, you can come up with reasons as to why someone would, be disloyal and stuff like that, right? Second of all, we're not talking about one person's thinking. I'm not saying, I can't think of a reason why NASA. You have the whole flat Earth community, which believes like that they are faking these things, right? So why hasn't one explanation?
What things?
Yeah, I'll tell you, the data being provided to show that the Earth is a globe. We're speaking about the data they provide that claim the Earth is a globe, okay? So in that situation, it becomes less and less likely.
Is this, bro, stop. Is this data that you just believe exists, that you've heard about vaguely in passing, in conversation? Or have you seen this data? Show us the data you're talking about.
It's the numbers, the figures.
Volumes of proven data. Numbers.
I don't understand, like, why you guys are talking like this. Like, look. Anyways,
my point is to type that out though is just to make it really clear is like if something has happened, like let's say there's like a dead body, like your ability to not be able to fathom like why it could have happened doesn't change the fact that it did happen. You see?
No. So this is it's extremely disanalogous, right? Extremely disanalogous. One, I'm not basing it on my ability to fathom. I'm not basing it on my ability to fathom it. I'm basing I'm basing it on everyone's ability collectively together being able to come up with an explanation. That's completely different,
that's a logical
right?
fallacy. We don't do that here. That's all we're saying. We don't do that.
I didn't commit any logical fallacy. Right? I'm not saying there's no explanation to this question.
Logical fallacy. Collecting everyone's data and making your opinion about that is the logical fallacy.
You don't understand what I said. I didn't say everyone's providing data. That's not what I said. What I'm saying is, if everyone's collective mind is failing to provide an explanation for a question under a certain paradigm, logically speaking, that lowers the probability of that paradigm being true. This is just like logic 101. And it's not just buzzwords. This is just how hypotheses work, right? Hypotheses have a set of... It is. It has a set of data, right? And each set of data has
Show
to be
data.
like
Show data. Show data.
Each set of data has to
data?
be. Each set of data has to be.
Where?
Each set of data has to be explainable, right?
Which
so the
data?
piece,
Which data?
Yeah, the piece of data is that the one piece of the piece of data is that NASA is. Can I answer you, or are you gonna keep like heckling?
It's not
the piece of data under the piece of data under this paradigm. The piece of data under this paradigm would be that the organizations are colluding and lying, right?
Okay,
so
they
that's
do
the
that.
piece of data under this hypothesis, right?
They do. They
so
do.
now
collude,
that piece
so
of data has to be explained. Now,
They
if
do
this piece of
collude.
data, if this piece of data cannot be explained,
Yeah,
right,
they do.
by the
They do
collective
collude.
minds, by the collective minds, by the.
Not
So I'm
collective,
asking you.
but
So
they'll
so
tell
that's-
you. They told you they
Okay, okay.
collude.
Okay, good. So this is your belief that they
That's a
or this
fact.
is your position.
It's not a belief. it's a
Okay, bro.
fact.
You know what? That's not what I mean by belief. Okay, what I mean is it's your position.
It's a-
Please stop.
no,
like,
Not my
stop
position.
getting-
Their position. They'll take. You
Okay,
can go right
okay,
to right now.
just-
You could go
oh
to
my God,
NASA's
this conversation
website.
is so insufferable.
You
You're
could go
so
to NASA's
insufferable.
website right now, and you could ask them about their international partners, aka collusions. If you want to work for NASA, they tell you, "Hey, you must be a U.S. citizen, but you can talk to our cohorts. They will. They could hire you."
Charlie.
So right
Charlie,
there, are
look,
they in
what
on
I'm
it?
saying is not what I'm saying is not buzzwords, right? So would you agree with this statement, right? If you have a hypothesis or a paradigm, look, if you have a hypothesis or a paradigm, and this hypothesis makes a set of claims, would you agree that if one or more of the claims has no explanation, it would lower the chance of that hypothesis being true? Doesn't mean it's false, but it would lower the chance of it being true. Would you agree?
No, it would increase the chance.
I'm not talking to you. I'm not asking you.
Yeah, the increase each time you got a
What'd you say,
claim
Charlie?
that you'll have an explanation. You got proof. So what would be better? You got a claim with proof, or a
You don't even
claim with an
understand what I said. Like,
Yes, I did.
Can you just?
You
no, you
said
didn't.
that
I
you've got a
promise
claim,
You didn't.
and you don't have proof, but you have
That's
an
not what I said.
explanation.
That's not what I said. Repeat what I
That
said.
would lower your chances.
Repeat what I said. Repeat what
Yeah,
I
they
said.
said you got a worldview or something along those lines that has a series of claims built into it, but you don't have proof. You only have explanations.
That's not what I said. That's
Okay,
not what I
so
said.
you don't have
What I said
explanations.
was-
You have proof.
What I said was that's not what I said. What I said was
Okay, which
if you have a
one is it? Which
worldview,
one? Okay, you have a
if you have a
worldview.
if you have a worldview, and that worldview makes a set of claims and holds certain positions, right?
Yep.
And one or more of those claims have questions regarding them that cannot be answered, in any
Okay.
simple manner, right?
Yep.
And that would lower the chance. Can you stop? That would lower the chance.
No, that
of
increases the
of the
chance.
claim.
That increases the chances because now
It
you got
would
more. You got more probabilities, more possible answers. Walter Fried, I think it's. I can't remember who said it right now. He said it's better to have questions without answers than answers that can't be questioned.
I'm saying probability to that specific claim. You're not listening to me.
There's more answers that are out there. When you narrow the field down to one specific answer, that lowers the probability because now it's like a Boolean expression, either A or B.
You don't
But if
understand
you
what I
have
said.
A is false and B is true, but then if you have A as false, then B could be true, C could be true, D could be true, E could be true, F could be true, and on and on and on. Each time you add another probability, you increase it. That's an increase.
You didn't understand what I said. You didn't
This is
understand.
they're called the Monty Hall. This is called the Monty Hall problem.
Okay, so look, what's the definition of a hypothesis, Charlie? If you're saying I'm using it correctly.
You're using it colloquially, but I get what you're saying.
No, I'm not using it colloquially. I'm using it within the realm of reason and logic.
Probability and stuff like that. It's like no, not really. A scientific
The term, hypothesis. Okay, so this is like you're accusing me of using it wrongly. Yet you think the term hypothesis is exclusive to like the scientific method. That's not true.
I mean,
the term hypothesis is the term hypothesis is used.
That's what I was saying earlier. You're using it as a buzzword.
No, I'm not using it as a buzzword. I'm using it because this is the term that I use all the time when it comes to like a certain worldview, right? It's called the hypothesis, right? You're presenting a worldview, right? If you want, I can use the word worldview instead, but the word hypothesis would just be more accurate in the realms of like logic and reason, right? This is just like the terms that are used. It's not just a term that's used for the scientific method, right? We have like a dependent and independent variable. No. Hypothesis is also used for like the way I was using it. So, like I said, I mean, I still didn't get an answer from you though. I still didn't get an answer from you. Like, would you?
Okay, well, I'm gonna say because you've been yapping, Loki. Let's be honest, you've been yapping a lot. But
I've allowed anyone who's speaking to me to speak, right? So if you want to speak, go ahead. Like, I don't mind. I'll be quiet. Go ahead.
If you're asking like why would they lie, and you're just like, well, how could all these people be? It's like because you'll believe it, you know. Like all these people, they're believing just like you, just like I used to.
So then what happens?
And that's how we get to this situation we're in now, where all these people are doing.
So what's wrong with the situation?
Because they're believers, like you.
So what's wrong with the situation, like practically speaking?
Well, this goes back to like the cheating girlfriend or the dead body. It's like, well, you're like, well, how could all these people possibly? It's like, well, regardless of what all the people are doing or saying, there's a dead body on the ground. Like that is the key. There's evidence that your girlfriend cheated. We have the facts. You're more concerned with like, how could this possibly have happened? But there's all these people. I can't fathom why this has happened. It's like, it doesn't matter.
Again, I can't fathom. The whole earth can't fathom, right? There's a difference.
That's what I'm saying, because they're believers like you. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, including the flat earth community. Right? I'm asking for an explanation from the flat earth community as to the motivation behind them convincing the world that the earth is a globe.
It doesn't matter. That's right. And it doesn't matter.
Okay, that's fine. You can say it doesn't matter. But what I'm just saying is,
who says they're doing that? Even who says they're doing that?
Yeah,
I mean, who says they're doing that?
Many people say this. Many people.
We're just using our eyeballs and looking at the ground.
Like hundreds of flat earthers that I've seen. Hundreds of flat earthers that I've seen claim this.
Many people in this community claim this.
No, who is trying to convince people that the Earth is a globe?
Who is trying to convince people that the Earth is a globe? I don't think, the only people trying to going out of their way to convince the Earth is a globe is people in like globe versus flat Earth debates. I don't think
then
anyone
you
else
just threw
cares.
your own argument out the fucking window, bro. Nobody's out there trying to convince people.
Again, this is under my worldview. I'm speaking from the flat Earth world of view.
Yeah,
have you not heard of internal critique? Like, what are you talking about? I don't believe like all these organizations.
I don't think that there is anybody trying to convince Earth is a globe.
Okay, that's fine.
Except, like you said, people that come into these arenas.
Yeah, that's fine. But a lot of people do believe that, right? If you believe there's something else going on, like an honest mistake going on with all the data, that's fine. But a lot of people believe it's an intentional there's a malicious intent by these organizations.
So they believe it. Oh, okay. Well, I'm not interested in
bro. I was trying to tell you.
Data.
Why do you guys get triggered by the word believe? When I say believe, I'm referring to a position being held. I'm not referring to the word believe in the sense of a position held without evidence. That's not what I mean by believe. By believe, I mean a position held, right? For example, I believe my chair,
bro.
Like, for example,
You're just discussing hypotheticals at the moment.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. You haven't given a specific example of anything. You couldn't be vaguer about this. You couldn't be more vague about this.
Dude. I get you're using like this peer pressure, like, well, everyone else believes it, so I should too.
It's not. I've never said that. I've never said that.
I mean, it's giving that vibe. But I'm just saying, like,
you're not like how I've explained this a million times. How am I not can be clearer? Look,
yapping a lot, bro.
What I'm saying is, I'm not even referring to other globe earthers. I'm referring to other flat earthers. I'm referring to other flat
Flat
earthers,
don't
right?
have anything to do with this, to be honest. Flat earthers don't have
But a lot of flat earthers claim.
What we're saying is that we're believers like you. Everyone's a believer. Your teacher who told you it was a globe in school, she wasn't maliciously lying to you. She didn't know the truth and then was sharing some sort of lie. She's a believer like you, like everyone else. That's the category you fall into.
No, but a lot of flat earthers.
Oh my god!
A lot of flat earthers, and I would say most of them, would believe that these organizations in charge, right, are maliciously trying to convince people that the Earth is a globe.
Cleared that up. I just cleared that up. That's not what's
no.
Do you have any proof that they're not?
Are you saying, bro?
What are you talking about?
Are you saying a large amount of flat earthers don't believe that
believers like you? That's what.
No, that's what you. But that's fine. That's your position.
No.
That's fine. I'm saying a lot of other flat earthers.
Flat earthers know you, dude. I've been in the community long enough. It's
so what percentage would you give?
Okay, bro.
Strawman counter is burning up. You need to stop. We're not all the same fucking person. Okay.
I didn't say all of you. I said a lot of you.
Flat Earth does this. Flat Earth does that.
No, I said a lot of you. I didn't say flat earthers in general. I'm against generalization. I said a lot of you.
Let's build off of that. Please.
That's what I did, right? That's what I did.
Give an example. Give an example, bro. Give an example.
Is it not true, Toby Dog, that hundreds, or that many flat earthers, a large percent of the flat earth
Give an example. Give an example.
That is it not true, Toby Dog, that a large percent? Is it not true, Toby Dog, that a large percentage of flat earthers, right, believe that the organizations are like in charge of, like space exploration, these kinds of things?
They're not maliciously lying.
No. Again, I'm not saying that this is your position. I'm saying, is it not true that a lot of flat earthers believe?
No, it's not true. It's not true. I'm answering for you.
Give an example, bro.
Dial into somebody else. Because I'm
I can show you many
100%.
videos. I can show you many videos.
We don't care.
I could show you many videos about like people claiming that NASA's lying and this kind of thing. And I mean, like
that doesn't mean that that does not necessarily. That's non sequitur. Does not necessarily follow from what you said. They could be saying NASA's lying about this particular thing in this particular instance, and it not be involved with an intent to deceive people about the shape of the Earth. So you need to give specifics, bro.
So you're saying they lied about pictures related to the shape of the Earth, but their intention wasn't to lie about the shape of the Earth?
Possibly, yeah.
Just because.
Possibly.
Like you.
Or what? Like,
it's not
for lying. So they're lying about something that's related to the shape of the Earth that has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
For example, they could be simply lying about being able to gain that position, that vantage point, right? What are they going to show them? Are they going to show people, if they want to convince people, hey, we can go this far away from the Earth, but they're not really doing it, and we can get this far away from the Earth, and we've got cameras, and look what we took with our cameras. Are they going to show you something paradigm changing? Are they going to show you what you expect to see and what they themselves would also expect to see?
So then they are lying about the
right. So it's possible that they can lie and do that, and it not be involved with intent to deceive people about the shape of the Earth.
But you just gave the example you just gave includes intent to deceive about the shape of the Earth, because you just said they don't want to change everyone's paradigm.
No, it doesn't.
It's called the art of war. What they wanted to do was showcase that they have this amazing technology that their enemies don't. Look how high we can get. We can rain death from above if you don't do what we tell you to do. It's a bluff. It had nothing to do with the Earth.
You're saying it's meant to like put fear into people?
The same way some internet troll might post your IP address. He wants you to think he can do something with it, like he can, shut off your router or something like that. It's a bluff. It's Neil deGrasse Tyson wrote a whole book about it called Accessories to War. That should be all the explanations that you would be looking for. He wrote
so what
a book.
Effect does it have on? So what effect does it have on someone's daily life? Look, again, I didn't say how could they lie, therefore they haven't. I've said explicitly.
You don't realize what you're saying, dude.
Explicitly, what I'm saying is, it doesn't mean therefore. It means the probability is decreased. There's a huge difference. Do you understand?
We don't care. You're making up numbers in your head about the probability. We don't care how. This isn't your tea party where you determine the rules. Like, well, according to me, 99%. Like your probability numbers are thrown out the window.
I didn't give any numbers. I'm speaking about basic logic. Like, let's say if you have a human body.
Yeah.
Let's say if you have a human body. Let's say if you have a dead body. Let's say if you have a dead body.
Don't worry about that. I know how to fix this.
I don't care about the probability.
Yeah. Let's say you have a dead body, right?
No, don't worry about dead body. This is how you fix it. You don't need Flat Earth to talk about how NASA lies. You can go right into the globalist worldview. You can go right to NASA, for fuck's sake. Right now, you go right to NASA and talk to employees about why they're scrubbing LGBTQ representation from their websites. All kinds of shit that they've lied about. You've got disgruntled employees who work at there, who are like, these guys are lying. This place sucks. So you don't need this topic. You want to talk about why you believe NASA? Go to a site, a website that has the government accountability. That will fix this. Then once you realize the autopsy here isn't a body, it's like Eisenhower who warned you ahead of time. Beware of the military-industrial complex.
Okay, so when it comes to the dead body example, right? So, like, let's say...
Yeah, we're not going to reset. This isn't a respawn. Okay? The example is you don't need Flat Earth to talk about how NASA has lied to people. You've got conspiracy theories already baked into NASA. Number one, you've got the Apollo program. Number two, the U-2 spy plane. Number three, you've got weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. These are things that NASA had lied about. And you don't need anyone in Flat Earth to talk about that.
Are we done with the muting?
Are you listening?
I heard what you said.
Okay, because you keep talking over people.
No, I didn't. I waited till you finished, and then I started talking, and then you muted me. What are you talking about?
Yeah, there's a thing that you're fundamental muting people. You keep asking the same question over and over again. It doesn't matter how someone answers you, and you.
I was giving an analogy that I haven't even given before.
Yeah, no one cares about your analogy.
If you don't care what I have to say, then why are you participating in this conversation?
You're the one asking the questions. I didn't ask you anything, and I won't ask you anything.
What?
You don't know anything.
Okay, then why
would I ask? How about this? Think about this. Why would anyone ask you something if you don't even know what you're talking about? You are willfully unprepared for this conversation. You have no idea. You have no concept of when government has lied, why they've lied, and the detrimental of who.
Why are you speaking to me then?
Yeah, same answer. You asked a question. I gave you the answer.
I didn't ask you. If you don't want to speak to me, why did you answer? I didn't ask you.
Yeah, the same answer.
No, but again, I'm asked other people. Now you stepped in and said, I don't want to hear this question, stay muted. But I'm not asking you.
Sure, we can do that. How about this? I'm in this room and you're in this room. You don't want to talk to me, so I could.
No, I do. No. I could talk to anyone. No. I don't mind talking to anyone.
Yeah, then
I don't mind talking to anyone.
Then you go to a new room and see who wants to talk to you, or if they want to talk to me.
No, I don't mind talking. Don't mischaracterize me. Don't mischaracterize me. I didn't say I don't want to talk to you.
Look at you muted. You're fundamentally muting people. This is an experiment we'll do. Okay, you go to a different room. Whoever follows you, they want to talk to you, not me. That's the experiment we'll run, the hypothesis, and the explanation, and the proof. All of it right there.
There is no proof for the flat Earth, dude.
Then why? Okay, don't ask for it then.
No, I'm saying there isn't.
Then don't ask. Like, if you think there isn't any proof for something, make sure you maintain a logically consistent worldview. Don't break your own worldview and plant a flag and say this thing doesn't exist. There's no proof for this, and then on the backswing, ask for it.
Well, Crit, the reason why I know that the world it can never be as flat is because there's multiple sufficient evidence to show it's a sphere provided by NASA. There's multiple pictures.
Pictures?
Photographs from space.
Wait, taken from where?
From outer space.
You mean like the blue marble? Do you think the blue marble?
That's like the famous one I go to, yeah.
Outer space is not real, so pictures from where?
Perfect. The blue marble is
okay,
perfect.
come on. You cannot deny.
Well, you look straight up, you can deny it because this is the catch. That photo from space had some entanglements. They told you, the astronaut said, when they saw the Earth from space, it was a instant cognitive shift. Instantly. Their whole worldview changed. They saw the Earth. They saw everybody's interconnected. One people, one planet. It got so frustrating for one of them, called Edgar Mitchell, that he believed that the people in government had been replaced by shape-shifting reptiles from outer space. So when you tell me, hey, this photo from space proves the Earth is a globe and can't be a flat, then where is your overview effect? Or have you been, as Edgar Mitchell would say, you've been replaced by a shape-shifting reptile from outer space?
There was a lot said there.
Yeah, very simple. The entanglements. The people who took the photo, who saw it with their own eyes, told you something. That causal agent, we're talking about science now, cause and effect. Seeing the Earth from space causes an instant, not delayed, not partial, an instant cognitive shift. So now we can look at that. We can show people a photograph and test for the overview effect and see, are you affected by this photograph from space? If not, then we can fall back and use the explanation that Edgar Mitchell, the pilot for Apollo 14, they must be a shape-shifting reptile from outer space. Because they don't value the Earth. They don't value a diversity of opinions and ideas. They only seem to value their own idea, and they devalue the Earth.
Wait, BRB. Sorry, I'm just getting a call. It's from my mom. BRB.
Mama calling. It's like, that's an old joke. Your mama's calling you. Suspect still here? Hey, dude, how come? Dude, suspect, you're supposed to leave and see who's going to follow you to test your claim that people want to talk to you.
Chris, I didn't say that. See, again, you're not listening. I didn't say that everyone wants to talk to me. I didn't say that no one wants to talk to you. All I said was, if you don't want to talk to me, right, then why are you engaging with me as part of the conversation? Because you said like you were muting me, right? So you don't want to talk to me, right? Or you don't want to hear me speak. So I'm saying, why are you engaging with me? I never said I'm more popular or everyone wants to listen to. I never said this. Please don't mischaracterize me. So please don't abuse like the muting terms and stuff like that. Like, I've been extremely respectful. since the beginning of the conversation, and I haven't violated any rules or anything or whatever it is. So you got a lot more hostile people that come to these rooms.
Emotional damage.
All right, I'm back.
I made the analogy very clear in the chat. I mean, I don't know how much more clear I can get. That's kind of what we're trying to say is there's 100%, we know for a fact there's a lie. There's a Earth's flat. We know that for sure. So whoever's saying anything really doesn't matter. You're like, what? But like, there's all these organizations. Okay, there's still a dead body. Yeah, but like, I can't fathom that there was a crime committed. Okay, but there's a dead body though. Yeah, but like, I just don't see how this could. What's the motive? What's the probability? It's like, I don't know. 100%, I guess, because there's a dead body. You're like, yeah, but my hypothesis, you see what I'm saying? Like, this is kind of what.
So the thing is, I understand what you're saying, but the thing is, in that analogy, the established fact would be that there is already a dead body, right? But within our paradigm or this conversation, it's not an established fact that like within like both our paradigms, right? That the Earth is like this, or they're lying, and this kind of thing, right? A better analogy would be let's say there is a crime, there's a murder, right?
Analogy. Sorry, hold on, wait. Let me stop you. We don't need to change the analogy. We just need to put on the table the facts that it's flat, and then the analogy holds up. We don't need to change it. It's perfect. The dead body.
Well, it's disanalogous because
you're like you're basically ignoring the dead body and worrying more about like, yeah, but like, what's the motive? What's the probability? How could this have been done? I can't fathom it, right? None of those things even matter when we know for a fact there's a dead body on the ground.
So here's my point of view, right? The thing is, I do care about the. Sorry, what'd you say till end?
What, the evidence?
Like, yeah, but you're saying, but there's all these organizations that are doing X, Y, and Z. To be honest, that doesn't matter because we know the Earth is flat.
So the thing, but again, that's
the organization can do anything. It's more about what the Earth is doing. So
maybe you should listen instead of yapping.
Yeah, you should be asking about the evidence then, because this isn't a paradigm pissing contest, right?
Well, I've looked at the evidences before, and I've like watched different flat Earth debates and videos or whatever it is. It's not like my first time seeing this, right? So when I'm like talking about the motivations of like these organizations, like it's something that I haven't talked about much, which is why I'm like thinking about talking about it, right?
You own in the box to the left in the closet, that's my stuff. If I bought it, please don't.
Yeah,
stop. He's a flat earther, basically, just questioning why would they lie.
I just right click my mouse and click mute. To the mute. All right, we'll just move on. So, yeah, do you get it now? Wait, you said, bro, when you were talking about the videos you watched, you're saying that all these flat earthers were saying they're mischievously lying and all this stuff. Like,
no, not all of them. No, not all of them. So some were like focused on the organization.
Before you get hung up on that.
Sure. Go ahead.
It doesn't matter what any organization's doing, like what they're saying. It's more about what the Earth is doing and saying. So that's it. We're focused on that.
I think, in my opinion, both are important, right?
That's it.
I think both are important, right? Like, if you have a case,
absolutely not.
We're not focusing on the Earth.
Videos you find randomly on the internet, I mean, the flat earthers are not the same as us at all.
No, what I'm saying is the motivations of the potential organizations that are lying and the facts on the table regarding like the empirical evidence are both important, right? Because they're both data points towards. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, go ahead. I mean, because you're. I mean,
no, that has no bearing on the evidence. Has no bearing on the evidence. That's subjective. This is objective.
Bro, what is that GIF, bro?
That's too funny. I literally can't stop laughing. Is
that a real dead body, or is that like a skit?
I hope it's just a Troy. It looks kind of like a skit, but it's bad funny.
Wow. When did detectives try and find a motive?
I would say, T-Dub, that even if they don't have a motive, it doesn't matter.
It matters in this sense, bro. I want to go down this line because it does matter. Detectives will seek a motive when they've established a crime has been committed, but they have no leads. So they'll look at a potential motive which may lead them down a path towards a suspect. Then they can start seeing if they can gather some objective evidence.
Well, it can be in any order, but yeah, like they can have a suspect first and investigate any motives. But the point is that
crime first.
No, I said suspect or the motive.
Yeah, crime first.
Yeah, I didn't deny that, so I don't know why you said no.
Right,
crime,
so they're not going to stand around wondering whether a crime has been committed or not. They're going to establish whether one has been committed or not wonder about it. Or try and figure it out, like just stand around going, well, I don't know if this person with the knife sticking out of their back was murdered. Are they?
Look, what the point is, like in a case, a detective doing an investigation or whatever it is, right? Now, Charlie is right in the sense that if there's an overwhelming set of facts, right, and there's not a clear motive, if the overwhelming set of facts are enough, right, then they would still conclude that the suspect is guilty, right? But all I'm saying is...
We're not talking about the suspect, we're talking about the crime.
Again, this is not the same analogy, right? Because we don't agree that there's some kind of crime that's been committed, right? In the actual, like, regarding the debate about the shape of the Earth, right?
In this case, it will be that the crime is analogous to the Earth being flat, objectively, demonstrably, observably, practically used as.
So your analogy is like assuming the position that we're debating about.
Right, so your motive is irrelevant. You're appealing to motive to see if a crime has been committed. No, motive is only going to help you once you've established the crime has been committed. So once you've decided whether there has been a lie told, right? You've analysed the evidence. You've come to the conclusion the Earth is flat. A lie has been told because somebody is out there is showing me an image and saying this is the Earth as a ball in space, right? I know that's wrong now. Now I can question the motive.
But the thing is, I haven't come to that
what are the
conclusion.
implications of that? What are the implications of a lie on that grand of a scale being told? Why would it happen? What is their goal? How do they pull it off?
Hold on, bro. We're not going to circle back. We've just been doing this for the last hour. We need to get to the...
I just got here, so I didn't know.
Yeah, well, then just listen for a bit.
I mean, you can speak to them X more because I think I've taken up a lot of time.
We don't want to talk about why would they lie.
That's all good.
The fact that there is a lie and then move on. Like that's up to you. You want to cope with how they lied or why they lied to you or why you believed it. That's on.
But no, for me, it's like I want to know why they lied because I want to know what they're hiding. I want to know, like,
hang on a second.
Why would you lie to the whole world?
For you guys.
Then I want to know the truth.
Hang on a second. There's no lie, okay? The globe has been given measurements. This is a coordinate system used for mapping the Earth. Check out the WGS-84 map, okay? It's the they call global coordinate system, okay? It's how we mapped the Earth with respect to the stars. In the
respect to the stars and how we map the Earth, I don't give a fuck.
So
then you're in the wrong room.
So there's no lying about the globe, because the globe exists. It has measurements. It's been given measurements, but it is only a conceptual thing. It is not reality. It is not tangible. It is a mapping system. So there's no lie about the globe because somebody gave it measurements. Okay? I got to throw that out there. So stop the thing about the lie. The lie comes in.
I do fundamentally disagree.
That they might be doing with respect to this coordinate system. That's where the lie might come in. But the globe is not a lie in the first instance, but it's not tangible either.
Oh yeah, I don't know. I kind of disagree with that, but I feel like it is quite literally a lie. I mean, they tell us they went to the moon, they do all this NASA stuff, they teach it in schools that it's round, and it's like, I don't know, I kind of feel like it's actually flat, you know what I'm saying? And they're fundamentally teaching us that it is round, therefore it is a lie.
Mm.
But besides that, I'm actually like, I'm still in the middle. I don't know. Like, I'm so lost. Like, if everything I've ever learned about space and everything, man, and like now it's like, is it even real? Like, I'm like in the middle. I don't know which is real because both sides seem to have good evidence.
Okay, see, this is interesting what was posted in the chat, right? This is kind of like what I was asking for, right? Like, so the reasons given is hide free energy, hide the greater, hide your spirituality, hide more land, hide more resources, hide scientific knowledge, hide what's in Antarctica, hide that you're at the center of the universe, hide that you're special.
Yeah,
hide
that's
free
pretty dope.
energy. So how would giving a different shape of the earth hide free energy?
Because they don't want us to know that there's an ether. They don't want us to know that there's a firmament. They don't want us to know that God is real. All of that.
The ether. Do you believe in the ether?
Yeah, you ever seen about old churches and how they would have the steeples and there'd be like a ball with mercury in it or something like that? And like when you would ring the bells and the vibration would get the mercury spinning and they would literally generate energy from the sky. And that's why they got rid of like 10,000 different bells, all the Liberty bells, and they said, oh, we melt them down for ammo in the war. But, you know, there's just, I don't know, a bunch of weird stuff out there that it's like, Because I also heard that like the Zeppelins and stuff used to ionize the hydrogen by pulling up to like a skyscraper to the thing at the top and they would charge that way.
Hide that you're special.
You ain't never heard that, man? I'm serious.
I mean, I've heard of that, but it sounds like an overly general claim, and I don't understand what the purpose of that would be.
Well, because I think one of the main secrets is that everything is electromagnetism, and there is energy that you can harness directly from the air, you know, and I don't know, I think I believe it.
What do you mean by everything is electromagnetism?
Just everything to the fundamental level. I mean, it's all propagated up into like density, you know, like physical matter seems to be real, but it's really kind of just like, I don't know, wavelengths and frequencies that are just so dense that they become what we call physical. But everything's actually like 99% space, you know what I'm saying?
I mean, I don't think NASA tries to convince you otherwise.
No, not NASA necessarily, but all together.
Whoever's in power.
All of them, the satanic elite and their global cabal that they got going on. It's all a whole bunch of different lies, you know. Look into Nikola Tesla,
This
man.
is where he wanted it to go, right? This is exactly where he wanted it to go. Down the rabbit hole with the tinfoil fucking hat instead of dealing with directly with the evidence.
We're literally in a flat
come
Earth
on.
Discord
Oh, come on.
here.
Let's speculate. Yeah, let's speculate our hearts out about all this bullshit. Shit that you can't prove.
I don't know, man. I got all kinds of memes and stuff. There, I'll try to send something.
You probably can't post since you're new to the server.
Evolution, you're the retarded offspring of 5 monkeys having butt sex with a fish skull. Does anyone here believe in a specific age of the Earth?
It's off topic.
I'm just asking a question. If anyone wants to answer.
Yeah, if you really want to know that, you don't need flat Earth. You have the guy who did the final experiment, and if you haven't heard about it, they wanted to go to Antarctica to observe the sun for some reason, and he doesn't like flat earthers, and he's a young Earth creationist. His name is called William Duffy, and he's absolutely obsessed with flat earthers. People wrote articles, like opinion pieces, like, who's this young Earth creationist? And I quote, obsessed with flat earthers. So no flat earther is going to hop on with a William Duffy and go young Earth creationism. Okay, that's all bullshit.
I hope you realize a large group of flat earthers believe in young Earth creationism, right?
No, this is a large group of people who went to Antarctica to try to debunk the flat Earth, who are young Earth creationists. The biggest mouthpieces, you've got like Darth Dawkins on this server, Mr. Batman, other characters like Kent Hovind. They all hate flat earthers, and they're all young Earth creationists. You just had 3 astronauts speak at the Ark amusement park. All 3 astronauts, young Earth creationists. There's no one in flat Earth who's going to speculate that they know how old the Earth is. Some people in flat Earth don't do that. People on the globe side, have a lot of young Earth creationists. And
there's
for some reason,
there's a lot of young Earth creationists
don't like flat earthers.
There's a lot of young Earth creationists who are flat earthers.
Zero.
There's zero. Are you serious?
Yeah. Zero. Those two things are not connected.
I personally know people.
I'm a young Earth creationist.
Yeah, you got people fucking with you, is what you got. Young Earth
I think it's about 20,000 years old, maybe 25,000 years old.
Yeah,
they have one there with you right now.
Young Earth creationists.
And I believe in God, and I think we're on a flat Earth. And I think it's all like a toroidal field from the electromagnetic field.
Yeah, those are all back to
crazy a little bit.
Those are defeaters. Each one of those is a contradiction.
Nah, it works if you don't think about it.
So yeah, if you want to talk about young Earth creationists, you can go talk to NASA astronauts. Butch Williams, namely, the guy who's got stuck on the ISS for a while, young Earth creationist. He's a biblical literist, young Earth creationist, astronaut. So you got to think, if you think there's something mentally, spiritually, or physically wrong with a young Earth creationist, you are talking about NASA astronauts. Old boy didn't look at. Finally, he ran off. I'm trying to pigeonhole you guys into one belief system and attack all of you together. Okay, so we got conspiracies. Nope, not that. Okay, what's next? Okay, nope. Ooh, nice. You named one that the astronauts are also. Let's see what he does. Bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it plays off for him. and he ran away.
I don't know. I think the Earth might only be about 25,000 years old. It was created by God, and the way He created it was with electromagnetism, which it says that in the Bible. It says in the beginning, the Earth was void and without form. God said, "Let there be light," and light. Photons are carriers of information. You know, they give form to the electromagnetic field. And, yeah. I don't think we're 13.6 billion years old, flying through space, hurtling after a sun. No. It's a plane of inertia is what it is. It's like, I don't know how to explain it.
Yeah, if you don't know how, don't. Just put it in your back pocket, save it for later.
Or just put it in your bum.
Good idea. Yep.
Yeah. That will help you ascend. You'll open your third eye chakra. Then you can astral travel and see the true shape of the Earth. You'll finally have a model.
Now, see, I believe that's possible, but that's demonic. No.
Why, you don't want to put things in your bum? Are you homophobic?
No, I don't want to channel my chakra.
Bro, you should really
I like
do
my
it.
fluoride, thank you.
Yeah, you're a good koi. Good job. Astral travel. That's true. Oh,
I think it's
astral
possible,
projection.
man, for sure. Hey, if they can
Astral.
figure out how to quantum entangle particles, why would you not be able to, like, astral project your mental energy that's like electrical signals? Why would they not? I don't know. I think there's realms and, like, overlapping things.
This is all theoretical, by the way. Everything you
Of
said.
course, but you gotta just take a leap of faith, man.
How about you go take a shit instead? And just go to sleep.
You ain't never ate some mushrooms, man, and you were like, whoa. Dude, I've met entities and things like, yeah, they might have just been chemicals firing off in my brain, but, dude, they felt real.
Yeah. I don't see why I would want to do mushrooms, to be honest. It just inducing a state of psychosis temporarily.
Yeah, here in the Flat Earth channel, we promote healthy living.
Is this live streamed?
Yeah.
I'm starting to think we truly live in the modern day Sodom and Gomorrah.
I didn't think this was being live streamed.
Yeah.
I guess that's why you had to put out that disclaimer.
Yeah, we're live streamed. Yeah, we need disclaimers sometimes because there's like there's some people out there that, man, they
the celestial equator. And the sun cuts through that celestial equator on its yearly path at 23 degrees. Okay, that's why they say the Earth has a 23-degree tilt. You understand? Is that the equator in the ecliptic, which is the sun's path against the background stars, they don't line up. They're not aligned. One is 23 degrees off from the other one. That's the actual observation. Okay, they didn't observe a 23-degree tilted fucking Earth orbiting the sun.
Oh, okay.
They saw the sun intersect the equator at a 23-degree angle. That's what they saw.
So it's all on assumptions and observations.
Not that it's wrong. It's that they're reifying a model. Just saying, hey, we have a mathematical model, but that's what exists in reality. We know that that is fallacious reasoning. We make models all over the place, which have no ultimate reality in them.
Yeah. Okay, great.
I mean, it's just the way it is, man. The entire coordinate system, latitude and longitude, are based upon the sky. It has nothing to do with the ground.
Yeah, I see very famous people on internet. They also believe Earth is flat. For example, NVS star.
Don't care. Don't care what famous people think. Don't care what fucking, politicians. I don't care what they think. You know what determines for me and for most of the people in here whether the Earth is flat or not? The Earth. We don't appeal to other people. We go, hey, what is the Earth like in nature, out there, outside? That's where you have to go. It's that you're not going to find it on the internet. You're not going to find it in this Discord. The only way you're going to figure out whether the Earth is flat or a globe is to go test it for yourself, which is easy to do. In the mathematics is third grade geometry.
Yeah.
That's why we're here, because they make claims. They say, hey, the Earth is a globe, 3,959-mile radius. And just like the other person was saying, he said, I saw pictures from space. Well, you can say whatever you want. We can test all that stuff against what we experience on Earth. And none of it lines up, right? They say all these things, and then we go out into nature, we test. None of it happens.
Did you personally test this laser experiment?
Did I do a laser experiment? Is that what you said?
No. Did you do any experiment in the?
Yeah, I go by the ocean. It's easy for me to just go to the beach and frickin' watch boats sail away.
Okay, so you have verified the claims by John D.
Yeah, so you go on a website, it's called marinetraffic.com. It'll give you the position of boats in the ocean, right? And you can observe a boat for a long period of time. So I'll use an example. I did 3.5 hours, I watched a boat. It went 6 miles to 30 miles. Now, the Globe Earth says that boat should be 420 feet under the horizon. Okay, that's something like in meters. That would be like fucking 127 meters.
Yeah, I got
under the horizon. But I could see the boat the entire time. It never vanished. It never did anything. I got bored watching it. And went home.
Whenever I'll go to a beach, I'll try that experiment. Could you tell me the website?
Marine, MARINE, traffic, TRAFFIC.
Okay, yeah, I got it.
Okay.
Thanks. This. Okay.
And you can see, and the thing is, like, it'll give you a map, and you can like go to wherever you're going to be, and then you can click on the boat, and it'll give you the details of the boat, and it'll tell you the boat's latitude and longitude. So then you'll have its position, and then you can calculate based upon the position about how far away it was.
So what was your observation? Like, how far did you
30 miles.
30 miles, and you could see all the boat.
Yeah, I could see it with my naked eye from 15 feet above sea level. Naked eye.
Were you standing on a beach?
Pictures with an iPhone. That's how visible it was. It was a container ship.
Okay. Okay, could you tell me what's that phenomena where I don't know about that phenomena? There's where it seems like boats are floating above the sea. What's
Fata
that
Morgana.
called? Okay, and why is it called?
Fata Morgana.
Okay, Fata Morgana. Let us see. Search.
FATA Morgana. MORGANA. Fata Morgana. Now they'll say that's caused by refraction, but it's actually caused by the water's actually mirroring the sky, so that you can't tell it's on water.
Okay, got it. Okay, so okay, I'll do it myself, and if the results are convincing, I'll become one. Otherwise, it's quite.
Look,
I'm ready to
brother,
believe
listen, I respect that. I respect that because it's further than we get with most people. Most people, they don't even want to know. They're scared. They're scared that they're gonna go do the test. They'll be like, "Fuck, I'm a flat earther. Now my whole family hates me." Now you can go do the test. You don't have to tell anybody. Like you don't have to tell anybody. You don't have to come back and tell us. You just do whatever you want. All we're here is to tell you is that they claim there's people out there that for a long time been claiming the Earth is a globe. And at this point in time, it's such a cultural thing that everybody's just saying it and repeating it to each other in a giant echo chamber. But if you go out and test in the natural world to see if it's true, there's no globe out there. It's just not out there. I don't know what else to say. We go do the tests. We see there's no globe out there. What do you want us to do? So are we supposed to ignore reality and keep watching TV? And go, yes, it's still a globe. I don't care what I went and did. I don't care what the ocean says. I don't care what the fucking ice says. I don't care what the mirror says. Right? I don't care what, I'm sorry, but I'm going to trust my own eyes before I freaking trust the television set.
So, according to you, all that Big Bang thing and solar system, this is all bullshit? Not true as they say? It's kind of different? So, what do you think about the solar system and all those things that they taught us in the schools, the Big Bang and all that? Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
Hello,
Yeah, I
Vin?
can hear you.
Okay.
What do you think?
What you talk about, guys?
We talk about no orbits. No one's ever seen an orbit in the history of mankind.
Indio, I was asking you a question, I guess. What do you have to say about things that they taught us in the school regard like solar system, galaxies, Big Bang?
What do you mean?
Like, are they also telling us wrong information about
There's
the
no
space?
evidence for any of that.
But I can see Milky Way with my own eyes at night time.
That's not the Milky Way anymore. You need to get the updated DLC lore. That's not the Milky Way anymore.
Why is that not the Milky Way?
They retracted that. Now it's a dwarf galaxy. I'm dead serious. I'll post you from Astronomer, dude. See, this is the thing about that crap. They change it all the time.
I'll see.
I'll post it in the chat.
So it's no longer a Milky Way.
It's no longer what they call the rift in the sky is no longer the Milky Way. I don't know if I can play with this with the bot.
Okay.
I'll try and play with the bot. Hold on.
So if the Earth is flat, where does the center of gravity of Earth is?
What gravity?
Center of gravity of Earth. For example, right now as a globe, I believe the center of gravity is in the middle of the core. Okay.
Well, I mean, that shouldn't even be the case. But hold on a second. See if this actually plays.
I'll watch that. Yeah.
Showing you exactly where you are right here in one of these, in the suburbs of the Milky Way, right? A nice quiet area. But what's interesting is, how did we get here? That our own Milky Way galaxy is consuming one of its neighbors in a dramatic display of ongoing galactic cannibalism. Sagittarius is 10,000 times smaller in mass, and so it's getting stretched out, torn apart, and gobbled up by the bigger Milky Way. So if you ever go night watching out in the night sky, in a nice area with no light pollution, and you look up at the sky, and you see that giant band of stars whipping across, and you go, man, it's the Milky Way. Guess what? You've been wrong the whole time. It's not the Milky Way. It's the Sagittarius dwarf galaxy. Why is this important? Because right where the Sagittarius dwarf, not the Sagittarius constellation, the Sagittarius dwarf galaxy, right where it actually merges and meets, there's a little tiny dot. I don't know if you can see it, a little tiny yellow dot where it meets and is being swallowed up by the Milky Way. That's where we are.
Yeah, you're trying to update your word, dude.
That's interesting. I did not know that. Really got to
You didn't download that?
more
You
often.
didn't download that DLC, man? That update
Yeah, no, I
pack,
didn't, dude. I'm complaining to
dude.
myself. Yeah, I haven't downloaded for
You're
ages.
still on the wrong side quest, man. You
I
wonder
know,
why you're not
dude.
winning it. Freaking, they updated that shit. You're on the wrong side of the map.
The fuck?
Hey, Indio. Do you know
Yeah.
we can go from Alaska to United States and Alaska to
Alaska is the
Russia?
United States. All you got to do is stand still.
Dad, okay, you are making fun of me. You're trolling me. Dad,
Oh, man.
I said
Hey,
it
dude,
by
it's our
mistake.
state. I'm having like national pride, man, when you say, because the Russians are
that,
trying to
but-
take their shit back, man. So, like, no, you
I
can't
said
have it
that-
back.
Hey, I said that accidentally, and you.
Oh, hold on. I got a phone call.
Okay, so what are you talking about with Alaska? Make your point again, dude.
Okay, so you can go from Alaska to Russia, and you can also go from United Kingdom to America. So how's that loop possible if Earth is flat?
What? You're talking about going from location to location on a flat surface?
Okay, so you can go
not
from Alaska
impossible.
to Russia, and then you can from Russia to you can go to United Kingdom, and
You could be
again go
traveling.
to
Dude,
America.
think about it. Think about what you're doing. You're asking, how do you travel in circular paths on a flat surface? How do I end up coming back to where I started from if I go in this direction, east or west? Now that's just a circle, dude. You're asking, how do you go in circular paths on a flat surface? That's really easy.
Not satisfiable also.
Pardon?
Like I'm not satisfied with that also.
You're not satisfied with the answer?
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe ask your question again. Maybe put some more detail into it. Which direction are you traveling, may I ask?
Okay, I'm traveling in east while going from Alaska to Russia.
Okay, so if you travel east, what is north? If east being a direction around north.
Good day.
Shh.
Okay.
You must understand that if you're using these cardinal directions, east or west is either 90 degrees or 260 degrees from north. So if you were to travel in a path around a fixed point, by definition, that's a circle. You're asking me what happens when you travel east. I'm pointing out that that's a circular path. So I don't understand why the answer isn't satisfactory to you. You said east, that's a circular path around a pole. How can you travel in circles around a fixed point on a flat surface? It's a circle. Get a compass and draw one.
Okay, well, I don't get this at all.
Sorry, my friend, if you're going to speak to me, can you not mumble? Your English isn't your first language, so can you enunciate, please? So I and everybody else can clearly understand you.
English is not my first language.
Sorry, what?
Yes.
Do you understand what a circular path is?
Yeah, I do know that.
You understand that east and west are circular paths around the pole?
Yes, I do know that.
So is the answer satisfactory when you're confused about how you travel in circles on flat surfaces?
Yeah, I do get that, but why is that not the case when we say traveling from Greenland to Antarctica.
That's
No.
south. And are you going to say
Yeah.
that if you
So how?
travel in this path, you will end up where you started from? For this claim, I need verification. Do you have that traversal of the Earth from Greenland through Antarctica and back to Greenland again without changing direction?
Mm, yeah.
Okay, so until you do, we're not going to be able to address that claim because the
So
claim isn't proven to be true at the moment now, is it?
I'll refer you. There's a guy, old dude, and he sent a map of the Earth. According to you, flat earthers. Maybe I'm strawmanning.
So
Maybe.
hold on, excuse me. Someone else has given a map on our behalf. Now, in conversation with us here, if you want anything from us here, you ask us. Don't get third parties involved. I will dismiss any map that you give me.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Could you see? It's not the map of flat Earth. Actually, he's I guess trolling. Could you see the GIF in the chat? Is this how you?
That's
Is this how you're
it's not
telling me?
necessary. It's not necessarily a He's not necessarily posting it as a representation of the layout of the lands and the oceans. He's posting that as a representation of how you could possibly navigate, or a compass might point to north on a flat Earth. Right?
Oh yeah.
Okay, got it. So, if we want to go around Antarctica, so how would it be possible on flat Earth?
How would you travel around a continental island?
Hmm?
How would you travel around a continental island like Antarctica the same way that you would travel around Australia or Great Britain?
Yeah, but that distance would be quite infinite, according to you.
No, see, according what? Infinite? I haven't said the words infinite.
No, I have no. You didn't say, but I got it in that perspective.
I don't understand what you're saying, sir.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'll come later.
Have you
Bye.
been drinking?
Me?
Yeah, did you start drinking since you talked to me or something?
No.
Starting to become I don't know what.
Hey, I don't
Incomprehensible.
want to call you India, so don't start
I'm
that.
being nice, dude. You seem like I don't know what happened since I started talking. You're slipping a little bit, boy.
Huh?
Never mind, bro.
Yeah.
You don't get it.
Yeah, I'm here to learn, so I would request all members to have a mature discussion rather than pointing fingers.
I'm presuming Bunny client is muted for a reason.
We can unmute him.
Is that wise?
Unless someone doesn't
one
want
sec.
him unmuted.
Well, unless there's something he has to, like there's a condition from Indio. I don't know. Is there a condition? Any conditions there, Indio, on him being unmuted?
Oh, who?
Bunny client.
The only condition is whether you guys want to tolerate him.
Cool.
Oh, nice.
That's on you.
Jedi, are you in? You wanna talk about Bunny Client?
I don't know. Will not tolerate him. I tell you what.
Unmute.
I've done that.
Hi. Yeah, I was the guy sent images in the side chat about the 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
Yeah.
Yeah, DJ, how does the 24-hour sun work if in Antarctica? I mean, in the Arctic, sorry.
What's the sun?
Just the light that's in the sky. Let's just grant that for now.
Yeah, I don't think anyone knows how the sky works.
It's just like going in a circle around the sky and without sunset.
Really?
What's going in a circle, though? I mean,
the sun.
I think he just answered his own question.
The sun.
I think so.
Isn't that the
You don't
just
even
the
know what
light
the
is
sun
going.
is.
So, no, let's say I'm in Ohio.
What's going in a circle?
Let's say I'm in Ohio and I see the light in the sky that always sets on the horizon. But now I'm on the Arctic or Antarctica, and now it's going in a circle around the sky.
How do you know it's going in a circle?
Because I look around, it's not setting; it's just staying in the sky. It's like it's 12 midnight and it's still up in the sky.
Yeah, that doesn't mean it's going in a circle.
Yeah, but if I time lapse it, it's going in a circle. It's going around me, around my head.
Okay, dude, here we go again. Could an airplane fly oval around you and look from your perspective like a circle?
Yeah, some planes.
Yeah, okay. So how do you know it's a circle?
It can be. It's just going around in whatever shape. It doesn't have to be a circle.
Yeah, okay. So now that that's dispensed with.
Why is it not
the sun
setting?
goes round and round.
Why is it not
so
setting?
the explanation is going to be the sun does this.
He's asking why it doesn't set on the flat Earth.
Yeah. I mean, being as the Earth is measured flat and stationary underneath the travelling sun, then the reason why this happens is because the sky is moving, the sun. You'll notice that when it's summer in one location, it's winter in another. The extremes being the Arctic and Antarctic. When there's a 24-hour sun in one, there's not in another. And this demonstrates to us that the sun is in one location and not in another location. Throughout the duration of the year, the sun cycles to another location and completes and repeats the pattern over and over and over again. That's what we see. The sun moves.
Wow. Okay.
Do you not
It's just
see
hard
the
to
sun
imagine.
move?
It's just hard to imagine all of it. The thing is, it's just hard to imagine a lot of the sunset kind of stuff on the flat Earth. For me, picturing it is like the sun. Yeah, when the sun
but we
goes
know the
beyond
sun
the
actually. Sorry, my friend. We know the sun actually doesn't disappear below the horizon because you were observing it for 24 hours for up to 3 months of the year for 2 summers, north and south. So for an observer who sees sunsets, that's just due to their location observing the sun move across the Earth. Whereas your observation sitting inside this circle where the sun's going around you apparently shows that the sun isn't actually going down anywhere. The reason why it appears to is obviously due to perspective.
It's not. Exactly. It's not going down. So the only explanation I would say is that the Earth is a globe and the Earth is spinning.
So when we take measurements of this, the Earth is measured flat underneath the circling paths of the sky. So your conclusion would have to be verified. Hold on, my friend. Your conclusion would have to be verified by direct measurement of the surface that you say is a sphere. When we measure the surface, it's not a sphere. So this is why I keep saying that the movement is of the sky above a measured, flat, measured, stationary surface.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, for example, like the thing with this whole thing, like about it, the sky is like the ancient Arabs, for example. They have this thing called the Quran, right? The Quran. And when it explains the the sky and like the earth and everything, it says it's wrapped like a ball, and the Arabic word for that is like wrap, as in like wrapping a ball. So they say that the sky is like a ball. So there's a guy called Ibn Taymiyyah. He says that the sky is like a ball. He says that the sky is a ball, and this is yeah.
So J.R.R. Tolkien wrote a book, several books, Middle Earth. We're not going to be going into fantasy or fiction or the Quran or the Bible, because they are just going to make claims. The verification of the claim is going to be the measurement of the surface of the earth to see if the earth actually fits any of those descriptions. When we measure the surface of the earth to see if it does, we measure the earth, primarily water, to be horizontal upon the surface, a straight line from point A to point B, not a curved one, which would be necessary on a sphere.
Yeah.
You got any other questions, mate?
I'm just thinking, like, is there a way we can mimic the sun going away at night on our own flat Earth model?
Why?
Like, if we can mimic it, so if we like get the light and we make like some kind of refraction and see if it works.
Why?
I'm sorry. What flat Earth model are you talking about?
We can just make a flat plane, and then we just get a light model. We put the light model further as far away as possible.
No,
no, it won't work.
No, because we can make loads of models and shit, whatever, doesn't matter. But we're not going to be able to measure certain aspects of the model, distances of things in the sky. Their actual
I'm just
true
saying,
location.
can you replicate the reality that we're on, but with your own model?
You can replicate lots of things. Yeah.
No, can you replicate the Earth that you believe in and that you have seen? Can you replicate that on like a model and show me
Nobody can.
how it works?
No,
you can't, and we can't, and nobody can.
Bro, but I can show the globe, but you can't show your own.
Yeah, but you can't show.
You can't show the globe.
Globe, but that globe doesn't exist out there in reality.
Okay.
That's the problem that you're not understanding. If we say, hey, yeah, that's this, you're going to go, well, if I go out there in reality, then this don't match the flat Earth. Well, I'm telling you right now, whatever you present, I'm going to say the same thing. We go out there in reality, it doesn't match the globe. And I can prove it, whereas you can't.
Okay.
Okay, imagine this. We want to model the globe. Okay, using the Earth. Find your latitude and longitude without seeing the sky.
Yeah.
I want to tell me how you know what your latitude and longitude are, your whole coordinate system, without seeing the sky. That's how you get the distances on the globe, right?
Maybe.
You want to calculate the distance between 2 points, you get their latitude and longitude, and you do the Haber-Sign formula and calculate a great circle route. Right? So that's what you get the distances. Now, you don't have a lot of latitude and longitude on the ground. Now, do you? Because you can't figure it out without looking at the star. All you know is I'm under this celestial latitude and longitude, and I'm under this, and I go to this other celestial latitude and longitude, then I travel this distance. Doesn't mean the Earth is a globe. This is the problem. You guys confuse. See, what you're trying to do is turn the coordinate system we use into reality, reify it. You guys just do this over and over again. You just did it with the 24-hour sun. Did you know the 24-hour sun, the way it's predicted, does not use a globe model?
Yeah.
So how would it confirm the globe if there's no globe model to even check?
It doesn't use a globe model, but there's a
and how do you check?
There's a defect on the model they use, because if they don't use the globe model, then you'll be able to see the sun every single place on the Earth, and there'll be no nighttime.
No.
What are you talking about? What the
This is coping now.
No lead.
You need to listen to what's said, dude.
Okay, well, I did listen, and I just made a conclusion.
I don't know
made
how.
shit up in your head, bro.
The thing is, if I was to measure stars, if I move from one place to the other and I measure stars and, okay, I'm at this point, the star is there, is above me, now I'm moving further away, the star is now there and now it's gone, and I draw that on a line, it would look like a curve.
Yeah, you can only do that on a flat Earth. You can only measure angles to stars from a flat baseline. Good luck.
No, but the way the star is... There's two options. You either say the sky is moving or the Earth is moving.
Bingo. How to
Dude, you're all over the place now.
The thing is, it's either that the sky is a ball or that the Earth is a ball.
That's not true. That's a false dichotomy.
It doesn't have to be a ball. It just looks like a ball.
It can't be. It's not. Yeah, it looks well. There's no other way to imagine it. I'm sorry. There's literally no way I can imagine it. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Really?
Well,
does imagining conform to your imagination or something? That's like the second time you brought that up. I can't imagine it. So what? Maybe you just have a lack of imagination.
When I was a kid, I used to think that the sun comes out from a crack in the earth.
Okay.
Did you also think that the end of the corridor looked really, really small because the ceiling and the walls and the floor were getting closer together?
Yeah,
Did you
but
think,
the
how
sun
the fuck
doesn't
am I
look
gonna
smaller
fit
when
through
it
that
sets.
wall down the end of the corridor?
The sun doesn't look smaller when it sets. It actually looks bigger.
Okay, I'm just trying to get you to understand perspective, how you see the world, why the sun and the things on the horizon appear to be lower than the ones that are above your head. And that's just based on how you see the world with your eyes. The ceiling and the floor, hold on. The ceiling and the floor aren't actually closer together when you look down the corridor, are they? The walls aren't getting closer together, and the door at the end of the corridor isn't really that small. You know this, right? Yeah, good. Yeah, good. So that's why the sky that goes from one horizon to above your head and then down towards the other horizon looks like a dome, that you're standing on a horizontal plane inside some kind of dome structure. That's just based on how you see. It's like standing on the inside of a protractor.
I debunked this. Sun sets, the sun gets larger in two pictures, so he can forget that one.
Oh no, it's not that it gets larger. What it is just because it's on the horizon, it appears to be larger. It's still the same size. It's just the same with the moon.
Two pictures, yeah, two of them for you. That proves you wrong.
It's same with the moon. It's same with the moon. It looks bigger on the horizon, but it's not really. It's just
you wrong. You can say it all you want, but I just proved you wrong.
What that looks the same as what I was imagining.
You agree that when things move away, they appear to converge at the horizon?
Converge. Would you define converge?
Get closer together until they touch, like the surface of the Earth and the cloud layer at the horizon. So,
All right. Well, that explains sunsets, right?
Yeah. Why it appears that the sun appears to be going downwards.
Oh, are you saying the sunset only happens because of the atmosphere, and it just disappears, but it's still there? Is that what it is?
No, it's perspective as well as right. Well, obviously the atmosphere has something to do with it, right? But the reason it looks like it's going down, 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 right, and converging at the horizon is because of perspective.
I'm not saying it goes down. I'm just saying, like, let's grant that it's not going down.
No, things appear to go down in the distance because of perspective, right? You agree with that, right?
Yeah, but let's say you have a good camera and you zoom in. They'll all be there, but the sun won't be. The sun's actually going away.
Sorry,
the ship that I see over the horizon is not going away. It's still there.
Have you done this?
Let me see.
When you get a camera out and you make these observations, is this first-hand knowledge you're speaking about? As in, you've done this
camera,
before?
I'm telling you, that camera is so bad. We need like a telescope or some kind of binocular. Like not a camera. Zooming is really trash.
This is his shtick, you know. He'll just kind of ignore the question and talk about something completely different.
Yeah.
Oh, the bottom image looks clearer. It's just the top one. The top one's very blurry, so it's crap.
So you agree so far that things appear to move, like things that are above you, right? When they move away from you, they appear to go downward due to perspective and converge at the horizon.
You mean if something...
We agree on that. Like if you look down a hallway, it looks like the roof goes down and it looks like the floor goes up and they meet at your eye level, right? At the horizon.
Yes.
Yeah, so the sun and the clouds and airplanes and bird, everything does the same thing as it moves away from you.
Yeah, but the clouds don't get smaller, they just completely disappear, and the sun disappears. The door at the end of the hallway doesn't disappear.
Depends how far away the doorway is.
Even if I'm a million trillion miles away, it's still there. It's like smaller, it just gets smaller. It's not disappearing.
No, it isn't.
Just,
my word. Right, can you see bees and bumblebees as they fly away from you forever and ever and ever?
yeah, if I zoom in, like with binoculars, I guess.
If you zoom, no, dude, come on.
Not from my perspective, but I mean, you can test it. Like, let's say zoom in with a telescope.
But there's a maximum visibility rating as well. Like if you look up, like what's the visibility rating in a particular location, you'll see it's usually less than 20 miles.
Yeah, you could say that the sun just appears to be disappearing. Yeah, it just must be
like
very far away.
You can't zoom through, like if it's opaque because of the atmosphere. You can't.
It just must be very, very far away.
Yeah.
Well, think about this.
Can I just get something clear for a sec? Just for a sec. So now we're talking about why there comes a point where you can't see the sun anymore, and not why it appears to be going down. Right. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Like
so
what causes?
Think about
what
this.
causes the nighttime and like the sun disappearing. That's all I'm interested in.
Yeah. Okay. So it's a very easy one to cover. Okay. So think about this as an example, hypothetical.
Hold on, DJ. Keep in mind, he already heard the answer, but we'll play pretend that you didn't hear. Yeah.
Yeah. Look, here's an easy way to think about it. If you have a summer day, right? It's the middle of the day in summer, nice clear water in the ocean, and you just say hypothetically you were to go down 200 meters into the ocean. It's pitch black. You can't see the sun anymore, and you can't see any light from the sun. Why do you think
that's
that
creepy.
is?
Yeah, that's because the sun went around.
Let me answer. Wait. Let me answer. It's
because the sun went around the ball.
Oh my goodness, he's talking to me. It's because there's lots of layers and layers of water to the point where it's really dark.
It's because the medium is absorbing the sunlight, right?
Yeah, you could say the same thing for the sky and the flat Earth.
Well, yeah, on any Earth, right? The medium of air is still going to absorb the light, and also the light will diminish its in intensity like really quickly as it moves away from the light source as well. So the light's getting weaker, and it's also scattering and being absorbed by the atmosphere as well as it moves away. So and this also the sun's like it's not like in the globe model where you've got this ridiculously giant sun that's 93 million miles away. We're not claiming that either.
Yeah, it's just that when you go deeper underwater, it gradually gets darker. But with the sun at night, it gets dark really fast.
Can you see the sun on the horizon? Could you look at it?
Yeah, without
right. When it's midday, can you look at it?
No.
Right, the reason why you can look at it across the horizon is because the air, because it's denser and thickest on the surface of the Earth. When you look horizontally through it, the light's diminishing, like AJ's pointing out. Sorry, DJ's pointing out. So that's the reason why you can look at it. Is because it's diminishing through the gas that we're looking through.
Yeah. It's just it happens right at the edge, as though the Earth is a globe. That's what it feels like. It just happens right at the edge where it disappears.
Yeah.
It doesn't get dark. It doesn't get dark that quickly most often. It stays light for like a long time, depending on how clear the day is and where you are on the Earth and what time of year it is. It can stay light for ages after you don't see the sun anymore.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, exactly. It's like, where's the light coming from? It's like the light is still there.
July 8th. Yeah, on July 8th, 99% of the whole world has daylight at the same time.
Yeah. Did you hear about that? Did you hear about that?
99% of the population of the world sees daylight at the exact same time. How can you do that on a ball?
No, you can't. I might be talking about not the ocean, like the Pacific Ocean, because it's probably
99% of people that can see daylight see daylight. 99% of them.
Yeah, well, I mean, 99%.
Not oceans.
I'll tell you why. 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 I'm going to tell you why. The reason why is because 99% of people don't live on the Pacific Ocean. It's the phenomenon that happened in 2024, right?
Pacific Ocean is half the ball. Then
happens every year.
I mean, it's a big fraction of it.
It happens every year.
Oh, you said it's half a ball, and you're wrong, according to your globe model.
Look, 99% of people live on on the majority other side of this ball than they do on this side, right?
Wouldn't it be wobbling and lopsided if that were true? If all the water was on one side.
Okay.
Yeah, so in one case, right, they say we got people on opposite sides of the world experiencing night and day opposite. And then on the other case, it's like, no, they're actually on the same side of the earth.
Anyways, I wanted to quickly say, Indio, you know that guy he sent talking about the Milky Way, he was bullshitting. That like everyone in the comments were like talking about how he's just an idiot and everything. It doesn't change anything anyways. They still change things out of space. It's just this one thing was a bit stupid. But anyways, yeah, so the sun, I don't know anymore. Yeah, well, it could just...
Yeah, wait till you hear what happens with the tropical year. So every 4 years, there's an actual extra day. It isn't just like a leap year accounting gimmick. How do you have that on a ball?
Wait, so can you show me a picture?
Yeah, so, no, I can explain it to you and you can check it out yourself. But if you're to mark the beginning of a year, like you could set it for under the equinox.
Yeah.
And you count the sunrises and sunsets, you'll get 365 of them for 3 years, and then on the fourth year you'll get 366.
300 and what? And 366? Oh, okay.
Yeah, 365 for 3 years, and then on the fourth year, 366 sunrises.
Oh,
and
yeah,
sunsets.
it's because
it goes back to the same spot.
It's because of that leap year thing.
Yeah, but it's an actual extra day.
Yeah, I know, it's weird.
It's not that there's 1/4 of a day for spread out over 4 years. There's an actual whole extra day on the fourth year, and it doesn't line up with the leap year on your calendar.
Yeah, just blame St. Gregory for that.
No, but do you understand? How do you have this in a heliocentric ball model?
I don't know. Maybe the Earth is magic, and I don't know.
Use your brain, sunshine. Come on.
I don't know. Maybe because because the Gregorian model. I don't know. Like maybe they just wanted to add an extra. Like it's not perfectly 365 days. It's not perfectly 365 days.
This isn't perfectly a globe heliocentric system we live in. In fact, it's broken every which way you look at it, and they don't teach you how it's broken in school.
Mm-hmm.
This guy figured out the Earth isn't a globe yet.
I'm never gonna ever say it's not a globe. I'll just listen to what you have to say. I'm not gonna disagree with you either. Just.
That means you do realize that the Earth is.
I'm not gonna say. I will only say that it's not a globe when I go into space.
You don't have to
No. Listen. I will only believe it's not a globe. Okay. Oh my goodness. Can I finish? I'll only believe that it's not a globe if I go out into space very far to the moon and then see that it's flat.
To the moon. What makes you think that is possible?
It's not possible, so I'll only believe it if I get into space.
Okay, so it's not possible. So you'll only believe it when you've done a thing that's not possible.
Nothing is. It's impossible, but it doesn't mean it's not possible.
It's impossible. That doesn't mean it's not possible. Well,
anything. Listen.
Fried.
Anything is possible.
Been truly fried, so that's good. That's the first step.
Anything is possible.
It's not true.
Anything is possible.
It's not true.
Yeah, it is.
So, Bunny, you
I can't make with a roundabout and get baby roundabouts. Now, can I?
You must
baby roundabouts. What?
Yeah, you said anything is possible. So if I mated with a roundabout, I would have baby roundabouts.
In
Now,
a
I don't want to
possible
dwell on
world,
this point, dude, but seriously.
listen. I'm gonna say this.
No,
In a possible
dude,
world,
it's
there's infinite
weird.
timelines. There's infinite.
It's weird. This conversation has just turned into nonsense, and you're the one that's dragging it there. Wow.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm just pointing out that there are limitations to reality. Not everything is possible. Fuck.
Yeah, it's not flat earthers making it weird.
I got a question to ask Bunny Client, if you don't mind me unmuting him quickly.
Yeah, he's still got some juice.
Yeah. So, Bunny Client, can you explain the message that I just posted of yourself in the side chat?
Oh yeah.
Yes, hold on. I'll read it out, and then you can explain it, right? So, there's no objective ruling of what flat constitutes. A globe has a flat surface. The globe is how flatness subsides or subsists. You do not know basic epistemology. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so basically I was using the example of a tangent on a circle, and that a globe shape can consist of many flat lines all stuck together in a circle. And yeah, that's it.
Wow. So a circle is
like
made up of
nothing,
flat
like,
lines.
for example, nothing is perfectly flat, for example.
Well,
So there's always
how many Bunny, quickly, how many flat lines make up a circle?
No flat
a
lines,
lot.
dude. When you draw a radius, you are drawing a curved line. There's no flat lines.
Dude. When we say the Earth is a globe, we don't say it's perfectly round. Nothing is perfectly round and perfectly flat.
Do you have measurements of that not perfectly round?
Yeah, why would you say
There's no measurements of perfectly flat either.
Sorry, water is measured and utilized as a whole datum. We actually use molten tin to flatten glass.
Is the flat Earth perfectly flat?
It's a leveling tool.
Is a flat Earth perfectly flat?
No, we've got mountains. We've got a rate of height and depth. All
That's
taken,
one step closer.
Hold on.
You're one step closer
all
to a globe.
taken. Why are you talking? All taken from mean sea level. That's the horizontal water bit in between the height of the mountain and the depth of the seabed. So water is horizontal on the surface, dude. You can say there's waves on it when you're blowing it and shit, but ultimately, when contained and at rest, water lays horizontal on the surface. If you want to get your microscope out and start talking about that, we'll have a 2-second conversation, because we're not talking about that. We're talking about bodies of water. You understand
And
this,
you were
right?
asked, you were asked, is there any measurements of this not perfect sphere? Yeah, Bunny, I can already tell you've given up on the globe.
Well, no, I haven't. I'm just saying how,
You have.
how was the flat Earth created? How was the flat Earth created, and who made the flat Earth?
See, that's how we know you've given up on the globe, because now you're saying things like, well, how did the flat Earth get here? How flat is it? Instead of saying, no, here's the evidence that the Earth's a globe. That's how we know you've given up on it. Well done.
No, through physics, you can come to know of a globe, but you can't come to know of a flat Earth.
What's your best evidence that the Earth is a globe?
I'm not here to tell you my life story. I'm not going to give you like all the physics.
That's how we know you've given it up. Well done.
No, I'm not here to tell you my life story. I'm not going to give you a lesson on physics.
There's no evidence.
I'm not your teacher.
There's no evidence. That's why you couldn't possibly provide any, Bunny. And you know that now. That's why you're not even trying. So well done.
I don't think you know what you mean when you're claiming physics either.
No. He thinks a circle is made up of flat lines. That's how you know he's bricked. He's done.
There's no perfect circle. There's no perfect flat line.
Show me a measurement of the Earth not being a perfect circle, then. To show me a measurement of it.
Now we're switching from epistemology to like show me this.
Yeah, verification.
No, show me is epistemological. Show me is invoking direct realism. You know that?
But I was telling you, there's no perfect flat line, no perfect circle. I'm not talking about the Earth. I'm
addressing your point.
I'm not talking about the Earth.
Well,
I'm talking about a circle and a flat line. I'm not talking about the Earth.
Yeah, he doesn't want to talk about the Earth anymore.
You made an accusation.
You're talking about naturally or man-made?
There's no perfect circle. Naturally, there's no perfect flat line.
Okay, so
That's
naturally, yeah, apart from the orientation of horizontal water when at rest.
Okay. Water's not perfectly flat either.
All right, let's talk about that. Okay, so you got like a sine wave, right? What's the slope of a sine wave?
Tangents are horizontal on a circle as well. I don't get your point.
You got mountains, you've got valleys. They average out to a slope of 0, just like level Earth is flat.
It's not a perfect zero. It's like 0.000001 something.
No, shut up, Bunny.
Oh, really? So flat Earth is a ramp? Are you a doofus?
He's just given up on the globe. This is classic globe defeatism that we're hearing right now.
Is he the one that said, I'm never going to say it's not a globe? But
yeah,
I'll sit in here and be quiet now?
Yeah.
I never denied that it's not a globe. I never said that it's not a globe ever.
You know it's not a globe, Bunny. Stop being an idiot.
Well, it's not flat then.
Yeah, it's flat.
Sorry, dude. A line is either straight or curved. Right? Simple geometry, right? By elimination of one, a curved line, you've only left with the other. Why are you talking through me, dude?
Wait, hold on,
Trying to
wait,
now
hold
explain
on.
to
Give
you
me a
simple
second. I'm
fucking
doing
geometry.
something. I can't hear you. I'm doing something. Wait.
Fair enough.
Is there anyone else who isn't already bricked?
Please.
In the side chat, be nice to get them in here. He wants to know. He wants to know all about God. I told him to define God, and he can't, but he wants me to now. And I'm not religious, so I can't help him out.
Sounds like he needs to be in another channel.
The best one I have, no offense to you guys, the best one I got, it's an invisible guy in the sky who watches you pee. And you can't debunk me, so.
He says, so why did a creator created all planets and etc., everything, but made Earth flat and break uniformity of nature?
What? Why did God create
Why is Earth a
different
flat
things?
planet?
Yeah. Classic stuff tonight.
Because we don't observe any other shapes in nature, right? Just spheres.
It's so funny they're like desperate to try and find a reason why they might even propose the sphere to begin with, and none of them know. None of them know why a sphere was even suggested. So they can't even get to that point. But they'll just say it like, well, it would look flat if it was a globe. They've got no idea why they might assume it was a globe to begin with. Do you, Bunny? Other than the cartoons on TV told them so.
Wait, give me a sec.
Bunny said today he thinks maybe
Joke's
it's just
on
a
them because a
giant.
sphere and a flat surface.
Hold on, what was that,
I was
DJ?
going to say both the sphere and the flat surface have one face, so the joke's on them.
He was saying today that it could just be a giant sphere.
Could just be a giant sphere.
Yeah, people have been saying that a lot this week.
Yeah.
That's true. That's weird.
You don't have a sphere. You don't have any reason to claim any sphere for any reason at all. You got no starting position for a sphere, other than you were shown cartoons.
They say the same things like on a weekly basis or monthly basis. It'll be like eclipse month, or it'll be like the Earth's a bigger globe month, right? It's like they got like some hive mind or something. It's pretty weird.
Yeah, it happens from time to time like that. We were just in here earlier today talking about Earth bigger ball.
It's like they've all been programmed with the same subreddits and Quora questions.
It's the 5G towers, man.
Has that guy acknowledged that he experiences a flat, motionless Earth yet, at least? Or can he not bring himself to confront that reality?
I think so. That's why he's so desperate to come up with some reason to say it's not.
That's what I like to get into, the psychology of denying observable reality. Justify that
So
delusion.
posted a citation there from I can't where is it? Is it Indiana State University? That's just some state university. It's from a paper to do with curvature. In that paper, it says straight lines themselves have zero curvature. So I ask if you can form circles out of straight lines. How? When straight lines have zero curvature? Because you're going to need your circle to curve, right? That doesn't make any sense.
I just got distracted by him in the chat. He said, "There's life on Mars." Honey, have you seen the
I just
Arctic
saw that.
Lemmings too?
That's a good show. I like that show.
Bunny, why are you saying there's life on Mars?
Arctic lemming.
He says there's bacteria. Bunny is spotting the bacteria on the light in the sky.
How come when they test that bacteria, they find out it's the same bacteria they find on Devon Island? It's the same exact bacteria. Can you tell me why that is?
Panspermia.
Yeah, or why are there juice boxes on Mars? What the hell?
And little rodents.
All this crap. Birds.
Because Earth is the same shape as Mars. So Mars is flat, Bunny? Wow. I guess she's good.
And we got a lot of mileage out of the Minions juice box back in the day.
That one makes their stomach hurt when I zoom in all the way.
Yeah, maybe we should just post some NASA material, since they seem to be little space cadets. There's life on Mars.
Has anybody spoken to Joka? Joka looks new.
Yeah, we've spoken to Joker a whole bunch. Is Joker still?
Oh, really? Oh.
Yeah, I think Joker couldn't prove the globe though, so Joker doesn't unmute anymore.
Now he's learning about flat Earth. He's given up on the globe. The quiet ones are all here to learn now.
That's fantastic.
All our work is paying off now. That's why we have so many people sitting here quietly. They're at a desk. They've got a pen and
Hey, I'm back.
notes down. And then we got one that came back. Bunny decided that Mars is a ball because Earth is a ball.
No, I didn't say that.
But you don't even know the Earth's a ball.
Some guy in the side chat said, "Oh, there's no life on other planets because Earth is flat and they're balls." And I said, "Well, likewise, Earth is a ball. That's why you find the same bacteria in Devon."
Mars.
I cannot speak on people interrupt me.
Mars.
The same bacteria in Devon, same on Mars. You know, because we're both Mars is the same shape. That's the same logic.
Only Devon Island and Mars have the same bacteria, dude. Just Devon Island and Mars. Is Devon Island from Mars, or is Mars from Devon Island?
Devon Island is on Mars.
Hey, Bunny, did you agree that you only experienced a flat, motionless Earth in reality? Have you realized that?
What?
Like in reality, you don't experience curvature or motion of the Earth. You know that?
You can experience motion. Like for example, there's a huge radio tower. Like let's say I go to the Mojave Desert. There's like getting a huge radio tower.
there's no wind or anything, you drop the ball perfectly down, it will naturally curve because of the Earth's rotation.
Who
No,
told you
it's
that?
because there's no dimples in it.
The
Who
ball
told you
will
that,
curve on the
bro?
way down, and the
Where
ball
did you
isn't
get in this
spinning. The
math?
ball isn't
Yeah.
spinning to curve.
Yeah, because the,
The ball
ball's
isn't
not spinning.
spinning.
That's why it goes all over the place, because the ball's not spinning. So you want to try again, or do you want to make
No,
up
it goes in one direction. The ball just goes curve.
It does not go in one
Post
direction. It
the
goes all
video.
over the place like a knuckleball is what it does.
Yeah, Bunny, post the
I mean,
video. Let's see this Earth rotation that you've seen.
I don't have it.
Oh, you don't have it.
No.
That's a shame.
You realize that your model claims that motion coming from the sky can actually be caused, and everything you claim is caused by the surface. Yeah.
What are you talking about, dude?
No, I'm reading what this guy's saying in the side chat. I'm reading what the guy in the side chat's talking about. I'm reading the side chat.
Yeah, focus here. You don't have
It's
any
called
motion of the
theory
Earth.
of relativity.
You don't.
Yeah, the thing is, look,
experience
look.
motion
The
of
sky's
ground.
moving. The sky's moving, and also Mars.
This kid has TikTok brain like I've never seen. Like he cannot focus at all. Bro,
That's
pick one or the other to pay attention to.
Because he was 12 years old when he had to stay home for a year. So they all got brain rot at that point, and they've never matured from that point.
That's true, actually. That's an important point to recognize. What do they call it when you're stuck in a phase of that, that kind of regression? What do they call that? Arrested development?
Yes.
Yes.
We're sorry about that, Bunny.
He's stunted.
We're sorry. Yeah, we're sorry that the government has ruined your brain. We're trying to fix you, but not making it very easy.
Bro, I was trying to explain to. Is this your. Wait, give me a sec.
You have to listen longer than 7 seconds, dude.
Yeah, do you have any medication that you take?
Oh, he's
for
here.
focusing?
He's here. Okay, so Joseph, I was saying that the Mars and Venus and everything are moving in their own directions, Jupiter as well, Saturn, and we see that in the sky and we observe that. But however, the stars which are further away are moving their own direction.
Stars.
Why is that? It's because the Earth
Did
is
you know
rotating.
that planets are called wandering stars? That's why they're called that, because they move in their own cycles. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, but the stars
Bunny,
that are further away don't move in their own cycles.
You're recognizing that the sun, moon, and stars are moving. That's a good start.
Bro, listen. The stars are not look. The sun
They're not moving?
and the stars. No, the sun and the stars are all moving in the same direction as each other. However, the planets
Okay,
are
so
not
they're
moving in the same
moving.
direction.
So they're
You're not
moving.
even listening.
Okay.
You're not even listening to what I'm saying. You don't listen to us.
I
Ever,
agree.
never listen.
The sun and the stars are moving. I agree, they're moving. But you're claiming the Earth is moving, aren't you?
I'm saying, and I'm telling you the way we. I'm telling you, how is it that the planets are moving in their own direction, but the sun and the stars are moving in one direction?
Because they're called
You're
wandering stars. I told you
You're
that.
asking a question.
Is the moon also a wandering star?
The moon is the moon.
Well, yeah, what's the moon, dude?
Okay, but where are these
You know what the
planets
moon
going if they're wandering in their own direction? And who the hell calls them wandering stars?
Well, that's okay, but we're just making the point, you agree that they're moving, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're moving.
In a different direction to the sun and the stars.
Yep, that's true.
Yeah, and where are they going?
Where are they going?
They do what they do. Every year they do the same shit, or every 19 years they do the same exact shit.
But the Venus disappears behind the sun.
Right, but that's just still them moving.
And Mercury is moving in front of the sun.
How do you get from them moving to the ground is moving?
I'm just saying, why are these planets going behind the sun and everything?
When did you see that?
Bro, just use a telescope with a filter.
I have one.
Yeah, you can see Mercury going in front of the sun.
Tell me what
And-
day I do this on.
Okay, let me go into Star Chart. Give me a sec. Night Sky app. You could possibly... Give me a sec.
So I got to do this at night?
the hell? Oh, it's actually happening right now. Go ahead. Yeah, when this, you can do it tomorrow morning.
Okay.
It's happening right now. You'll miss it though. You have to be quick.
What are you talking about?
Mercury is currently in front of the sun right now.
So I can take a picture of it now, right?
I mean, you need to, if you've got a good telescope and a filter, yeah, go ahead.
I don't need one. It's dark out.
Bro, the sun isn't out at night.
I thought you said it was nighttime app.
Night sky app.
Yeah, that's what I thought you said.
Night sky means it means you know to see the stars at night. And
Right, that's what I thought. See, it's not me. I'm not the one that's all goofy.
bro, you should already know what this means. Night sky app just means you go out. It's just a custom. You know, it's you go outside at night to see the stars, not in the day. I mean, yeah, DJ. You know, like how the sun. You know, like when you talked about the corridor and the sun getting further away. How come we can see sometimes Mercury in front of the sun if we use like a telescope with a filter? Like, what is this whole thing with Mercury?
Your claim, dude.
Yeah, everything in the sky moves in cycles, dude, and just resets back. You know, like you could go out. What makes more sense? Okay, on a flat Earth, we would say that the stars move in cycles. Okay, and the Earth's not moving, right? And that everything's like a big cosmic clock, essentially, above our head. Okay, because you could go out and you could map a star like tonight, and you could go back out on the same day next year at the same time, and it's going to be back in the same spot. Whereas on your globe, you're moving at 1.5 million plus miles per hour through space, never to return to the same position ever. Okay, and all of these different vectors, but the stars reset back into the same position each year. Which one makes more sense logically?
It makes more sense that we are all moving with the same stars around the Milky Way.
That's ridiculous.
The government space cartoons make more sense to him.
The thing is, the stars are further away. There will be a time. No, listen. In a billion years, there will be a time where the stars are not the same. They will be gone.
Cool story, bro. Cool story. Remember, Bunny, you don't actually have any evidence that the ground is moving.
No. I'm saying that in a billion years, that the stars, the same stars that we see, are not going to be there anymore.
When are they going to start moving? Dude, when are they going to start moving?
It takes a long time for this to happen, a very long time.
I'm going to do a time lapse. When do I start?
You're not going to be alive to experience it.
So how do you know
it's not happening? Not for us.
So it's happening. It's happening so slowly.
How do you know that's happening?
This sounds
also, not just that Andromeda galaxy is going to collide with ours.
Hello, these sound like unverifiable claims to me. Like, in a billion years, you're not going to be able to perceive it because of our lifespan. This sounds unverifiable. Fantasy-like. Wow.
Very dumb.
I'm going to order McDonald's.
Just wow, dude.
Yeah, that'll fuel your brain well. He's an emergency supply of chicken nuggets.
But I'm not gonna lie, DJ. Yeah, the first option does make sense. Where they're just it's like a clock. I mean, I'd love to see it that way, but it's just not true for me to believe.
Yeah,
but I like it. I like it that way. Yeah, I like the fact that the Earth is flat and the whole sky is like a clock. It feels special, but the globe is the reality.
For you, that's the only thing you could ever evidence.
The globe is the reality that we have to be stuck with in sport.
No, you don't have you don't have a globe. You don't have any curvature. You don't have any motion. You don't have any space. You don't have any of that. You've just got government space cartoons, Bunny. Come on.
And you don't need gravity for anything since you're not.
Why do you keep saying government this, government that? I work for federal government. Why do
The
you keep
only
saying
observation you have of a globe Earth is from government cartoons.
You don't understand?
You've never
the guy
seen
in the
a globe.
side chat just said something.
You've never seen a globe, Bunny.
That Tyson guy. The Tyson guy. Give me a second. I'm reading what you just wrote.
Yeah, it says it's flat.
Earth's axle rotation. Yeah, Earth's axle. So someone's in the side chat.
Just stop, Bunny. Just stop. You're gonna hurt yourself.
Heliocentric model. Dude, you're ignoring the problem, the fact that you can't actually prove the Earth is moving from the Earth. We look at the sky, see it's moving. We look at the sky, see. We look at the sky, see it's moving, and then say, "Oh well, the Earth is moving. That's why the sky is moving."
That's a concession and a reason why we can't measure shit. Being as we don't measure anything, you're giving us a reason why we can't. Okay, so unverifiable again. You got any claims that are verifiable?
Yeah, he just said that they observe things in the sky moving and then they just declare the opposite for no reason and believe it.
Well, everything's always
Very
the
good.
opposite. If you think about it, every time they say something, it's actually the opposite. They say the moon's 93, or the sun's 93 million miles away, right? Check it out. So we got globers in here that measured it to be 3,000 miles away, roughly, or 3,200 miles or something. And if we do that math and we get the angular size of the sun, I guess that makes the sun about the size of the United States. And that means if that little tiny dot of Mars or Mercury or Venus, whatever you want to talk about, goes in front of it, that means it's like the size of Lake Erie. Now that's a tiny planet, dude.
You're eerie.
Oh, God.
We must have someone else in here by now.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Someone with some self-respect.
Someone said 93 million miles away, parallel light rays. Why is there a hotspot? Well, the northern southern hemispheres are further away from the sun. That's why it's colder compared to the equator.
Wow, dude. You sound like a real scientist.
God.
Hey, Bunny, who's your favorite globe scientist?
The Tyson guy.
The Tyson guy. He's the guy that said. He's the guy that said you'll never see the Earth curving, right?
I mean, if you want to misinterpret what he was trying to say without cutting clips of him, yeah.
Well,
no,
we can't perceive the curvature of the Earth from altitude such as the International Space Station. We have to thus debunking every claim that people have said that they see the curvature of the Earth out of airplanes.
Well, they're idiots then for saying that they see the curvature, and he's right.
Is the guy who tells you will never ever experience Earth being a ball. That makes sense.
That's fine. That's
That is
fine.
That's fine, right? Why would you?
But have you actually debated him though?
He wouldn't want to debate us.
Yeah, no, he wouldn't.
No, in fact, he said that he will not debate flat earthers. You understand that?
Yeah,
he said he will
Joe
not
Rogan
debate
organized
flat
a
earthers.
debate that he agreed to with Eric Debay, and they even booked.
Wait, say that again. Wait, go back. Say that again, DJ. Sorry.
Yeah, so Joe Rogan booked a debate like with Eric Debay versus Neil deGrasse Tyson, and they even advertised the Joe Rogan Experience episode for that debate.
Who's Joe Rogan?
And then you know Joe Rogan, the famous podcast guy.
Rogan. He's just a
no. He's the UFC commentator.
He's just a troll. He doesn't know anything.
Wait, Joe. Let me have a look. Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan.
I'm sure this passes for humor.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I see. Yeah, Joe. Joe Rogan. Yeah, I see. Yeah, Joe Rogan's that guy that. Yeah, that Joe Rogan guy's like
in the world.
A little midget guy.
Yeah.
like
Joe Rogan. Yeah, the stuff that Joe Rogan says is so absurd. Like I've heard stuff that he says is crazy.
Yeah, he says the Earth's the globe. Very absurd.
No, he was saying like the Vatican and the devil and stuff like that. I don't know.
Globe heads like you.
So Joe Rogan, Tyson, and who else was it? DJ?
No, Joe Rogan had Tyson on his podcast, and he had arranged a debate between Tyson and Eric Debay, who's a flat earther. But Tyson Neil deGrasse Tyson backed out of the debate.
Eric Dane.
Eric Debay, Dubay, D-U-B-A-Y.
D-U-B-A-Y. Eric Debay. He's got like the sunglasses on, right?
Why
Maybe
Eric
occasionally?
Bad.
Okay.
Okay, Eric Dubay. And he backed out, right?
Yeah.
No, Neil deGrasse
Yeah.
Tyson backed out.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Neil deGrasse Tyson backed out.
Yeah. Your favorite globe scientist can't debate flat Earth.
So what's
You can only
like what's
concede
Eric
that there's no
Dubay's
globe to be
background?
seen.
What's his like career? What's his background? Like, did he get any good grades in school?
Yeah, he made Neil deGrasse Tyson back out of a debate with him.
That's not what I was asking. I was asking about his qualifications.
That's good. That's a good qualification.
No,
An
it's not.
astrophysicist PhD.
No, it's not, because there can be reasons for that. Maybe he just
to be a flat earther at this point. As a
Eric
prerequisites
Dubay-
for what you brought up, what you have, right?
What is Eric Dubay's background, though? I want to know.
He's a flat earther.
Yeah, but what is his
You don't
background
need-
in like
you don't need any-
qualifications?
you don't
What has he
need
worked
any
as? Does he? What has he worked as? Where does he like? What has he worked as?
Go
What
and
is
figure
his?
that out for yourself, dude. Go and figure that out for yourself. Not that it
I'm
matters.
asking you.
He does yoga, dude.
Yeah,
It's not
he writes
relevant
books.
to me.
He writes books. He's a writer. He's he's a full-time flat Earth content creator. He worked as a teacher as well. He's a kung fu instructor or something as well. I don't know.
Does
He's
he-
a smart guy though. Go listen to him. He's a smart guy. We don't agree with all of his arguments completely, but he's an intelligent guy, and he would have absolutely destroyed Neil deGrasse Tyson in a debate. That's for sure.
It's hilarious. They think you need you need qualifications to debunk the globe.
You need qualifications to prove it.
Just go outside
You need-
and you can.
You
debunk
need
the globe.
qualifications to prove it. You need qualifications to disprove it as well.
No, what qualification do you need to prove the globe?
How do you disprove
you need.
something that doesn't exist, dude? How do you disprove?
Hold on. I need to know what qualifications I need to prove the globe.
Anything in the STEM field.
Anything in the STEM field, such as
Science, technology, electronics, mathematics.
those are words. What qualification do I need to prove the globe?
You could use physics. You could use any
What physics would I use?
You could use also you could use mathematics. You could use astronomy.
Astronomy. Okay. What? Well, you said physics. So what physics would I use to prove a globe?
It's like physics about like like when it comes to gravity and how like water functions and
How
solids and
water
everything.
functions. How water functions prove to me that the Earth's a spinning ball?
We're talking about level of water, and
So
you can also
water
talk about
being
like
level-
like not just
so water
that, but
being
like
level-
how like spinning objects and stuff, and like
spinning objects and stuff.
you really,
I need a qualification in. I need a
You're pushing it,
qualification
bro.
in
No,
spinning.
stop. You're pushing it. You're pushing it. You're
That's
pushing
what I
it.
need. The qualification in spinning objects and stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, that makes sense. Is that what you've got? Is that how you prove the globe? Qualification in spinning objects.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. So you know there's
got
no
something
globe,
right.
It's very obvious.
Consequence of gravity is a curved surface, apparently.
Well, he said water being level will tell you the Earth's a ball.
Well,
Gravity only works on a flat surface. You need a flat floor and a flat ceiling for it to work.
Yeah, Bunny, do you believe in gravity?
Yep.
So it is a belief, yeah?
No, it's not a belief. It's true. Like if I
Then how do
if
you
I
believe
like
in it
drop
then?
if I drop my toy, if I drop my like ball,
shit.
it will
Drop
it
a
will
ball?
fall. So that's gravity.
You drop a ball. Okay, so you believe in that?
The ball is actually falling on the ground. Would you? What?
Okay,
It's not a
so
belief.
it's not a belief.
What do you
Okay, it's
attach
not a
after
belief.
this?
So you don't believe in gravity.
What do you attach after you drop something vertically downwards towards the floor? Perpendicular.
What?
So when you
What?
drop something perpendicular to the earth,
What?
Bunny, don't be a retard, or we won't educate you.
at the moment you're dropping a ball downwards, that's vertical. That would be perpendicular to the level earth. So after you do this, how do you come to the conclusion that the surface is curved?
Story time.
reading. You tell me. I want to hear it from you. I'm not going to answer you.
No, dude. This is your claim. You said gravity, the consequence of that are spheres with curved surfaces. And you figure this out by dropping something downwards perpendicular to the Earth.
I'm not saying it's because of a globe or a curved surface. I'm saying gravity happens because we can drop objects and they fall.
Okay, that's a story. But the experience is you dropping something downwards that's vertical, perpendicular to the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to figure out how you jump from this to a sphere.
Yeah, the gravity only like a big. Yeah.
Okay, I'll help you. Everything that you say from this point onwards is going to be a presupposition that the Earth is a sphere within your example. You're literally going to be affirming the consequent. That's going to be a formal logical fallacy. It's called a formal logical fallacy because it has form. If the Earth is a sphere, because of gravity, it is formed. When I drop things to it, this can only happen on a sphere, or whichever way round that you want to point this out. Ultimately, your experience is dropping things downwards that will be observed and measured to be perpendicular to the Earth. Down, right? So I'm trying to figure out how you get from down to the Earth has to be and can only be spherical.
Also, while you mull that over, I'd wanted to ask before you really got into it, since you said you believe in gravity, could you tell me what gravity is? Could you define it without Googling?
Gravity is the force of something due to its mass.
Oof. No. You tried, though.
Yeah.
I mean, it was.
No, that's not correct, Bunny, I'm afraid.
He just said it was.
No. Yeah, it was, as in it's not anymore.
It's the force. It's like magnetic attraction. It's the force. It's the force of. For fuck's sake! It's the force of attraction, like magnets.
No, they say it's not a force, Bunny.
No. This is not how Einstein describes gravity.
Oh my goodness, bro!
What?
It's the force of attraction.
Yeah, I understand, but you're talking about Newtonian gravity, mass attracting mass.
So when you said you believed in gravity, Bunny, you don't even really know what it is you think you believe.
I mean,
no, I know what it is. I just told you it's the force of attraction.
It's the bending and warping of a space-time fabric due to the displacement of mass. Bodies of mass themselves are not acting on each other, they're acting on the four-dimensional space-time fabric they are within. Because they are causing those straight geometric lines to be curved, anything caught in that gravitational well will be affected by the curvature of space-time. It's not a force anymore. Hasn't been a force since 1915.
Okay, so have you updated your belief now, Bunny? It's not a force of attraction, it's the bending and warping of space. No, you don't agree.
No.
So Einstein was wrong.
Bro, Einstein isn't infallible.
Okay, so you're saying Einstein's theory of gravity is incorrect. You don't believe that?
Yeah, no more space-time.
I take different
Well,
theories.
Fine. You don't have to believe it. I'm just trying to clarify your position.
I take from a different theory.
No more time travel. That's
no. This is the dude that you can't time travel backwards. You can only go forward.
You can't do either without Einstein.
Okay, so no.
Einstein's not the only guy that said this. Einstein's not the only guy that said this.
All right, but you don't believe in Einstein's gravity, the bending and warping of space-time. You don't believe it.
No, I believe that. Yeah, and that's not what gravity is. You got that part wrong. You got that part wrong. You got that part wrong. What?
What part did he get wrong?
Do you require citation? References and documents from established educational institutes.
Which citation do you want me to get, though?
I'll tell you what, if this is the way that you're going to behave, you're just going to get muted. We're going to move on to someone else.
Which citation do you want me to get?
No, I'm asking you if you require us to back up our claim with citation.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, give me a moment.
Well, you're really getting educated here today, Bunny, huh?
Nope, I've not learned a single thing.
You've not learned a single thing, but Jedi just educated you about the latest Gravity cartoon story. You thought it was a force of attraction.
Okay.
See, you're learning.
Oh, Joseph DM'd me. Joseph, what is your field of study? I'm actually interested.
Yeah, take that to DMs. We don't care. Who else have we got in here? My name? What's up, my name? You're unmuted. Can you say hello? My name, so you'll lighten up there.
I'm shy.
Hey, my name, we can be very nice. Don't let the haters fool you. We'll compliment your English. We'll say you've got really good original ideas about the Earth being a spinning ball.
And Cyclone will calm down and he won't yell so much like he is right now. He'll talk like this.
Yeah, I can be very soft-spoken, if that's better for you. He'll be okay. Earth doesn't have to be a globe. What about Spacer? Space R, what's up? Or VLTK? And you guys
Just
in?
kick them out. Kick them out. They're not going to engage.
Well, you're the one that's trying to get kicked out, Bunny. Aren't you the one typing F you in the chat?
Yeah, because this guy just said like, "Oh, it's an excuse," but not gonna lie. Actually, so many people are talking to me at once.
You just come up with excuses. That's all. That's all.
How's that an excuse when so many people are talking to you at once? Can you focus?
Globe only has excuses.
You can't focus if so many people are talking to you at once.
I would guess that you probably couldn't focus even if just one person was talking to you, Bunny.
Oh, I can.
I doubt that.
But people keep switching the subjects, so it's kind of hard.
Well, you just seem to have such a wealth of knowledge on every topic. We want to know.
You guys copy and pasting? Are you guys quote mining from the Flat Earth server?
No, what I'm doing is getting sources that demonstrate that.
Bro, you're quote mining. That's called fault mining.
I'm backing up my claim.
Yeah, those are all
can call it
Yale
whatever you
University
want.
citations. Yale.
Yeah, oh, that's cool. Jewish.
Well, let's see if he can comprehend what's been sent to him. So, Bunny, can you read out what Jedi's just posted there?
Jedi, okay. Newton's classical mechanics were superseded in the early 20th century when Albert Einstein developed the special and general theory of relativity. Wikipedia.
Okay, what do you think? Let's pause. What do you think that means?
Newton's classical mechanics were superseded, meaning that Newton was wrong? Or like something, I don't know.
Okay. No, yeah, you're pretty much there. And then what? Who came along?
Albert Einstein came along and corrected him.
Okay. So see, you are learning. What about the next one?
The mathematical equations of Einstein's general theory of relativity tested time and time again, recording the most accurate way to predict gravitational interactions, replacing those developed for Isaac Newton. So Isaac Newton was wrong and Einstein was right and replaced.
Okay. So see, this is what Ed Jedi was telling you 5 minutes
Okay,
ago.
but these look like copy and pasted cut out quotes.
From where?
You need to read the whole thing.
They're called citations, bro.
Yeah, but the citation looks like it's being cut out of a bigger citation, so I can't.
That's what a fucking citation is, bro.
Yes, it looks like it's being taken out of context.
He's still talking.
Supposed to be a citation, you fucking
it looks like it's being taken out of context.
Hello. So I've provided you a citation that's a direct quote from the reference that's in the blue writing. That you can go to the reference material and you can read the context.
Okay.
Yeah, but And either way,
Yeah, but
Bunny,
what?
what do you think it's going to
Oh,
say? Like, you think it's going to say Newton's classical mechanics were superseded in the early 20th century by Albert Einstein, and then later on it's going to say, actually, Newton's correct.
No, it's going to
That's
say
it.
also that but it'll just say that Newton was just an older way of viewing it, but we can still use his and Albert Einstein's at the same time simultaneously.
Yeah,
Why are you
Doesn't
making
mean
that?
they're right.
you must understand then that we can apply two different mathematical models that give two completely different causes for the observed phenomena, which leaves us within a dilemma. One, we've only got mathematical presuppositions. Two, we've got no scientific validity for either claim. We've got ideas. This one and that one, Newton's and Einstein's, they work in completely different geometry. One's only in 3D, right? Height, width, length. The other one's got time in it. This is an extra coordinate to add to the height, width, length, the volume of space. This
Let me
is
keep on reading.
distorted in one and isn't in another.
Okay, let me keep on reading though.
Okay.
Yeah, put yourself on mute and have a read.
No, you said to read out loud, so I'm gonna read out loud because I was told to read out loud. So Newton.
Yeah, and you got to keep in mind when you're saying, "Oh, but it works on this. It can work mathematically like this." They're claiming that these are physical. They're trying to ascertain a physical law of nature, though, so it can't be like two different physical laws doing the same thing, right? You can't have both of them at the same time. I mean, that just defies the point of why these theories have even been posed. It's got to be one or the other. And you've just read that Newton was superseded, so I think that's enough on that. We've got some new people in. Azrim.
Yes, we do.
Byrule. Irina. What's up, guys? Say hello. Ask a question.
Hello.
Sir Will Bobby.
I just want to listen.
Oh, Azrim. What brings you to the Flat Earth channel?
I'm just having food, listening to you guys.
Is this the first time you've been here?
Yep. Yeah.
Okay. Do you want us to tell you why we don't believe the Earth's a spinning ball?
I just want to hear you guys talk for now.
Okay. Well, if no one else picks up, we'll explain to Azrim why we don't believe the Earth's a spinning ball. Who else we got? My name? You fancy talking yet? You want to say hello? Irina, someone save us from this bunny guy, because he's almost starting to listen, but it's still a bit much. Well, someone tell Azrim something then. Azrim, the Earth is not a globe because there's no observable, measurable, or detectable curvature that globe would have to have. So the ground that we all live on doesn't curve. You ever heard that?
I never really got deep into it, to be honest.
Yeah, they don't teach you about that at school. They don't tell you, hey, look, this guy came along and measured the curvature. That's a bit weird, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like if I was to ask you, do you know of anyone that's ever measured the Earth's surface to be curved, as in the curvature of a sphere? Would you know of anyone?
Nope. But
Isn't that weird?
Yeah, because I guess we trust that. It's just like we trust that people looked at it from a distance.
Yeah, but for them to have looked at it from a distance, they would have had to have known how much it curves exactly so that they can do the orbital mechanics and everything. So how would they have done that if no one ever measured it?
Makes sense.
Yeah, all those images are just like cartoons, basically.
I get you. I don't know much about it, but like the things that you shared in the chat, like they're interesting. The links, I'm trying to like save that. go through it.
Yeah, that's all right. You don't have to know anything really. I mean, if anything, it's probably better that you don't really have any preconceived ideas and you just go in open-minded and ask questions. That's the best way to learn about this.
Yeah, but I don't like. In order for me to ask some questions, I would first have to go through the links to just just
No,
get
you don't need to go through any links. You literally just have to think about the Earth that you live on and what your experience of it has been for your entire life. Do you experience it to be a ball that's spinning, for example? What do you think? When you go to the beach, you look out over the ocean. Does it seem like a big spinning ball?
I mean, I don't think it's something I can just figure out from one conversation. I would have to.
No, it's not. It's not. But this is just a way for you to start thinking about your reality and your environment, where you live.
I get you. Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
Because
it's
the story
definitely something I can do. Yeah.
Because the story they're telling us is that the Earth is a big spinning ball, but we will never experience any curvature or any motion of it. So, from our perspective, we experience a flat, motionless Earth. Do you understand that? That's what they're telling us.
Yeah.
But what if it's the case that we experience a flat, motionless Earth because it is flat and motionless? Do you think that's possible?
Possibly, yeah.
Yeah. Well, we're here to tell you that we checked, and that is what it is. Because it can be measured, right? And the nature of water, the physical properties of water, is that it takes the shape of its container and the surface will lie level, flat, if it's undisturbed. You know?
Yeah.
Swimming pool, a lake, anything, any body of water, the surface doesn't curve. So this is what people are testing. They're trying to find some curved lakes, but the lakes don't curve, the water's flat. So they tell us 70% of the Earth's surface is covered in water. Well, since the water's flat, we can't have a 70% flat ball. It doesn't work. So really what our situation here is that we're on like a motionless topographical plane. I guess you could picture the world's oceans like the world's ocean, like a giant lake, and all the continents are just like islands sticking out of it. But it's all on the same level surface, right? So you might have been told that you've got an antipodal position. So where you are, you're standing one direction, but in Australia or China, a guy's standing upside down by comparison to you, playing football upside down, with rain and snow falling upwards towards your feet.
Mm-hmm.
But they've given you no evidence for that. They've just shown you images on a screen.
I get you. Yeah.
Something to
Man,
think
I need
about.
to ask more questions. Yeah.
Yeah, just have a think about it.
I'll think
We're
about
here
it.
24/7
Yeah.
anyway.
Right now I'm kind of like I like honestly I don't have let's just say that a desire for it to be one way or the other. But I'll look into it. It's interesting.
That's all right. That's good, because the truth is, you shouldn't have a desire for it to be one way or another. You should just have a desire to understand what the truth is of the matter. We don't have a desire for it to be one way or the other. In fact, most of us desired that it was a ball, a globe, but we were forced to accept the fact that it's not when we reviewed the evidence. So, yeah, you don't have to have a desire one way or another. Just be open-minded, be curious, be inquisitive, search for the evidence.
I get you.
Anyway, welcome. Welcome to the channel.
Thank you.
Anyone else has got anything they want to add to that? I'm sure they do. Come on, Blair. Don't be shy. What else we got here? Gamboa. What's up, Gamboa?
What's up?
What brings you to the flat Earth chat?
I just got notified my Discord.
Ooh, good, good. Have you heard this channel before? Have you listened before or no?
Yeah, I joined this channel like almost 9 months ago. Like the server, I
really?
mean.
Oh, what about no, not the server though. This channel specifically, the flat Earth channel.
Oh no, I haven't heard about that.
Well, this is a different animal altogether. Do you know anything about flat Earth?
Oh, what do you think? What do you think about it?
I think the Earth is observed, measured, and practically used as flat and motionless, so can't be a ball like they tell us.
Interesting. I'm
Mhm.
just here like maybe I'm not here like to debate because I'm not a scientist or something like that. I don't have
Yeah.
like
I don't want to debate. I don't want to
Yeah,
debate.
yeah.
Just ask questions.
How about it's not like we're not talking about the flat Earth, yeah?
We're talking about the Earth, right? So when you go outside, the surface beneath your feet, the land, the water, the hills, the valleys, that's what we are talking about. We're not talking about an image of the Earth from some third party or some outside view. We're talking about what can be observed, what can be measured, you know? Reality.
Okay.
That's what we're interested in.
So what do you think about maybe like the mission of the NASA with the Earth?
Like the moon landings?
Yeah, or maybe I heard a lot that the NASA stopped like exploring the ocean just to get out of the Earth.
Well, the NASA stuff is basically Hollywood, right? The images, the videos, it's just all fantasy. None of it's real.
Yeah, I've heard a lot about that, and I don't know what to believe really, but I've heard about that.
Yeah, well, that's what you've got to spend your time thinking about. What should you believe? What is worth believing? Is it stories, images, and videos from the government? Or is it your natural senses and what you experience about the Earth? Because those are different things. So yeah, you need to decide what you're going to go with. Reality or a story you've been told at school and images you've seen on a screen. It's a tough one.
Yeah, also like imagine people don't realize how big this is, but imagine if just none of the sudden we realize that all was like all was a lie, or people have that thought that we went to the moon and something like that. But if we did not, like, I would be very, I'd be like very disappointed. Like it's a big situation. I don't know how to explain.
Yeah, it's a big situation. It's crazy because, you know, the moon and the sun and the stars, the lights that we see in the sky, we've been taught that those are potentially places that you could go to, right? If you had a spaceship, you could go and fly to those places and land on them. But that's not actually the case, right? It's more like they're just hands of a clock used for timekeeping, seasons, planting, harvesting. So they're like a guide for human beings to conduct themselves according to time. But they're not destinations. So they're not somewhere that you could go to and play a game of golf, like the US government's trying to tell us. You understand?
Yeah, and also something that I've been thinking is like, imagine they say, yeah, we have never gone to the moon, but that also like means that we're not that advanced in in the science or in those like area of the science that we thought that
Yeah. We,
that we
we,
thought.
we, we don't have any of those sci-fi abilities that the US and Russian
Yes.
and Chinese governments are trying to. They're trying to convince people that they've got technological superiority that they don't have.
Yeah.
It's
Uh-huh.
propaganda. You understand?
That's not good. We're also
Yeah, it's not good. It's not
like
good. That's why we're here. This is why we are here telling people to slap themselves and wake up. Because people are living in a delusion based on these images and these stories. Right? We're telling people to go out and touch grass, measure a lake, see how far you can see. Yeah.
yeah. Interesting.
So yeah, if you want more information, just ask a question. We've got a home server with terabytes of information, videos, articles, all kinds of stuff. We can send that to you. Or if you look up at the YouTube bots at the top, there'll be links to the YouTube channels, to the home server, loads more information that you can read in your own time if you prefer to learn that way. Or where people are in here basically 24/7, so you can ask questions here.
Thing. And you're very a gentleman. Thank you very much.
Appreciate that. You're welcome. So yeah, if you've got questions, feel free, fire them out. If anyone else has questions or comments that they want to jump in with, floor is open. Ask away.
You can measure the shadows. If you have a friend 100 kilometers away from you, and yes, and you have a 1 meter staff, you put it in the ground, and at the middle of the day, you measure the shadow. But it must be 1 meter, the staff, and you see you have 0, or you have 10 centimeters, and you can see with a little bit mathematical, mathematical knowledge, and you can measure the Earth as a flat piece round.
Really?
Yeah, the water is level.
Yeah, so what's the mathematical formula that you would use for that? Alucard? You skipped a very important bit, right? You kind of like brushed over a very important bit, right? The bit where you would have to assume a whole bunch of things in the mathematics. So to do the math that you're talking about, you would have to pre-assume that you're standing on a globe. Okay, and then you would have to pre-assume that the sun is very, very long distance away to the point where the light rays would come in parallel. And then you would do your math based off those assumptions.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yeah.
I have some problems with my mic. I can only say if it's 7 degrees in 100 kilometers, and you can 360 degrees is a globe, and you can read, or if it is 3 degrees or something else, I can reach what is 3 and what is 7. And if you have a distance of 100 kilometers, and you can, but I have to relaunch. I have to start or restart. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, you're having to make a whole bunch of assumptions in your mathematics.
I restart. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh yes, it was the measure of the shadow.
Right.
What the next one?
Okay, but aren't you making assumptions, right? You would be assuming the sun rays are coming in parallel, and you're already assuming that you're on a globe.
100 kilometers.
You need to wake up.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello there.
Who's measuring lengths of shadows and what?
I don't know. He keeps like giving like a brief argument, and then he goes on mute, and
Oh, okay.
he's having some issues with his microphone.
I get you. Fair enough. Just to address what went on earlier with our friend Bunny. Bunny was making the claim that gravity is a force. At pains to explain with citation in the side chat that that's not the current thinking and understanding of gravity. So we're just trying to point it out to you. We just need a concession at this point so you can rejoin the chat that actually the thing that you said isn't necessarily true. And then we can move on. So get an affirmation or whatever in the side chat. Text that you want to rejoin with that concession, and I'll unmute you.
Okay, he's conceded.
Cool.
Yeah, so I've
Welcome
moved on
back,
from
Kenny.
Newton. Thank you. I've moved on from Newton to Einstein.
So you did learn something.
Yeah, I guess.
There you go. See, the flat earthers, we're always out here educating.
There's so many flat earthers that became globalists.
Nah.
Pretty much every flat earther was a globalist, so all flat earthers
Every
were
flat
globalists.
earther was, every globalist was a flat earther. Like me, as a kid, I thought the sun came out of a crack of the earth.
Cool. I'll help you with this, right? This
Oh,
is
I've got brain
our
freeze.
base.
I've got brain freeze. Wait. I've got brain freeze.
This is our base understanding and perception of the world around us, right? As a child, the earth looks flat and stationary and looks like the sun's coming out of the floor. Yeah. It's only until somebody comes along with stories that you can't verify about the earth being a sphere that you don't experience and its motion that you don't experience. That's the reason
I'll
why
be like,
we believe it.
oh, that's why. You know what I mean?
Yeah, from people that you trust that give you a plausible
No, I don't
explanation.
trust them. I don't know them. They just say, this is what it is. And I'm like, oh, that makes more sense. That's why I can't find the sun. I can't meet it in the crack in the earth.
Yeah. I mean, it makes more sense also that it's just perspective.
No, that's ultra skepticism.
No, it's not. It's why the mountain that's far away looks smaller than the one that's next to you. That's why the top of the mountain above you is directly above your head, and the mountain that's far away, the top of its mountain, is closer towards the horizon. So you have to look horizontally to observe it, where to observe the mountain you're standing on, you have to look up at it. It's perspective, dude.
Perspective is ultra skepticism. These globers.
It's not Deliveroo, it's DoorDash. I'm in a VC with a bunch of kangaroos right now, so
It's good that you've realized that you don't know that Earth's a globe, though. At least you've realized that.
You don't know it's
No,
a
it's,
globe.
when it comes to research, I can't like give you a solid.
Yeah, because you don't
like,
know
foundation.
that it's a globe.
Right, I know it's a globe. It's just I can't like
No,
I don't know
you
what
don't
to do.
know it's a globe. You believe.
No, I
it's a
do
globe.
know it's
That's
a
what you
globe. It's just I
prove
don't
it.
know how to prove it to you.
No, because if you did know, then you would know how to prove it. Because you'd just be like, this
I
is
don't know
I
how to independently prove it.
Oh,
Independently.
dude, then you don't know.
That means you
No will be. Sorry, Cyclone.
No, not everyone is is dependent. Yeah, I mean, not everyone is independent. We have to be dependent on something in life.
Yeah. Yeah, so you believe it. That's the point. You don't know it. You believe it.
You're a victim of brainwashing, globe washing.
Globe washing. Yeah, he's been globe washed big time.
And that's spin cycle.
I'm kidding.
That's a good realization, though. That's a good point. Nobody knows that the Earth is a globe. They all just believe that it's a globe because they were told so at school.
The thing is, I can't prove it's flat either.
Well, you already experience it as flat. So
I don't experience it as flat.
You do.
No, I don't.
Oh,
yes, you do.
Because they say,
No, I
remember,
don't. I don't experience it as flat or a globe.
say that the globe side are saying it's too big to see the curve. That's what they're saying.
No, dude,
Yeah, that's
no.
what they're saying. That is what they're saying. If you're not saying that, then you're not a glober anyway. So it doesn't matter because that's what the globe side are saying. It's too big to see the curve.
That's an appeal to authority. That's an appeal to authority fallacy.
The whole globe is an appeal to authority fallacy. And they say, you can see the curve, meaning you see flatter. That's all they say. And then they say,
No, you don't see a flat Earth. You see a flat plane, but not a flat Earth.
Yeah.
There's a difference between seeing a flat plane but not a flat Earth.
Yeah, so the Earth that you're on here as a flat plane.
You know what Earth is, and you know what the difference between Earth and a plane.
So you recognize that you experience a flat plane, yeah?
Dude, there's a difference between flat and Earth. There's a difference between a flat plane.
You just said it. You experience a flat plane.
Yeah, no. Flat plane, it does not equal flat Earth.
Yeah. So you
Where's the flat
experience a flat plane, yeah.
There's a flat plane on an Earth, like my carpet's flat and I'm on Earth. Does that mean the Earth is flat? No, it doesn't mean the Earth is flat just because I've got a flat
Do you want me to
carpet.
help you? Do you want me to help you? Do you know that your floor, your carpet is level by being level with the earth? That's where you get level from.
Yeah.
So level comes from the earth, dude. Do you know that your carpet is level when you orientate it to the earth?
It doesn't. You're oriented to the ground, not to the Earth. The Earth is
the ground. The ground is the earth.
No, it's not. It's on the Earth.
What, the thing that we're standing on?
No. The ground, the Earth subsists on the ground. There's a distinction between Earth and the ground. It subsists on the ground, on the Earth.
Okay, so the ground is flat, but the Earth is not. Is that what you're saying?
That's what I was trying to tell DJ. Flatness is there's a way flatness can subsist.
So the surface of Earth is flat, but the Earth is a globe, is what you're saying.
Bro, every globalist says that the surface is a flat surface.
So it's a flat surface, but you're saying it's a globe, yeah?
That's a contradiction.
No, this is 100% globe IQ. It's a flat surface. It's a flat surface that's a globe, right? Funny.
It's a straight line, but it's a curved line. What?
Billions of
It's a straight curved line. No.
You know what? I'm not.
Bunny, stop talking to avoid your embarrassment. Deal with it like a man.
I have been motivated to study physics.
That's nice. Now you're saying a flat line is a curved line.
No, bro. You're conflating. Oh my! You're conflating different. I can't even.
Well, you just said it, Bunny. You just said the surface is flat, but
You
it's a
can't
ball.
debate with facts, with flat Earth facts. There's no
You
debate
cannot
possible.
debate against the flat Earth. That's
Right,
true.
you can get
because that's
a
so right.
massive. No, listen, you can get a huge ball, right? Get a massive ball, stand on it, and it'll look flat.
Oh, wow.
It will have a rate of change of slope.
No,
Yeah,
there won't be a
it'll be a
change of
curve
slope.
surface,
Get a
though.
huge ball. No, listen, please.
It will.
Please listen to me. Please listen to me.
Because you're just
Huge
wrong.
ball. Get a huge ball the size of bigger than the
Will
Vegas
have
ball.
a rate of change of slope.
Yeah, Bunny, it'll be a curve.
Bro, you're not gonna get. I'm not getting to that point yet. We're doing step by step. Get a carpet, lay it out on that big ball. It will be a flat carpet.
Lay it out on that ball. It will have a rate of change of slope.
No, it
Wait,
won't.
Bunny, are you saying,
Yes, it
Bunny,
will.
Are you saying, hold on, Bunny, are you saying that ball, the surface of that big ball, it's flat? It's flat.
Oh my god, he's a fucking donkey.
You're saying the surface of that ball
the
is flat,
equation
Bunny,
of a
yeah?
line, Bunny.
Yes.
Are you aware of the equation of a line?
No.
Y equals mx plus c. Also
Y
known as the
equals X.
sleeping.
Y equals what plus C?
Y equals mx plus c.
Oh, I know that. It's from Einstein, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're saying that on a curved surface, the curved surface would be flat. I'm just trying to tell you that it would, because it's a curved line, have a rate of change of slope by consequence of it being a curved line. You're saying no. I mean, that's fucking bewildering to me.
I think Bunny's got something in the
Listen. Nothing is perfectly flat, so I don't know what you're talking about, and you conceded to that.
Sorry, perfectly flat. Yeah, we
Nothing is
understand it's not
perfectly
perfectly flat from the idealized concept of a straight line.
Nothing is perfectly flat. A straight line is not perfect.
Hello, I understand that, but it's an idealized from the concept of a straight line. You can measure how much something isn't ideally flat from the concept of a straight line.
Okay, first of all, let me just say this. You guys say that the Earth is flat, right? But you don't know how it's flat and what the Earth looks like. You just know the ground is flat. But you don't. No. You don't know what the Earth look. What does the Earth look like?
Like flat, like you said. Remember?
Okay, but what does it look like? How is it flat? Like what? In what way? What does it look like? Is it a disc? Is it?
Remember when you go outside and you experience the flat surface? That's what it looks like.
I don't experience any flat surface. I'm sorry, I don't.
You did. You just said that.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you said a flat plane. Remember?
It's a plane, but it's not perfectly flat.
Do you know how reflections work?
I guess
you can tell surfaces are not idealistically flat, but how flat they are by the reflections that they give. One of these very reflective substances is liquid, especially water. We understand by the way that the sky reflects off the water that the water is flat by the way that the sky reflects off of it. These are because of the laws of reflection. We understand these laws. They're very, very simple to understand. And the reflections we get on bodies of water demonstrate that water is horizontal upon the surface.
Yeah, and we're not necessarily saying it's like smooth, right? Or like idealistically flat and planar. We're saying it's generally flat, not curving. Understand that? So you're saying nothing's flat. But what about if we went to like a big lake? You're looking out over the lake. Is that lake flat?
I mean, not really.
No. What about a salt flat?
A salt what?
Salt flat.
Yeah, dried up sea where all the sediment of salt is left upon the seabed.
You never heard of a salt flat?
No.
Google it.
Jedi, shut up.
In Bolivian salt flats.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Okay,
I guess,
so is a salt flat flat?
Yeah, I guess.
Yes. Okay, now we're in business. How big's those Bolivian salt flats again?
But sometimes it can be bumpy.
It's massive, isn't it? Like 40,000 square kilometers or something.
But sometimes the salt flat,
right?
It can be bumpy.
So if the floor is bumpy, that means that the surface over there is curving around the sphere. You're going to get bumpy. You're going to get bumpy. That's elevation and depth from a level. To say how high this peak is from that trough, it's all measured from level. That's a straight line from left to right. That level would have to be curved if it was around a sphere, but what we measure is that level to be a straight line that we can measure the peaks and troughs from.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why it's called a
Okay, let me just ask you this. I want to like restart this. I'm going to ask you this. What is a flat Earth?
What is a flat Earth?
Yeah.
Well, depends what you mean by what is
in the question.
No. What is a flat Earth?
The surface that you live on, not having any curvature.
Okay, but what? No. I'm not asking what I live on. I'm asking you what is a flat Earth? What is Earth?
Yeah, that's what you live on.
What is the Earth and what is flat about? What is the Earth and what is the flat?
The bodies of water and the salt flats and the abyssal plains at the bottom of the oceans, they're all flat.
It's
That's what you think of flat Earth is.
It's orientation being perpendicular to vertical.
Yeah, it's not cartoon ball in space Earth. That's what flat Earth is. When you go outside into reality and experience what the Earth really is, that's flat Earth. Like the salt flats. Like you said, they're flat. That debunks the globe. You
know what I could do? You know what I could do? But I'll probably need a really big supercomputer to do it. I can use Unreal Engine or something like that, and I can, or maybe I don't know, whatever's good, whatever software is the best. Make a flat plane. I make a flat plane circular map of the Earth. Make it really big.
Why?
And to get the sun, make a thick atmosphere, get the sun, and move it far away. And watch it disappear.
Why would you need to do any of this?
So it looks so I can look at the flat Earth from above. So I can look at everything from above.
It's circular.
Bro, you showed me the map is circular.
No. That's a map. We're talking about the actual Earth. There are thousands of maps. They take all different shapes and sizes. Right, there are rectangular ones. Right, no one's saying it's a rectangular Earth because the map exists.
I'm talking about
why is it? Don't shush. We're asking why is it circular? Have you measured the circumference of the Earth?
Not a sphere, circle.
That circle, yeah, that still has a circumference. So to prove that there's a circle, you'd have to measure that circumference.
You guys say it's a circle. I don't say it's a circle. You guys say
leave it to we.
No one's saying
we're not claiming a shape. Do you understand?
How can I not get from north to west then? North to south.
Let me ask you, Bunny.
Go from this place to that place.
It's just when you say it's flat, the only thing I can think of is a flat disc.
What?
Okay, flat isn't a shape, is it?
Yeah, but oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's not a shape.
It's not.
So we're not making a claim about a shape, are we? We're not saying flat disc Earth, are we?
Yeah, but when you say flat, there's no. The only way I can picture it is like a flat disc.
It could be, okay, well, that's a limitation of your mental acuity, not ours.
Yeah. It's the only flat surface that you can imagine. So for you, cubes doesn't have 6 flat sides. The pyramids also doesn't have flat sides.
Let me help you out, Bunny. Let me help you out. Space is fake. There's no space disc, so you can get that out of your mind.
Okay, what are we?
Yeah.
What?
Bunny.
Can you show me a pic? Okay. Okay.
No.
Can you show me a? Okay, I'm gonna be. Can you show me a picture of what you think the Earth might?
This is the context. No. Look, I'll tell you that what
you think the Earth might look like. I just want to see what you think it might look like.
Just hold on a second, right? Let me tell you what context we're meaning when we say flat Earth. Okay, we're not claiming a shape, right? If you're talking about a surface area being flat or bumpy or smooth or something like that, right? Flat is a descriptive term for the surface area. And in this context, we're talking about the surface area of the Earth being mostly covered in water. Okay, so they say 70% of the known surface area of Earth is covered in water, oceans and seas and things like that. When we test over vast distances, say 20 miles, 30 miles, etc., right, there's no curvature detected, whereas if it was on a globe, there would have to be many hundreds of feet of curvature over that distance, but it's never ever detected, it's never been measured, it doesn't exist. So in the context of flat Earth, we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth or the size of the Earth. We're saying that it's the description of a surface, right? Flat, smooth, bumpy, it's just a descriptive term.
Okay.
Okay, and think of it like this. Think of it like this, right? Don't try to...
That makes sense. That makes sense.
And just a little bit extra, right? So what people generally do is they have been taught from childhood that there's a big giant space vacuum, and then you've got all of the balls, including the Earth, like doing orbits and whatnot, right? In this big space vacuum. That's the heliocentric globe model. Okay, erase that when you're thinking about flat Earth, right? I like to think about flat Earth more like the foundation of the system that we live in. We would live in a contained system. It doesn't move, right? The Earth doesn't move.
Oh, yeah. I get it. Yeah, like the heavens,
and it's like the floor.
seven heavens. Yeah, the heavens and the.
Well, not really.
Yeah.
The Earth is flat.
No. I look, I know what you mean. Like, it's not a disc floating. It's not a floating disc. It's just flat, and that's the foundation. We build off that foundation.
But we don't know the size or the shape, right? And it wouldn't necessarily have to be like a triangle or a circle or something like one of those traditional shapes. Like a lake. A lake is not a specific shape, right?
Okay,
it's
I get what I get what you're saying. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, are you sticking to the theory that you can't know what the Earth looks like even though it's flat, and that's an impossibility? But rather that it is flat by logic, it is flat. DJ.
Yeah, we can only get so high up into the air, and we can only explore so far. So we don't know, right? There's no way for us to check to know the entirety of the Earth. So
it's like, for example, it's like we know that let's say, for example, this is an example, that we know that we have souls, but we can't like show you what that shape of the soul looks like, the soul in our body. You know what I mean?
No, you're fucking it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're trying to use an analogy where we can't conclude something, then yeah.
Yeah, so it's like the Earth is flat, and that's it. That's the impossible. That's like the impossibility is there's no shape.
Flat, so it's not a globe, but we're not positing what the full thing in size and shape is because you can't know that.
Okay, so we've never left the Earth. There's no vacuum. And what is Antarctica? Correct. Is it like an ice wall?
No.
Who knows? Go and check and find out for us.
I mean, you said we can't go north to south, right?
Sorry, what?
We can't go north to south, right? In a circle.
You can go from one place to another. What do you mean?
Like if you once said the other day, I think it was DJ that said this. If I could go north to south and end up at the same place again, that would prove the globe, right?
Oh, okay. So if you go from one pole to another, not change your direction, go in a perfectly straight line, and end up where you started. Yeah, we would all love to see that.
In the other pole, yeah. Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we'd all.
Yeah, that's why.
So what is Antarctica then? Because that would be like.
Go and check.
What is Antarctica?
A continent you can sail around.
So it's not like an ice
ring
wall.
Of ice. Yeah. So the reason why people have this idea is because of a map. Right?
Oh, so you don't believe in an ice wall?
A map conversation. I'll give you a rectangular one. There are loads of different shaped maps.
So you don't believe in an ice wall then?
What, a circumference of the Earth containing all of the... No.
Okay, yeah, that actually makes more sense. Yeah, I get it now. Yeah, I get it now. I'm just saying, yeah, so there's no north and south, it's just east, west.
No. Okay, so there are lots of norths and lots of souths. It's depending on what coordinate reference system that you're going to use. There's lots of them. There's like 3 different easts.
That makes sense.
So there's 2 poles, north and south.
What are these poles anyways? Why is there an electromagnetic pole? What do you think these are?
That's electromagnetic field that moves.
What do you think they are? Like these poles, like what are they?
I don't know, but what we can measure is the electromagnetic influence of the Earth.
It's like a mystery,
where
isn't
it diverges and converges from. These points move. There's more than 2.
Yeah, you're right, Bunny. Yeah, mysteries abound, and you'll realize that you know next to nothing about all these things that you thought you knew about. You don't know any of them.
Yeah. Oh, one other thing I was going to tell you, like Space Engine software, like Space Engine, the software you can get on Steam. You can do this thing where it's possible to make the perspective flat when you're on the surface, but on a globe. So when you use Space Engine, you can zoom into the Earth model or the planet model. You keep going down and down and down and down and down until it looks flat. So a flat perspective, flat perspective is working on a global model.
We get it. So we understand that when you zoom into a manifold that's curved, it will appear flat. Yeah, great.
Yeah.
But over distance, it will still curve. So we're pointing out that over distance, we don't observe or measure any curvature where the globe model predicts that we should.
Okay.
Yeah, so your space cartoon doesn't match reality when the surface is measured.
The thing is, if we're on the flat, if the Earth is flat and Antarctica is a continent, how far out can we go to find another new continent? Like, for example,
idea.
Who cares, dude?
No idea.
No, I mean, you keep ending up at the same places all the time. It's like we're on some kind of.
No one's ever kept going south, man. Look, there's not one person. You're not going to find anyone that's just kept going south and then come back to where they started, or come back to a place because the Earth's not a globe. That's the reason. But
but what happens if we do try to attempt? If we try to attempt to.
Well, there's something called the Antarctic Treaty. It makes it extremely difficult to travel past 60 degrees south without a very, very strict and expensive permit. And there's a whole bunch of regulations and rules that go along with that permit. Like, you're not allowed to carry fuel with you. You have to take your piss and shit with you and things like that. A whole bunch of those crazy rules that make it near impossible on top of the crazy conditions. Freezing conditions and danger. Completely different. And once again, there's actually restrictions when it comes to the Arctic as well. But the South is the thing that's really in question here.
These restrictions are just bullshit, honestly. You know what I was imagining? I wanted to make Antarctica my own country and claim it as my own and build cities there on the coasts and stuff. But honestly, I could do for you guys, I could save up a lot of money and try and experiment this. And if I can get somewhere.
Recently. Go ahead, sorry.
Well, I was just going to say, sorry, you don't need to do any of that. Just measure a curved lake and we'll shut the server down.
Wait, sorry?
You don't have to do any of that. Just measure a curved lake if you want to prove a globe and we'll shut the server down.
No, I'm not going to do that. I'm just saying the Antarctica thing, it's weird that they are really, really strict over a bed of ice. They should be more strict about national reserve parks, but not ice, where there's literally nothing there. It's a desert of snow.
No, they need to save the penguins, bro, don't you know?
Yeah, but the Antarctica as well, it's a huge continent.
Yeah,
it's bigger than America almost.
Yeah,
it would be such a good country. It would work so well. That's the thing, what causes the seasons, DJ? Hot at the equator, hotter at the equator, desert, and then north you get colder, south you get colder. Is there a reason?
Yeah, it's the sun. It's all just to do with the path and the cycles of the sun. That's all. It creates day, night, seasons. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I guess.
Yeah, it's like a smaller, a more local sun than in the globe model, and it takes particular cycles above the surface of the Earth, even though there's still a stack of unknowns about it.
One can come to believe. Yeah. One can come to believe that the more south you go, let's say if there's no treaty and you kept going south and south and south, that one day the sun will just no longer be there. It'll just be ice for miles and trillions and billions of miles, just ice.
That's a speculation. Yeah. Well, that's a speculation. Some people speculate that we're in somewhat of a pond that's been melted out, by the path of the sun within this particular part of the vast plane that we live on. But that's just a speculation. It's not something we would claim as a fact or anything like that, right? That's when anything that's too far south to test is speculation basket stuff, right? And anything that's too high to get to is also speculation basket. And it just so happens there's restrictions like the Antarctic Treaty to go beyond 60 degrees south. And the same thing happens in the sky. There's the Outer Space Treaty as well which prevents any civilians from launching their own things up into space past a certain height, or filming past a certain height in space, or actually going up there. So yeah, there's restrictions that kind of keep us in this section on the plane where we're at.
Do you think they're putting these restrictions because if we found out, we'd be able to overthrow and discover more, which they don't want us to discover more because we'd have more power over them or something?
I'm not sure who them is at the end of the day. It's kind of hard to come up with a list of them, if you know what I mean.
Could be demons. You don't know. The thing is, like, we don't know, honestly, but the thing is, like, I like the idea it's flat. I get bored with the globe Earth because it's not interesting, but when it's flat, it's like, oh, I could discover more. We could make an alliance and overthrow this treaty and go into Antarctica and go beyond, and, but if it's a globe, then, I'll be bored.
Well, countless amounts of people have circumnavigated east to west, but that works fine on a globe or on a flat Earth. But isn't it weird that so many people have done it east to west, but not one's done it north to south?
Yeah, I haven't seen a north to south looking map.
No, there's a few, right? But if you have a look at the path they took, like one more orbit in 2018 or 2019, it was done on a plane.
Did you? Yeah.
So what they do, like if you actually have a look at it plotted out on the map, they actually went down from the north and they went down to Antarctica, and then they just turn, right? That's like they take like a bit of a U-turn and then they go back up again, rather than continuing to go straight over Antarctica or even just around the edge of Antarctica, but maintain a south direction and then come back around. They don't do that. They always divert and take a U-turn when they get to Antarctica and come back up again.
Yeah. I mean, have you also seen last year, I don't know if it was last year, they launched a satellite into space with people on it that was not going around it wasn't going around the longitude, it's actually going around south to north over the Arctic.
Yeah.
Have you seen it? And the people were on there.
I have, man. You should look it up, like as soon as you get a chance, and just after all this new information, look it up and actually watch the video. I was super disappointed. I thought I'm going to look it up and see if what they actually did. The footage is just crap. It doesn't show anything. It's like all the videos are like 1 minute or 2 minutes of footage, and it just hardly shows anything. It's really crappy quality.
You could have tracked it. You could have tracked it, right? Like, I mean, if you can sometimes see the ISS at night, right, going really fast across the sky. It would be possible.
Would have done that though with this thing.
Yeah, I know. It's like the same thing with MH370. It just disappeared in the Indian Ocean. They came to actually find it. They found it now. It was actually below the arc. So these things are like, who tracked it? Who saw it in the sky? Because, I don't know. Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna stick with the globe, but it's boring. It's not like, oh, the globe. It's really cool. We live on a globe. It's boring. Like, it's more interesting to say that, oh, we're in like a melted part of like, this, whatever.
What?
Of like an ice sheet or something. No, MH370, the pilot committed suicide, apparently. That's what we've speculated so far. And where the arc was, there's a satellite. There's a group of satellites called Whisper. And this guy at home for the past 10 years spent 8 hours of his life for the past 10 years finding where MH370 was. And it was actually not far from the original site they were looking for. The pilot actually flew over his home city. He had a simulator at home that showed the same route that the flight was going on. Whatever. The ice wall began as a globe claim. That's not possible on a globe.
It's just, ice wall just means like a wall of ice. It doesn't mean it has to be whatever you're thinking of. If you look up the government papers on describing the shoreline of Antarctica, they refer to it as a wall of ice because it is like a wall of ice. It's a giant, endless-looking wall of ice. You know, not that it is endless, but that's what it looks like from your perspective when you go and have a look at it. I got some crazy footage of it here. I'll see if I can find it. It's like a helicopter flying along the edge of it, and it's just like the giant wall of ice, and then all you can see on top of it is just like an endless flat plane of ice. I'm not claiming.
Yeah, you know, on the circle map, you know, the circle map, it's like Antarctica is an ice wall around it, but you said it's not. It's a continent. So where would we place that on the circle map?
Yeah, so that circular map it's called an azimuth or equidistant projection, right? And it's a projection, like all of these projections are based off the celestial sphere. So it's just a way of mapping out the sky coordinate system into a ground coordinate system. It's like a polar projection. So you've got like hundreds of different map projections, and they're all just based off the celestial sphere, like the way we observe the celestial bodies. You have a look at what Old Dude just put in the chat, right? So it's basically like a flattened out globe, and then the way that you like that, all of these maps have very specific uses.
Oh yeah, it is a flattened out globe. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not necessarily like everything in the south. You have it's all stretched out, right? Just like on the rectangular Mercator projection, everything's like skewed and stretched out. Like Russia looks giant, right? But Russia's not giant like it shows on that map. And then Greenland looks huge, but Greenland's tiny. And then Africa looks tiny, but Africa's actually huge. Like all these different projections have different purposes and different uses, but you got to learn how to read each one and how the scales work and stuff like that. It's kind of complicated. But it's not a flat Earth map. But there are flat earthers that say that that's the flat Earth map.
Yeah, as well. Like, what was I going to say? Yeah, what was it? I thought I had something I was going to say. I forgot.
Oh, you're good, man. Happens to me all the time.
Dude, it was actually.
Oh yeah, have a look what Old Dude and Aethergress posted it at the exact same time, which is hilarious. But yeah, they're all different. That's all map projections. Yeah.
It looks like a butterfly.
Yeah, some of them. Yeah, they're all different map projections, right? They're all originally based off the sky, right? And then they're inverted into like a terrestrial coordinate system, and then they stretch it out in all different ways, and they have different uses and things like that. They all have errors, like they all have distortions, and yeah. There's no like perfect map that's like, oh, this is the map where everything's laid out exactly as it would be and it all works perfectly. All maps are wrong. There's videos about that, mainstream videos.
What's up, guys?
Hey, what's up, Yoda?
Big part of this discussion is maps.
Yeah, definitely big part. No, I was just about to say, yeah. What's your 2 cents on the map topic?
Yeah,
projections.
Yeah, first, I mean, you're going to need a coordinate reference system. So, if you can imagine graph paper, you're going to need a point of reference, like a point of origin. 0, 0, x, y.
It's just DJ, you know.
You're going to need rules to go along with it. Go ahead.
I was saying, like if the sun moves further away, it should be bigger above us than it is over the horizon or in the distance. When it's not, it's actually the same size. And in the 24-hour sun in the Arctic, it should be hotter in the Arctic, right? And like if the sun was above us, it should look bigger above us, and then when it goes away, it should look smaller, but it's the same size.
It depends what the sun is.
Exactly.
What is even the sun?
Circle.
Yeah, I know, but like, what is it? Is it plasma? Is it a burning ball of gas? Is it liquid metal? Is it 93 million miles away? Is it even an object, or is it a focal point of light? What is the sun? So to assume that it's going to get bigger or smaller and all these attributes, I mean, you're going to have to claim what it is in order to have the attributes of what you're claiming. Right? I mean, otherwise you're describing something you're imagining. You don't have any claim.
Not only that, when you're looking at the sun, you're not really looking at the sun, because when you put a filter to actually see the sun, it looks way smaller than what it looks when you're looking at it without a filter.
No, when it's on the horizon or sunset, it looks like you can see it as a circle. Like when it's red sun, it gets red.
I guess I'll post that sunset again where it's getting smaller because you forgot about it. That was an hour ago.
It's also within your answer. Look.
Oh, that it didn't get smaller on that. It's just the light. It didn't get smaller.
Already said it. It looks like. We're asking you how you confirm what it looks like. You can't.
Right.
You can see it as a circle. You can see it as a circle. Like if you look on the horizon when it's a sunset, you can see a circle. It's like a disc, a disc light.
Yeah, it's described as the disc of the sun.
Or it could be just something else. We don't know.
Yeah, like nobody knows what it is. We can describe it, right? We know it has certain attributes, but the attributes that you're ascribing requires you to imagine burning gas that you don't actually observe and can claim that you do, and nobody does. Nobody hears, like you're imagining a sun on a flat Earth and trying to stick us with that. Right? Taking your sun from your cosmology and then putting it on our flat Earth and say, see, it doesn't work. Yeah. Nobody here is claiming that.
Burning gas in a vacuum. Oh, I know what I was going to say now, DJ. Okay. Do you know, like, let's say I get a hollow ball, like a hollow sphere. I put a lot of water in it. I put a lot of water in it, right? I spin it around really fast. The force, the water stays on the edges. It spreads out to the edges. Imagine that, but invert it. It's like a ball of water all on it.
Okay.
So you know how like the water is not flowing.
Why can't you just show us what it actually is instead of using some kind of false analogy?
Yeah, it's just, if you put water, like let's say you get a football, you put water inside it. Let's just say it's a transparent football.
Yeah,
Let's say it's a transparent ball. You fill it up with water. You spin it around.
Right.
Yeah,
This is the thing about water and gases. For them to take shapes, they require a container of that shape. Because if you don't have the container, especially with gases, the gases is going to go away. You keep putting things inside of a ball, and
the container could be the electromagnetic. The container can be the electromagnetic field.
Then just show us that. Then
it's really hard to follow this conversation. I can't.
I'm just saying that you can do the same analogy with spinning a ball with water inside it, but invert it.
No, we don't want an analogy. We want you to demonstrate what the physical reality is.
It's some kind of force of some sort, gravity, whatever. Einstein.
Just show that then.
It's something that works. right? Is this something that works that you don't, where you can't?
Anyways, I would love to see, DJ, I would obviously love to see going very far out past Antarctica to where it's always going to be dark and we don't see the sun again and it's just cold.
What are you talking about, dude?
I was talking to, before you joined, I was talking to DJ about going past Antarctica and
It's like he's got a space story. Like if we go far enough away in a rocket from the Earth and the Sun, eventually we won't see the Earth.
That's not what I was saying.
Anymore.
I was saying if we travel
But
by
now
a
we're on
boat.
the flat Earth, and we're doing the same type of thing, so we don't see the Sun anymore. It's like he's trying to shoehorn both things into. It's weird.
It's hard to track and hard to have a conversation respond to, and then keep focused yourself.
If you want to go on
like this is like ADD on crack.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
You're saying a lot of things, but not reaching a logical conclusion with any of them.
I'm not trying to prove anything. I'm just giving like.
I know you keep skipping from one subject to another without absorbing anything.
I've absorbed everything. Trust me. I'm like that.
Did you absorb about coordinates and maps earlier?
Yeah, no, can't like reiterate it.
So you think you absorb things, and then when you're asked to recall what you absorbed, you can't.
Well, I can't read a huge book and then just read the whole book from start to finish, like recite it.
That would require absorbing it.
Yeah, but you'd have to absorb it 50. You'd have to absorb it. You'd have to absorb it 50 million, billion, trillion times.
Excuse me. If you read a book, you'd at least be able to tell us what it was fucking about. You might not be able to tell us what was on page 12, line for line, but you'd have a better understanding of what the book said because you read it. Right? Yeah. So we're asking you to do with that. Just give us a brief understanding of what you heard earlier to do with coordinate systems and maps. Brief outline.
I don't know.
Yeah, okay.
You just want to skip over the meat and get to the dessert.
Oh, you'd have to talk to me about at least 10 times about it, dude. We only just went through it once. I'm not going through it again.
Yeah, we go through it once and then we're on to another subject. Till eventually we've spoken about 10 subjects and you haven't really absorbed anything.
No, you just want to change my mind. That's different.
No,
not really. We want you to understand and demonstrate that you understand what's said.
Yeah, that's why he's skipping around. Did you hear him? You just want to change my mind. So what he does is he jumps to something else before he, quote, gets his mind changed.
Yeah, we never got to finish a single point of ours.
I'm so tired.
Then go to bed.
No, it's not even. No.
It's acting like a child. No, I don't want to go to bed.
Don't tell me to go to bed then.
You said you were tired.
Yeah, because I just had a carb crash.
I'm still tired.
I had a carb crash.
Doesn't matter.
Donnie, this channel's not a daycare for the mentally challenged, so take it seriously or get the fuck. Really couldn't care if you refuse to accept what you understand is true.
I haven't heard a weird cope like this in a long time.
Got lots of moves, this one. Lots of reversals, lots of deflections. Weird.
Before there was like a huge government body Have people gone beyond Antarctica to the point where you can't see the sun anymore?
Hey, Jedi, look, he jumped over to the government. It's
bro,
crazy.
we're not debating, bro. We're not debating, so shut up. No, shut up. We're not debating. I'm having a discussion. My goodness, just shut up. You're so annoying.
What do you mean by beyond Antarctica?
Now it's
like, like for example, the Antarctica. We're talking about the Antarctica Treaty, and I was like, we were talking about going from north to south or beyond south or something on the flat plane, and how like the sun could be like
Antarctica is
like
a
the
ring
sequence.
around Earth.
No, oh my god, shut up!
Oh my god!
Just shut up! You so you.
Shut up! Shut up!
Oh, so unfair. I hate you.
Call my mommy on you.
The mask is falling off, eh? Oh no, we're pissing him off, guys.
Yeah, this is kind of cringe, honestly.
Feelings.
Heretic's Razor. Or maybe he thought this topic was pure entertainment. Like, come on, guys, you guys are trolling, right? Like, guys, come on, guys, right? We're just like trolling about this, right, guys? Like, aren't we just pretending to be serious, guys?
Said himself, oh, I like to believe in flat Earth because it's cooler.
Yeah, I was just saying before there was a government body that made the Antarctica Treaty. There could have been like people that went beyond Antarctica to the point where they don't see the sun anymore, and it's just that flat plane of ice.
No, history tells us that people like Shackleton around the late 1800s were the first people to get to Antarctica in like modern navigation.
What about beyond Antarctica?
Onwards, it was a race to the South Pole between the English, Captain Scott, who got there second, and some Danish guy, I think, who got there first.
What about beyond Antarctica? Wait, if there's like a North Pole, where's the South electromagnetic pole? Like, I was talking to DJ about it.
Whoa, calm down. Magnetic poles aren't the same as geographic poles.
Oh, okay.
If you're asking where the North Pole is, that might be somewhere underneath the pole star. We get these coordinates from the sky, right? Celestial north. Directly underneath celestial north is geographic north, more or less. Where do you think we get south from?
I don't know.
Same kind of thing, celestial.
Why does the North Star, why does the North Star keep moving?
What do you mean keep moving? As in
It doesn't stay. It doesn't stay. It doesn't stay in that position. You're like a wobbling Earth model. Earth.
Yeah, no, it rotates like all of the other circumpolar stars around an unseen. It's like you ask a question, I try and answer it to the best of my ability, and you keep wobbling through my answer. Do you want to know?
Yeah, go ahead.
Cool. So you're right, Polaris moves about 1 degree around in a circle around an unseen point, like all of the other celestial poles. That's circumpolar, which means they move around an unseen point in one place and another. One in the north, one in the south. That's where we get north and south from. Sky.
So the unseen point is not like a star; it's just empty.
Yeah, the closest ones, it's like the north, right? We're just lucky in the north because there's a really bright star called Polaris that we can see. In the south, we don't see a bright star close to the center point. We've got like other constellations like the Southern Cross, which appear to be rotate around this unseen point in the sky, much like the Big Dipper rotates around the northern one.
Yeah.
Southern Cross rotates around the southern one.
Huh.
So you can go in circles around poles, right? And these will be east to west. East is where the sun rises on the equinox, that direction.
I'm not going to make arguments from that. I'm just going to keep asking you things, but like,
Yeah, no, that's probably the best thing, dude.
yeah, that's what I've been doing so far. But what do you think these poles are? Like, why? Like, how do we get to these poles, and what's causing these electromagnetic poles or whatever?
And they're not electromagnetic. Again, I'm not talking about electromagnetic poles.
No, I'm talking about the electromagnetic pole. I'm talking about the electromagnetism. What's causing that?
I don't know.
My goodness.
What would you?
It's just I don't know. It's just I don't know. It's like I want to know how you see these things. I want to try and get in your mind.
You ask me what causes a phenomena, right? In this instance, what appears to be the electromagnetic radiation around the Earth.
We don't say it's a phenomena, though.
It is. It's what we. Yeah, God.
Yeah.
You're asking me what causes it. It would be a phenomena that needs a cause to happen.
Are you saying it's a phenomena just for you or for the global Earth?
No, it's what when we get a